live. Welcome, everybody. We are here today with Daniel Schwartz. Daniel reached out to me recently on Twitter and said he'd like to have a conversation similar to how the conversation with Zach Kerner was inspired the other day. He reached out. He said, I have something I want to talk to you about, something I want to debate you on. I still am not fully sure what the topic is. I think it's roughly what the title you suggested is, but let's open it up.
I have lots of notes. We
Cool.
have some agreements, some disagreements. But let me just say from the top that I've watched your debates, and I admire you're honest, you're fair, and I admire that.
Thank you.
I especially liked your last episode with the Israeli soldier.
With Mordecai.
The guy in the uniform. I thought that was a good one. So I wrote probably a lot of notes, like 5 pages of just different things. Well, first of all, for the audience, can I just say this public service announcement, because I always get this in the comments. I don't drink alcohol. This is my voice. Stop being prejudiced against my voice. This is how I talk. Okay, thank you. Do you want to start out with some of the agreements to establish some rapport?
Yeah, wait, hold on. I have some people are saying your volume's low. So if you click the wheel at the bottom and go to, is it through audio? Because I can't adjust your audio for whatever reason.
Automatically.
Or click the 3 buttons. Do you have 3 buttons next to your photo? And then it says edit mic settings. And then you should be able to increase your volume.
Okay, so in audio, it's echo cancellation.
No, so do you see on your little photo below, or do you not see that? I don't know what your display looks like.
Okay, yeah. 3 buttons.
So there's 3 buttons, and then it just said edit mic settings.
Okay.
While you're doing that, isn't it cool? Yeah. Something I imagine some of the viewers have noticed, that whenever I start these streams, we get this nice sunset that reflects right off of the TV. I get to see it. I get to watch it while on stream, but it's kind of cool that the TV sunset slowly changes over time. Just want to point that out. That's my public service announcement.
It is really
good to hear that you're not drunk or that you don't drink.
I have a weird voice. Okay, so I'm going to attempt to turn up my mic, but it's very sensitive. So can you let me know if it gets overblown? Okay.
Yep. Sure. And I think this is good. It gives people time to tune in, have the algorithm start showing us
now, because it's very sensitive. So
yeah, I think it's better now, but chat, let us know.
Yeah, because it's insanely sensitive. So I just turned it a little bit, but sometimes even that can have it be.
Maybe let's go a little bit higher.
A little bit higher. Okay.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Maybe a little more.
A little bit more.
Yeah, Yeah.
Are they saying that?
They're saying little better, but still low.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. How am I now?
I think we're good.
Okay. Yeah. Good. So
yeah, go for it.
Do you want to start? You want to start with some agreements?
You could take it wherever you want.
Well, I just want to establish some rapport. So let me start with the agreements. I remember at the start of the war posting on Twitter, why doesn't Israel, come up with a barge for women and children, old people? Why don't they let in old people, women, children into Israel proper in some temporary camp? It could be run by Israeli Arabs or whatever. I know you've proposed that. I think that's a no-brainer. That obviously they should have done that. And just think about the horrible headlines and videos that we wouldn't have seen, of like little kids blown apart, right? So I totally agree with you on that. I was for a very restrained, probably insanely restrained reaction on October 7th, which is I thought Israel should have just taken the Rafah crossing, said that, okay, we're going to be controlling this now. There's not going to be guns and digging equipment being smuggled into Gaza anymore. The rockets, the guns you have right now, these are your last rockets, so feel free, fire them. Great. Because those are your last thing, because we're taking control of Rafah, and maybe done some surgical bombings to try to get Def or Sinwar. But I didn't see, and another thing, if I could have access to the top of the Israeli government and the IDF, I would want them to explain all the bombings. I really don't. I'm not sure. I can't make heads or tails of these bombings because I have so little information, but I would like explanations. I don't think it does much. And I sort of also think the destroy Hamas goal is sort of stupid. So I think we agree on some of those.
Yep, a lot of.
And here's the big thing I agree with you on. So the big question when I analyze like Netanyahu since October 7th. So the pro Netanyahu argument, and it's not nothing, it is impressive, is that look at what he did. Iran was putting this noose around Israel. He went one by one, smashed Hamas. They're devastated. Sinwar's gone. Haniya's gone. Smashed Hezbollah. Took them out of the game. Hit Iran, and that that's quite. And Assad's gone. So that's quite an achievement. But as I think you've talked about before, there's two different wars that Israel fights, right? There's the real war of bullets, stuff like that, and then there's a PR war globally. So what happens if you win, quote unquote, versus Hamas, but you lose the next generation of Americans, as you've pointed out? That is totally true, and I really worry about that. And I think some of these Hamas supporters say it. I'm not sure if it was Hamas's plan, but it is definitely possible that, and I know it's been horrible for Jews globally and for Israel to be in the headlines for this war for 2 years. It's just horrible because it makes, on many levels, because it makes Israel and Jews central to American politics, which is bad because when Israel, Jews are in the center ground of American politics, we have a generation that's forming their political identities around Israel and Jews. And we haven't really seen that. And that is very dangerous. And I think we're seeing the results of that. So what I always say is I see a left-wing path for Israel's destruction, and I see a right-wing path for its destruction. I could see both possibilities. That the right-wing path, Israel just becomes so isolated, and it gets the Rhodesia treatment. Okay. But what we disagree on is the morality question. Like I said, I'm sure that the IDF is, well, I haven't said this, but I'll say it now. I'm sure the IDF has done war crimes. Okay. But overall, this is not the author of the destruction in Gaza. It should be very clear, is Hamas. Hostage rescue is not genocide. I think you give way too much credit to the anti-Israel. I think the anti-Israel movement, it's almost religious at this point, is much more evil than you think. I see so much anti-Semitism in it. And I don't think, for instance, let me give you an example. There's a Democrat running in the Democrat primary where I live in Illinois, named Kat Abu Ghazala or something like that. She tweeted 4 days after October 7th that Israel was guilty of genocide. Okay, there was a Jewish Currents article. It was 7 days after October 7th, accusing Israel of genocide. The genocide allegations were immediate. That wasn't because they were parsing the definition and comparing it to other conflicts. I think it's what Annette Wilf says. It's the placard strategy. It's about equating Israel, to some extent, Jews, Zionist Jews, most Jews, with evil, genocide. They're Nazis. They're Hitler. They're the new Nazis. That's what it's about. And your points about it would be valid if they weren't holding the hostages. And I did some research into this. There's no nothing that has been called a genocide in history where the claimed genocided group initiated the claimed genocide with a massive attack on the other population, and then taking hundreds of that population hostage, and then refusing to free those hostages from that population during the course of that genocide. That there is no such example. Anyways, I'll stop there. Let you go.
Cool. Yeah. So regarding our points of agreement, I think obviously maybe there's some circular reasoning here, but I think you do express some nuanced and commendable opinions that are actually quite novel and not so common. So I want to give you credit for that. In terms of our areas of disagreement, so who's responsible for the destruction of Gaza? And I think perhaps there's a perception issue. Because of what I focus on, it might give the perception that I hold sole blame for just one side or the other. But I don't think it makes any sense to say who's responsible for the mass killing of civilians in Gaza. Is it Hamas or Israel? I think it's both. I think the concept of shared culpability is not a new concept. It's something we live our lives with. There's many examples where more than one party could be responsible for a crime or an atrocity. And I think that's very clearly what we're seeing. I just, as an Israeli who served in the IDF and who pays taxes to Israel, I focus my criticism on my own government. I don't feel like it makes any sense for me to rely on the good graces of a terror organization that wants to kill me and my family to solve my problems. I think it makes sense for me to focus on the government that is actually meant to protect and provide for me and my family. So that it's just who I decide to focus on, because to me it makes much more sense to focus on them. But I think that Hamas is also complicit in the mass killing of civilians. I think they invited Israel in with the October 7th attack. It was predictable how Israel would respond, and Hamas clearly doesn't care about its own people, because it's essentially, an analogy would be, imagine if a father sees a rabid bear outside and lets it in to destroy its family. Okay, I mean, that's clearly a psychopathic father. So I think we're in agreement there, but it's very clearly not one or the other. Both parties could be responsible, and I've held that for a while. In terms of hostage rescue is not genocide, sure, but I don't think what we're doing is hostage rescue. I think if our priority was getting the hostages back, we could have gotten them back weeks after October 7th. There was a deal to get them back. Sinwar, at the end of October 2023, Sinwar said, release every Palestinian prisoner and we'll release every hostage. Don't enter Gaza. Yeah,
including October 7th people that were captured, killers.
Yeah. No, okay.
You
fair.
would have agreed to that?
Well, what I think we should have done is taken that as the first step of a negotiation. Hamas are very good negotiators, and all good negotiators start at a certain point, and then they somewhat meet in the middle. We had no intention to negotiate to get them out, but we could have gotten them out. And we could have even put pressure on them in other ways. We didn't need to destroy Gaza. We could have been negotiating to get the hostage release and maybe stopped everything from entering and started letting Gazans out. So you could put immense pressure on Hamas while negotiating to get hostages out. So if hostages was our priority, then we could have had them back a long time ago. And I have a lot of anger towards my government for leaving our hostages there and prioritizing bloodshed over getting the hostages back. In terms of the anti-Israel movement is more evil than I think. So I actually don't know if you saw, I tweeted something about this the other day, something that is not spoken about enough, that I myself don't talk about all too often. But the pro-Palestine movement is an interesting collection of different people. It's not some kind of homogeneous group of people that all think alike. You have Islamists, you have anti-Semites, you have the woke, and you have humanists. And these categories spill into each other. It's not so black and white, but you have many different groups of people. Now, all these groups of people, Islamists, anti-Semites, woke, me and them are ideological oppositions. We don't have the same vision for the world because they don't value all lives as of equal worth. Their motivations are different than my own. And I do recognize that we will need to have our day of reckoning. That right now, if the fact that there's a group of people, many of them have very bad intentions supporting Palestine, I could see some benefit to their activism. They could put necessary pressure on Western governments to change their tune in regards to Israel. But I'm very well aware that we don't have the same vision for the world. We don't have the same vision for Israel-Palestine, and we're going to need to work out these differences. But in terms of, I do think one of the only ways to get Israel to transform to be a country that is both moral and can sustain itself, pressure will need to come from the West. I don't think Israel has the current internal mechanism to transform itself properly because our population is currently so radical. We don't have the introspection, we don't have the understanding for what a vision of Israel looks like that will be accepted by the international community. So I support pressure from the West. I think currently the United States acts as a reckless enabler for what Israel's doing. And I really want the West to not do this anymore. So when I see anti-Semites and Islamists and the woke, and I know woke is also a vague category, but I think a lot of people know what I'm talking about. When I see them calling out Israel, I actually see them helping at pressuring Western governments in changing their tune. So I accept their support. But I do recognize we will need to have our day of reckoning, and we do have competing visions for the world.
What do you mean? What is support? What do you mean? Who are they supporting? You? They want to kill you.
No, yeah. But right now, because I think that one of the only ways to get Israel to transform is by Western powers pressuring Israel. If they could assist me in my goal in getting Western powers to pressure Israel, then we share a goal. Now, I don't think these forces that want to kill me, I don't think they have enough power to convince the United States to bomb Israel or destroy Israel. I don't think that's on the table. What I think is on the table is for the United States to need to take a more measured approach, to say, okay, we now need to balance whatever pressure we have from our corporate interests and our donors, but also from the masses that are not going to accept us being blindly supportive of Israel, and we'll need to take a more measured approach to Israel-Palestine.
Can I ask you about this?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I wanted to ask you. I was watching your episode with Shale Ben Ephraim. I think it was 3 weeks ago, so I might be wrong on the timeline.
Yeah, but interesting, just something about that interview or that conversation I had with him. Hours after we had that conversation, he renounced Zionism, which was which was interesting.
That's what I was going to ask you about, because I
don't take credit for it, but it was right after. Yeah.
Well, that's what I was going to ask about, because you said to him, "Welcome to the." This is triggering for me. You said, welcome to the right side of history.
Did I say that?
Yeah, and it wasn't clear if you were saying that if he had renounced Zionism, and then you said that. So I was wondering, but are you an anti-Zionist?
No, I don't. I don't identify as an anti-Zionist, and I don't identify as a Zionist either.
Right.
I think first of all, the term Zionism is entirely counterproductive because it means something completely different to Zionists and to anti-Zionists. We say Zionism is just our right to Jewish self-determination on our ancestral homeland, but Palestinians, for good reason, are looking at Zionism as what it's meant to them. Palestinians don't just reject Jewish self-determination.
Right.
They're rejecting self-determination in the form of oppression, disposition, and mass killing. Their experience with Zionism has been horrific,
Right.
so that's what they view as Zionism. So, and this comes back to my conversation with Brian Cox. I think when we get caught on debate on terminology, we're not actually talking about the implications of what's going on and what the actual solutions are. So I just don't find it to be a useful term. So I don't identify as a Zionist in that sense, but what does anti-Zionist mean? I do support Jewish self-determination. I just think Jewish self-determination can't be oppressive to another group of people. I don't think our freedom can come at the expense of another population's freedom. So I like to focus on how do we build the systems and institutions that govern the land that can protect all of our rights, whether that's having shared institutions that we all share, which would look like something like one state, which I'm skeptical of, or we have separate institutions that protect our rights. So I think that's a better way to look at it. One state, two state, federation, confederation. I like having these conversations, but even those are more abstract concepts. Let's talk about what institution can protect us on the land. We have a right to live here, and we have a right to be safe. Palestinians have a right for their own self-determination and a right to be equal if we're all living together. So that's how I like to look at it. So,
Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, go ahead.
So, but can you tell me what is your ideal? If you were king, what would the system be? Are you like into this confederation thing, or?
Yeah, I would. First of all, if I was in charge, I would bring together a panel of a lot of very smart people. I would acknowledge that, as much as I think I know, there's a lot of perspectives and insight and knowledge that I currently don't have. So I would bring together a very diverse group of people and start to come up with different plans. And the way I see it now, I do think federation or confederation are two of the best solutions. And a confederation is a version of two states, and a federation is a version of one state.
Can you explain it just briefly?
Yeah. So confederation would essentially be two states, but it would be with a lot of cooperation, kind of like the European Union is a confederation. It's different countries, but they have trade agreements, free travel, which I do recognize needs to come with security, but free travel, open borders. It's shared economies, shared systems, shared security cooperation. I like that solution. I like that solution better than two states because I think it's more likely to ensure peace between our states than if we're two separate states competing over resources, competing over strength and power.
How does the army work? So let's say this confederation model, Iran was going for a nuke.
Mm-hmm.
Who decides whether to preemptively attack Iran?
I mean, the confederation model, there would be the IDF would still exist, and Palestinians would have the right to build a security force. And but ideally, you would have some kind of a shared security force as well, because I think the more shared institutions we have, the more cohesive the societies become, and our alliance becomes. Because we need to understand, even in two states, we still very much 20% of Israel are Israeli citizens or Palestinian, and it's very likely that in a future Palestinian state there are going to be Jews living there. In an ideal situation, I think Jews should be able to live in their ancestral homeland in Palestine. So it would be you would have two militaries, and perhaps a shared a shared security apparatus. Any more questions about that?
Yeah, I do. So is it one vote? So what does everybody vote
No,
for?
there would be two separate governments.
Okay.
There'd be two
Now,
separate government. Yeah.
so let's say the Palestinian government says we want to let in 5 million Arabs or Palestinians, refugees from Lebanon, Syria. How does that work?
They could decide the immigration policy for their state.
So they could, let's just say, I don't know, what would the population of this Palestinian Federation be? Like, how big would it?
Confederation? So I mean, these fine details, I could come up with these fine details on the spot, but I do want to acknowledge that this is not something that,
right.
I don't sit and try to work out the details.
Right.
I'm trying to come with like big vision
Right,
plans that
right,
we need to
right.
work towards. But
Well,
the state would be something along 67 borders. Jerusalem should be a shared capital, right? It could be a shared capital, the capital of Palestine and Israel. I think that's a beautiful concept. That's where our shared security apparatus primarily is. It's in Jerusalem. So if Palestinians want to, whatever immigration policy they decide for their state, that would be their decision. And I do think Israel, as a good faith measure, should allow immigration for, if a Palestinian wants to move to Israel proper, then Israel should create a pathway for that to happen.
okay. All right. So just to be clear, in this system, the Palestinian state could say, all of the millions of it's disputed. They call them Palestinian refugees, even though some of them were born in those countries. But all those Palestinians in Lebanon and Jordan, they said, okay, we're bringing them all into our Palestinian. Let's say that's, I don't know, 5 million people, almost the size of the amount of Jews. Okay, that would be allowed, and suddenly overnight they've added 5 million people to their population.
I mean, I don't think that they would want to do that because you can't reasonably absorb that many people.
But they'd be allowed to do that.
Yeah, we wouldn't decide what they're.
That's insane. Yeah, that's insane.
Why? That's their country.
So, but I mean, if they like have this huge population, and you said it's open borders too?
No, so open borders is something that will need to be worked towards after years of trust building and security, right? No matter what solution, and I think this is something many on the left refuse to acknowledge, there's no solution Israel can implement that won't lead to some amount of violence. So the status quo will continuously lead to more violence. A one-state solution will lead to some amount of violence, and so would a two-state solution. Likely, we can't know for certain, but I see violence any path we take. We just need to know how to deal with that violence and work together, both sides, to minimize it. Over the years, the idea is to root out all extremist elements of society and be able to create more and more trust building measures and less checkpoints and a more open border. You can't have an open border overnight, but we could certainly get there.
Do you really think there's any prospects that the Israeli public would agree to a system where theoretically, the amount of Arabs in the West Bank, whatever you want to call it, could be like tripled in like 5 years?
I don't think that I think Israelis have a demographic concern, but I think that concern is for the most part mitigated if we are existing under two different political structures and not competing for political control. In terms of, if you double the population of Palestine, does that pose an increased existential risk to Israel? I don't think most Israelis have that fear. The existential risk comes with, if Palestinians can build a superior military force to Israel, that will create the existential fear. But that doesn't come from numbers. That comes from jets and tanks and all this stuff. And we have such a large advantage over a future Palestinian army with their might, that it's not. No, I don't think that will give them great fear.
So
Yeah,
there's
United saying, and we have nukes, but I
so
don't.
there's
Yeah,
there's estimate was it 3 million Palestinians in Jordan.
but also, wait real quick. I do want to say I don't think that this is such a relevant hypothetical either, because like a Palestinian state is going to have their own shit that they need to figure out. You might have infighting, you might have instability. It's going to take time for them to be a thriving state. The idea that they're going to want to have massive amount of immigration is very unlikely.
Seriously, I mean, this is
Yeah,
one of their core demands: right of
yeah,
return.
correct.
Right
No,
of return, not something where they say, "No, we'll decide which
yeah,
Palestinians
yeah,
can
no.
come back."
But wait, it's very different when you're demanding a right of return into Israel, where Israel needs to deal with the consequences of mass immigration. If they're moving in a Palestinian state, they need to pay the consequences for mass immigration, and it's a very different consideration. They would look at it completely differently.
It may be, but I think there's no way you could sell this to the Israeli.
Oh, I actually don't think this is what would. I don't think the immigration into Palestine would be the concern.
What
I
do you
think
think it
it's
would be?
I think it's Palestine building an army and launching attacks
Mm-hmm.
from Palestine would be the
Yeah.
concern. Yeah.
Oh, can we talk about that? Because I used to
Yeah,
be
but do you want to hear federation? Because I think
sure,
that's also,
sure,
let's just present that. So
sure.
federation would be a form of one state. Now, one state in the traditional sense, we often hear the Western leftists say one secular democratic state for all people, which is funny because most Palestinians don't. That's not the solution they want either. That's kind of a Western construct that is being imposed on the Palestinians. It's also, I don't think, would work, because when you have two populations that are similar in size with such levels of fear, mistrust, and hate competing over demographic and political control, it'll likely lead to violence. So a federation solves these problems. A federation is kind of how the United States has many states within it, how Switzerland has many cantons within it. In fact, from what I've understood, 40% of the world's population currently lives in federated systems. So a federation would essentially be one state, but you could also look at it as like a 20-state solution. The land would be split up into smaller cantons, giving a lot more local autonomy, so these smaller cantons can decide how they want to govern. This also can ease some of the tensions between the ultra-Orthodox and secular Israelis, that tension that's currently existing. And the government would be, let's say, structured in a way that it's by default 50% Palestinian, 50% Jewish. So there can't be one side dominating the other politically. You have this kind of 50-50 parliament, and then you would need a constitution and a system of checks and balances that really protect the rights of all people. I think this can also work. I think it might be a little bit less feasible than something like a confederation, but I think it is an interesting solution that should be explored and should be part of our conversation and collective consciousness.
How do you make a decision like striking Iran's nuke facilities if it's guaranteed 50-50? How would that work?
Well, I mean, if you look at public opinion within, like, Jewish public opinion, Palestinian public opinion, it's very diverse. So I don't think 50-50, you're going to have a complete split on every issue. I think you can get some Palestinians who would agree to a strike and some Jews that might not agree to a strike. So I don't think you're going to have a deadlock across the board. So that's one thing. And another thing is that the existing prime minister can have veto power. There's many ways to structure it, right? But I don't think we should see this in terms of everything will go down to a complete partisan split down the middle.
Yeah, wait, yeah. So who's the executive if it's 50-50?
People would vote on who the executive is.
The 50-50 this new Knesset would vote on who the executive
No,
is,
no.
or
I mean, well, there's different ways to structure, right? You could say it's more of a representative democracy. You vote. It could even be you vote for the leader of your canton, and then your canton has a representative in the Knesset, and then they can decide who the executive is. Or you could have kind of like in the United States, you pick your senator, you pick your congressman, and you pick your executive, and they each play a different role, creating the system of checks and balances. But there's probably near infinite iterations of how this structure could look like, right? It's,
I, yeah, I think it probably it's interesting. It's worth thinking about. I think the problem is probably like external security threats. That there'd be like difficulty in address. I haven't heard many Palestinians supporting the Israeli strike on Iran. Have you?
No, they see Iran as their ally and Israel as their enemy. So clearly they're going to support that. But if we have a shared system, you could see that there will clearly be a greater alignment of incentives, and external security threats, you would hope, are going to be concerning to both sides. Maybe they won't be concerning to both sides equally, but they're concerning to both sides. And I'll tell you, we do have data on this already. If you look at Israeli Arab support for the Iran strike, it is less than the average Jewish support for the Iran strike, but it's greater than the average Palestinian support. So you do see, when you have a shared society, there's a greater alignment of interests and incentives. And real quick, I do see, just to address a comment, Asaf is saying that that I have a bong back here that's visible. There's no bong, my guy. That's the Wi-Fi router. But I appreciate you looking out. And if it was, yeah, all good. Let the
I mean,
bong.
but
Yeah.
you seriously see a future where like the Sinwars and Yair Netanyahu are like, hey, how are we going to deal with the Iranian threat? I mean, they're so from their point of view.
First of all,
yeah.
I just don't even think the Iranian threat is nearly as relevant the second that there's a solution to the conflict that's found. I think what gives our enemies energy is the fact that that there's still sympathy for the Palestinian cause. Interestingly, Ahmadinejad, the president, is he the president again? He was the past president.
No, he's not.
No, but he was almost the president again, right?
I think he might have ran.
Yeah. So the president, he, in an interview, I think it was in 2015, they asked him what solution he supports for Israel Palestine, and he said he would support the colonizers going back to where they came from, but ultimately would support whatever solution Palestinians agree to. Now, again, he's not the Ayatollah, but it was interesting to hear him say that. But to think that we can have a peace agreement with the Palestinians and then Iran still has this desire to destroy us, I don't buy that, or I don't think that's likely. And I also don't think they pose a threat to the level of many Israelis and Jews believe they pose. I think that's also something that is.
No, they just call you a cancer that they're going to wipe out, and they want nukes.
No,
that's no big deal,
No, well,
probably won't do it.
They have their rhetoric is certainly unkind and certainly threatening, but there's a very big difference between threatening rhetoric and the actual ability to do so.
But Hitler's just calling the Jews vermin, but he's not going to put them in camps or anything. I mean, right?
Well, that's actually interesting because wait, hold on. I mean, Iran has the second largest Jewish population in the entire Middle East after Israel, so they're not putting their Jews in camps.
Well,
and interestingly, I actually discovered this. Did you know that? And maybe someone can fact check me on this, but a friend who I actually really trust gave me this tidbit of information. But maybe someone wants to look it up. Jews in Iran are overrepresented in parliament.
Okay, so you're saying you're claiming the Iranian regime is not anti-Semitic?
Well, they're definitely anti-Zionist, and I imagine that they harbor some amount of anti-Semitic sentiment. But trying to sum up an ideology as simple as they hate Jews or not. I don't.
You know
simple.
the official position of the Iranian regime is that they lament the Nazis lost World War II, right?
No, I'm not. You want to share more about that?
Yeah. You know they have Holocaust denial conferences
Oh yeah, I've seen
with
that. I've
David
seen that.
Duke.
Yeah, and I think
Does
even
that
some
sound anti-Semitic too?
yeah, and I think some Naturi Karta even
Mhm.
showed up to that.
Mhm. Is David
I'm
Duke
not. Wait, hold
anti-Semitic?
on. But just so we stay on topic, I'm not here
Yeah.
making the case that the Iranian government is this peace-loving nation and there's no problems with them. I just don't think
Okay.
their threat is as serious as we make it out to be,
Let's
and I don't think they're purely evil. We kind of
let's
have we have this thing where we like to see our enemies as acting from a place of pure evil, and then we act from a place of pure virtue. I think it's far more complicated than that.
I don't think it's that complicated when a government for 30 years says death to Israel. Israel's a cancer. Israel's a tumor that we will remove. I don't think it's that complicated when they have a literal countdown clock in the middle of Tehran that is titled the Countdown to the Destruction of Israel Clock. That
yeah, and how are they
black
going
and white.
destroy Israel?
Maybe I don't know. They could set up militias in Lebanon, parts of Iraq, Yemen, that fire ballistic missiles at your airport and have plans to invade Israel. I mean, but that's hypothetical. I'm sure they would never do that. They've never actually. Oh, they did do that. Okay.
Yeah, but no. Again, I don't. We could go back and forth.
Yeah, right. Can I talk about the Palestinians?
Wait, hold on. I just want to.
Yeah.
I want to. Because I fact check what I said. So interestingly, they technically are overrepresented in parliament, but it's tricky to say that because they have one seat. There's 290 seats, and they have one seat reserved for the Jewish minority. So that makes up 0.3% of the seats, and they're only 0.01% of the population.
What's the relevance?
No. I just wanted to make sure that I'm giving accurate information. But wait, here's the thing. I also don't. I think that countries and people are far more self-interested and focused on self-preservation, and also amenable to change than we give them credit to. So we have seen even Iran change in the past years. We saw them willing to negotiate with the United States for with a nuclear nuclear agreement, which they signed under Obama. We've seen them in recent years start building ties with the UAE, an ally of Israel and of the West. So we're actually seeing Iran start to build ties with U.S. allies. To think that we can't build on this and find a way to invite Iran into the West, and especially if we can solve the conflict with the Israel-Palestine conflict while inviting them to the West, I don't think that they're so ideologically driven to be anti-West for eternity. And
wait. When you say we, do you mean Israel having ties with Iran?
Yeah, I think that's within the realm of possible. Sure.
Really?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. We literally, the West just spent 20 years fighting Al-Qaeda only to normalize ties with Al-Qaeda when they took over Syria. I don't accept this thing that you don't negotiate with terrorists and you don't make peace with your enemies. History is filled with us making peace with our enemies. We all often say our neighbors will never accept us. The majority of our neighbors have accepted us.
So death to Israel for 40 years, and then a few years from now, they're going to say, actually, we're friends with Israel. We're friends with Israel now.
The entire Iranian leadership, they're in like their 70s. The next generation is going to very well may look different.
If we have a different regime, sure.
No. But again, you don't need a completely different regime because every iteration of a regime looks slightly different, and there's always an opportunity to build ties. This whole idea that you can't build ties with a current enemy. You had France and Germany fought for like hundreds of years. only to eventually. You can't even
Okay,
imagine France and Germany
I
fighting
see
now.
your point. If you're saying
Wait,
that,
wait,
like,
wait, hold on.
yeah,
We literally, when Iran was shooting ballistic missiles at Israel, Jordan and Saudi Arabia were shooting
yeah,
them down.
right,
We
right,
have
right.
security cooperation with most of our neighbors.
Things can change. I agree.
Of
Okay,
course, and
so
wait, real quick. And part of us being able to change things is recognizing that they can change. That doesn't mean changing them is easy, but let's start by recognizing that things can definitely change.
listen. If your point is that the supreme leader dies, and let's say like his son takes over, and he surprises everyone, and he gives a speech that's sort of nice to Israel, and maybe Israel should try to pursue that. Sure, hypothetically, if that situation, but as is, the Iranian regime is based on basically hating Israel. That's like the core of the thing. But can we talk about Palestinians for a second?
Yeah. I just to address some comments.
Yeah.
So Mokid just says Adar Julani spent years transforming his platform. Yeah, that's fine. I'm talking about a process that will take years. I don't think, again, this whole idea that that terror organizations can't reform, that governments can't reform, and the same argument you all are pushing right now, that the only way to have peace with Iran is for the regime to fall. Is the same exact argument anti-Zionists make, saying there's no way to transform Israel for it to be a government that we could accept. This is the same anti-Zionist argument that says Zionism is irredeemable. So I don't accept that argument from both directions. They're both changeable. And again, the PLO used to be more extreme than Hamas. We've now had security cooperation with the PLO for 20 years. And they recognize Israel's right to exist in '89. The majority, the Arab League has presented the Arab Peace Initiative on multiple occasions, which recognizes Israel's right to exist. This is new.
Right.
We've normalized
I understand.
Okay, yeah. So
can I just? Sorry.
Yeah.
Did I cut you off?
Let's go back.
Can I ask you about Palestinians?
Yeah. Let's go back to Israel Palestine because I'm more interested.
Yeah. So this idea of the Confederation and the Palestinians and Israelis working together to establish a common foreign policy, common, that they'll see the same foreign threats. What is the? I mean, for instance, there was an interesting Guardian video series that this journalist Matthew Cassell just made called Along the Green Line. I'm not sure if you've seen it.
No.
It's very interesting. He just talked to Israelis and Palestinians who live on opposite sides of the green lines. And there were Israelis, of course, that said radical, the usual kind of Ben Gvir stuff. But there was the same thing, even more with the Palestinians. This lady said, they're settlers and they have to go back to where they came from. They have to go. Where is this? I think it's true what Annette Wolf says. Like, they are pretty clear about what they want, what they think. Do you? Let me ask this question, sincere. Do you hear a lot of any Gazans saying, we've learned from this October 7th, what the disaster came after. We just want to live next to Israel in peace now. Have you heard that?
Well, interestingly, right when you asked that, we have a Gazan viewer said yes. Yeah. Gazans just want to be free. So, are many Palestinians clear in their aspiration to rid the land of Jews? Yes. It's also very normal to want to get rid of your enemy. The majority of Jewish Israelis today support ethnically cleansing Palestinians. People use this stat to show that Jewish Israelis are irredeemable and we need to be de-radicalized or removed from the land because of how extreme we are. But the reason we want to rid the land from Palestinians is because we think that's the best solution to ensure our security. Palestinians feel a similar way. Right now, we both support ethnically cleansing each other. This makes sense given the fact that we've been in conflict for 100 years. Public sentiment changes very fast when you change the conditions on the ground. We saw that during Oslo, you had a majority of Palestinians supporting 2 states. Now it's the minority, at least the minority of West Bank Palestinians, because they've lost hope. They've seen that cooperation with Israel does not lead to their sovereignty. But in Gaza, interestingly, in the 2 years since October 7th, the past few polls have shown the majority of Gazans now do support 2 states. So conditions, environmental conditions, are extremely important to determining what sentiment is. When you're in conflict with the population and you see no hope for peace with them, it's very natural to want to get rid of them. So we need to create systems. We need to create an environment that is conducive towards peace. And right now we create conditions that are conducive towards radicalization, that lead to violence. That's what the status quo does.
I used to be much closer to your position.
I'm sorry you've lost hope.
Well, how many of those Palestinians though want? There's a caveat. Do they want 2 states as an end state? That's very important. Also, you know what changed my mind? I've been to Israel, but have you ever flown around Google Earth, like with the forward key?
Back in the day, right when it came out in
3D in 3D mode.
No, this was in the early 2000s. That tech blew my mind back in the early 2000s.
Well, one thing that really changed my view on 2 states was just looking. I did 3D mode of the border of what would be the Palestinian state. It would be 5 miles from Ben Gurion Airport with the high ground looking down on Ben Gurion. Yeah. And I just looked at it and I flew it and I just thought, I mean, the weakest Hamas rocket goes like 6 miles, I think. A child could, hit Ben Gurion Airport. I don't think that the 2 state, I think you could modify it. You might be interested, actually. You won't believe this. I've invented a 2 state model that no one else has ever come up with. I'm the inventor of the expanded Gaza 2 state solution. This isn't a joke. It would never happen, but basically, I think a 2 state solution that wouldn't be dangerous to Israel, that Israelis would actually maybe consider, would be to basically triple the size of Gaza, extend it south, give away a lot of Israeli land, have Israel spend billions of dollars building new infrastructure, new homes. And then also they could have their own port and control it, and their own airport and could control it, and their own military potentially. Okay. And control their borders, unlike the other model. But then in exchange, it would be some kind of system where they basically have to give up the West Bank, but not everybody would have to leave there. It would be like Israel would pay, they could get $6 million, then go to the expanded Gaza, a new home. They could take $9 million, go to emigrate to Canada or whatever. Or they could stay, but they'd have to relinquish, some kind of thing. Anyways, just I came up with that. Anyways, they would never go for it.
I'm a big solutions guy. For me, I'm big on solutions, but also not super dogmatic. So a solution that is both people would willingly buy into without needing to be coerced, I would support. If it can ensure security and give them their sovereignty or their equality, sure.
Can I ask you a question? Why? Because I'm just amazed that Israel ever agreed to the basic sort of 2 state map as far as that area right by the Ben Gurion Airport, the high ground. I'm just shocked that because I think maybe if you change that area, maybe it could work. But I think the current map where they have all the high ground above Ben Gurion is insane.
Sure, but currently we're not talking about any solutions. That's the
Right,
problem.
right.
We have a government that for over a decade has refused to negotiate with any party, any party, not the PA, not Hamas. And we just maintain a status quo that is inherently oppressive and hoping it'll one day figure itself out. But the current status quo are conditions that lead to radicalization and that will continuously lead to violence. And so getting into like the
Right,
details
right, 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 right.
and get into the details, I think
Right.
there's we often lack creativity in solutions, and you see that there's two main solutions. It's well, I guess there's a few, but they're all super simplistic and not sophisticated,
Right.
right? Two states, we don't really get into the details. We don't see why two states hasn't worked yet and what we can do to make it work. One secular democratic state, no one's really getting into the nuances of, people just propose that without trying to understand why that won't work. And then there's the camp on both sides saying one population needs to leave. So right now we're not even having the right conversations on solutions, and that's kind of what I want the shift to be.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, let me just respond to
Sorry,
one
sorry,
comment.
sorry.
And guys, I see there's a lot of comments. We can't get to all of them, but if anyone wants to throw a super chat, we'll prioritize that. But Moked, you say when they say they want two states, do they mean one with the Jewish majority and one Palestinian majority? So again, right now, what they say is not as important as I think we think it is. Neither is what we say. Do not take the words of traumatized people in conflict that seriously. Our ideological beliefs are way more shallow than I think people think they are. And what we say we want now, or what we say we'll agree to, can very easily be changed if you change conditions. And there's a very easy change in conditions. It's not even a change in a system and institution. It's simply presenting a plan that gives people hope in a better future. That alone, if you could compel people on a plan that has buy-in from both sides, that gives hope, that alone will change public opinion. And then you start to do different peace-building measures and start building shared institutions. To think that what they say today, while they've been literally oppressed by us by 100 years, we should understand that those views can very quickly change given a change in opinions. And for those who believe that Jewish Israelis are irredeemable, I say the same exact thing to you. Both our populations can change with the change in conditions on the ground.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm not closed off to what you just said. In fact, I think that might be, if we could get in a time machine, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, me, you, go 20 years to the future and then come back. I think there's a chance that we would all agree that we should go the Adar lefty route, because like I said, there's a right-wing path to Israel's destruction, and maybe the isolation kills it. And so whether Israel likes or not, they should absolutely try to rebuild its relationship with the Democrats, try to change its image, finally sort of swerved in that left direction for a change. So I'm not opposed to that, even though I highly doubt. I do think the Palestinians just want to conquer all of Israel, but I'm not closed off to that, what you're saying, at all.
Right, but wouldn't you also agree that you have currently a majority of Israelis that want the whole land to be Israel?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So
Can I?
We're more alike than we are different. Let's
Can
start
I?
with that acknowledgement.
Can I ask this question? And this is an honest question that I've been thinking about. I wonder if the Occam's razor version of the Israel-Palestine, Israel-Arab conflict is this. The War of 1948 was fought, okay? And then the problem is that, unlike World War II, unlike the partition of India and Pakistan, it was not decisively ended. And you could say it's the war in 1948 and 1967, creating, I really wonder, and sort of a horrible, it might just be a horrible, brutal truth. Was it just a fundamentally a mistake, in at least in 1967, to create these two limbo regions of Gaza and the West Bank, which are not, it's not clear what are they? They don't really have citizenship. And did that, I suspect that just sort of has kept the 1948 war on this sort of like slow burner, that and maybe that war should have just been decisively, and it would have been brutal, just like they moved out millions of Germans out of Czechoslovakia, the Sudetenland, out of Poland after World War II. I wonder if I don't know, somehow if the Gazans had become Egyptians, if the West Bank Arabs had become Jordanian, if the war was more decisively ended without creating these limbo regions, it would have been more brutal at the time, but one could make an argument that it would have saved so much suffering and that this entire conflict could have been avoided, because the analogy, sorry. Yeah.
No. I think you're making a point that is likely true, but that doesn't justify it. So often, the simplest solution to our problems, and this is a problem we have as a species, the simplest and easiest to understand solutions are often the least moral and the most harmful. So had Israel ethnically cleansed every single Palestinian from the land, there likely would not be an Israel-Palestine conflict currently. So you could see that as, if we are purely self-interested and want what's purely best for us, that would have been the best solution at the time. If you look at this from a humanist perspective, and say everybody living on the land is equal and deserves equal rights, or at least we're holding them in equal regard when finding a solution, then there's no way to justify that as a viable solution. So it is true that the simplest solution is often the most the harshest. But Palestinians use a similar logic, trying to figure out one state, two states, how to construct this government. No. Destroy Israel, get rid of the Jews. We're wired for this simplicity. And if you look throughout history, history is filled with groups in conflict genociding one another. That has been our norm. We come from a very violent, we're the offspring of a very violent people who often did not share a common language that they could negotiate. So when we felt like it was us or them, those who succeeded in saying it's going to be us, we are their offspring. We are the offspring of murderous genociders. We have their DNA, and we now need to deal with that reality. But wait, just real quick. As we continue to evolve as a species, we need to reject our violent nature and try to build a world that works for all people. And thankfully today, we can speak a common language, and our minds in many ways are more sophisticated than ever before. And we don't need to resolve our conflicts through genocide or mass displacement. We can actually negotiate real and just solutions for both sides. So that's what I advocate.
Yeah, I'm not sure that a country that's, I think, probably the most continuously attacked, aggressed upon country, as far as Israel has been attacked. Every year of its existence. Basically, it hasn't known a year of peace from its neighbors. I'm not sure if that country is obligated to be the world's moral leader in peaceful evolution of states. I think that country is justified to focus on preserving itself from the main people who want to wipe it off the map. But let me ask you this: two things. One is, do you think in human history that there are sometimes situations where there simply is no, I'd put it this way, no nice Peter Beinart, nice NPR liberal listener option? There's only bad, brutal options.
You're asking me if I think that that's the reality, that there's
No,
only
do you think that's ever the case? Just sometimes in history, like for instance, war in 1948, and the Jews had to decide. Can we
I think
really? Yeah.
I want to be open-minded and honest enough to acknowledge that there very well may be situations where the best or only solution is one of violence. But I think we're often, for reasons I described, much too quick to see those as the good solutions. And if we're ever going to justify violence, we should first exhaust all other options. And I don't think we have nearly exhausted all other options. I think we've barely scratched the surface in terms of exhausting all other options. We've had an attempt here and there. I know that the pro-Israel narrative is we keep trying and they reject it. No, we don't keep trying. We need to recognize that what the accomplishment of Zionism was the mass migration of Jews from Europe, creating a state of their own on land that was inhabited by other people. This dynamic of mass migration, replacing and displacing a local population, we have many instances of this throughout history. And we like to say, yeah, but we are indigenous. Yeah, but we legally bought the land. Like we have these, we like to try to debate this on terminology, but there's a very basic dynamic. Mass migration of a foreign population coming to a land and claiming for their own, 100% of the times that this has happened throughout history has been met with rejection and violence.
So what? So what's your point?
I'll get there. Has been met with rejection and violence by the native population. So while we try to frame this and be like, we accepted partition and they rejected it. No shit, they rejected it. Like that should have been expected. And I think many of the Zionists at the time understood that it would be rejected. But so we need to accept that, understand that rejection is to be expected and acceptance requires immense work. We have not done that immense work. We just keep expecting them to accept us. And when they don't, we continue to impose conditions on them that are likely to lead to more violence. So we don't recognize how big of an accomplishment it was that the PA recognized the right to exist and that we've had security cooperation with them for decades. This is progress that needs to be built upon. But our baseline is saying, blindly accept us, and if you don't, we will oppress you until you decide to accept us. That's not good. That's likely not going to work. So wait. So real quick, I just want us to acknowledge how much effort it will require, and I think we've made progress, but we've barely scratched the surface and really putting in the effort to get acceptance from a population that has been displaced by us and whose land was taken by us to accept us. We need to do the work, and we're not doing the work, but it is possible. It's definitely possible.
But it's 70 years later. Let me just ask you, not rhetorical. Yeah. How many Palestinians that actually live in Gaza or the West Bank do you hear say, you know what, I'm tired of this stuff. We just want to have our state next to Israel. We just want to live in peace. We just want to build up our state next to Israel as an end state. How many? Can you list some of these people?
Well, right now, recent polling shows the majority of Gazans do support that. Now, we can speculate as to what percentage support that as a first step to then continue to fight. This is purely speculative because there isn't polling on this, but and I do genuinely believe, so I think we'd agree that some number of Palestinians that currently recognize Israel's right to exist are seeing that as just step one. Let's get a state and then continue fighting. But I don't think that given a sovereign state where they have a sense of justice and we're building cooperation between these states, that they're going to actively decide to ruin that all through continued war with Israel. I just don't. I know we like to think we're like, oh, but we disengaged from Gaza and then they attacked us. That disengagement from Gaza was not peace because we put them under a brutal siege once they decided to democratically elect their government
and fire rockets.
Well, we tried to replace that government through a coup. which push them to consolidate power. And then we put them under a brutal siege, and we're like, oh, wait, what do you mean? Why don't you love us?
You really think Israel made Hamas want to wipe out Israel?
No. Hamas wanted to, but Israel did not take many opportunities to try to build ties with them. Hamas on many occasions has reached out to Israel to negotiate a truce. When they got elected, they offered a 10-year truce with Israel. And there were some unfavorable terms to that truce. And there were even some that were talking about a 50 years armistice. But the 10-year truce is what was proposed. Instead of sitting at the negotiating table and trying to achieve a 10-year truce, we outright rejected and put a brutal siege on them. If you already have a 10-year truce, that's an opportunity to extend it to a 20-year truce. The second year you have a 20-year truce, a generation has passed, and you already begin to forget what you're fighting about, and to think that after 20 years of peace and calm with a nation where you start building ties, that they're going to ruin it all and engage in war. Is it possible? Sure. But I don't think we should.
What were they going to be teaching their kindergartners in school during those 20 years? They were going to be teaching them, you're not from here. You belong in Israel proper. That's the core of the ideology, right?
It's possible, yes, but it's also it's hard to know how different their education would be given a truce, and not if they were living under a brutal siege where every few years we mow the lawn by maybe wait, but hold on. We can negotiate and say we're willing to do this 10-year truce, but we want to be able to influence the education system, or we have demands over the education system. That's the point of negotiation, right? And you don't get everything you want in negotiation, but to not even try, you're ensuring violence.
Let me ask you, like 5 years ago, when people were saying, we should issue more work permits to the Gazans, because then they'll rely on us, they'll be generating income. What was your opinion on that?
I think it was a good move on Netanyahu's part. I think there's some kind of the right idea to do that. But at the end of the day, if you don't give somebody peaceful means to achieve their political goals, then violence will almost always ensue. So it is a good step to try to have this economic cooperation, but it's not enough.
Okay. Last thing on two states, and then I would like to get to the present situation. Sure. I did an experiment with ChatGPT, which of course could be totally off, but I gave it a hypothetical situation where there are two states. There's Israel-Palestine, okay? Let's say that happens in 2030. And I said, let's say in 2032, Palestine does a massive attack on Israel. They kill 14,000 Israelis. They destroy the airport. Okay. Israel repels them. They win the war. They don't take any of the Palestinian land at all. And I said, okay, and then let's say 2036, there's another Palestinian attack, but this time they kill 40,000 Israelis, and they get much further in. But Israel ultimately wins. They don't take any of the Palestinian land. And I said, let's say in 2039, Palestine attacks again. They kill 1 million Israelis. It could go either way, but miraculously Israel survives, let's say. And I said, if Israel takes a 1-inch buffer zone of that Palestinian state, is that against international law? And said yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's actually true. Isn't that sort of crazy?
I don't focus heavily on legal arguments, more so moral and just what a pragmatic path forward could look like. But from my understanding, you are allowed to take land in a defensive war. What we're not allowed to do, so this is my understanding of international law. Israel was legally allowed to take the West Bank, but we are not legally allowed to move our citizens in there and maintain a two-tiered system. So if we just simply held it for security and we're working towards progressing a solution, then that would be okay according to international law. But building these settlements and having the settlers have a certain privilege over the Palestinians living there, that's where we're not abiding by international law. But again, the legal argument is
right.
I want law to reflect our moral progress, right? So I'm more
Right.
interested in trying to do my small part to progress morality and having then the law reflect that.
Okay, so can I quickly, because I want to move to something. We didn't talk about the title, why I think the anti-Israel movement doesn't actually believe they're genocide allegation. Now, I honestly, I really reject sort of, I'm not going to say you're playing a game with what your genocide definition, but I think you sort of are, because there's like 90% of people on the street have one understanding of genocide. It's like here's an analogy. It's like if the technical definition of slaughter was to kill or injure a large group, let's say technically, and then like there was some attack and 400 Palestinians like got their legs really wounded, but none of them died. And then somebody said, "Oh, that was the slaughter of the 15th of August." That would be fundamentally dishonest because nobody died, even though technically, in the fine print, I guess maybe you could classify it. But if you went up to 90% of the people on the street and said, "What is a slaughter?" they'd say, "Oh, it's when you kill people," right? And so I think the real definition, when people are saying Israel's guilty of genocide, most people's understanding is, what is genocide? It's you go into that village and you kill them all. You get the men, you line them up, you shoot them through the head. Okay, that's you're trying to wipe them out, basically, is the general understanding. Okay, but I don't even need to rely on that. I'm going to do it this way. Let's say your family's in Israel, right?
Yeah, my entire extended and immediate family.
Okay.
As well as myself currently. Yeah.
Right. So let's say in 5 years, we do a one-state solution in Israel. There's an Arab majority. It doesn't go well. And I tell you, in 7 years, there's going to be a genocide going on against Israeli Jews within this one state, including your family. And I tell you that the Jews in that state are gathered by the borders of Lebanon, and that over half of them want to leave this one state thing. Would you be urging the state of Lebanon to open its border to your family?
Yeah, for sure. The same
way. You'd be demanding that, right? Protests and stuff. Okay. So tell me why. Almost no. I really haven't found any example of any of the people who scream that Israel is doing a genocide. Emma Vigeland, Matt Leck, Omar Bartov. I don't Shale Ben Ephraim. Why aren't they ever demanding Egypt open the border to Gazans?
You're saying the pro-Palestine camp?
The people who say this is a genocide in Gaza. Why aren't they urging, like the Jews urged the U.S. government, the USS St. Louis, let the German Jews in? Why aren't they doing that?
I'll tell you why. And it took me a while to fully understand this. Most pro-Palestine activists care more about Palestine than they do Palestinians. So the mass displacement of Gazans will be good for Palestinian people. It'll save lives, but they know that they will not be able to return, or they assume they won't be able to return. So it'll essentially be a defeat for Palestine. And I actually think Hamas views things similarly. They're willing to sacrifice their people for their greater goal. So that's where it comes from. And I actually don't think that is entirely unique, right? While I do think that we would be demanding somebody open their borders, I think many in the pro-Israel camp would be willing to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of our own in order for us to stand our ground and not be entirely ethnically cleansed. So for example, let's say the situation was we now need to sacrifice 5 to 10% of the Israeli population, but that will allow us to hold our land. Many Israelis would say that's a worthy sacrifice.
That's not how it works, though. There's no guarantee that if it's really Israeli genocide, how do they know that Israel would stop at 10, 15%?
Well, they don't, but they see that they have, they're continuing the resistance. So right now, we have had around 5% of the Palestinian population killed in 2 years. So many in the pro-Palestine camp are okay to continue to sacrifice Palestinians if it means that Gazan won't be ethnically cleansed forever. This is a sacrifice they're willing to take. And you could argue that this is not a good sacrifice, and I actually wouldn't disagree with you. I'm just explaining their position. They're willing to sacrifice Palestinians in order for Palestine to survive. And many Jews would do the same thing.
If you believe it, I mean, this is the proof. This is the proof. If you believe it's a genocide, they all could die. They all could be killed. Your family, your loved ones, these people you care about. That's why the Jews in America said, let these German Jews in. They didn't say,
wait, but hold on.
We can't let them in because Hitler's to blame. And we gotta make a point.
Look, so first of all, I do want to go back because you made one argument that I'm actually sympathetic towards. I think the best argument against calling this a genocide is people's perception of genocide is likely different from what's happening. But I also think that it's good that we have very harsh language to describe very harsh actions. So I don't object to the use of the term genocide, but I understand the argument saying when people hear genocide, they think that in the intention to exterminate an entire population. So I hear that argument. I think that when it comes to what people see is though actually happening in Gaza, they don't think the entire population is going to get killed. They see benefit to Palestinians staying there. Palestinians staying there ensures that land doesn't ensure, but it significantly increases the land.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm explaining their logic. You don't need to like.
Yeah, their logic is they're lying and they just want to call Israelis evil. That's the logic.
No, I don't think it's that. I think they care about the movement more than they care about life. But again, I don't think this is unique. I think many Jews would similarly agree to say if we need to stand our ground and stay in Israel, and we need to continue to fight and lose 25,000 people every year, but if we
25,000. That's not guaranteed. They all could be killed. It's a genocide.
No. Yeah, hold on. They all could be killed. But if we were in a situation where right now you had a rate of death that would lead to everybody being killed, people would feel very differently. If you right now had 10 to 20% of the Palestinian population being exterminated yearly, you very well might be seeing a different narrative. But if you have a situation where tens of thousands of Jews are dying every year in Israel, and them leaving in mass would significantly increase the chance that Israel ceases to exist, many Jews would want them to stay in order for Israel to survive.
No, but
they see it as a worthy sacrifice to ensure the survival of the state. You don't need to agree with that, but that's
not how a genocide works. So first of all, let me just ask this: how many?
That's not. I actually. What's your definition of genocide, though?
It's trying to wipe a population out.
No, but that's not okay.
I know exactly. It's not legally. The legal deposition has this or in part thing. I think.
Wait, hold on, but that's relevant, right? That's relevant. Mm-hmm. So based on your definition of genocide, there is no genocide in Gaza. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I agree. But based on the legal definition of genocide and the academic definition, there plausibly is a genocide in Gaza.
Yeah, I think there's some real problems with the vague.
No,
Let me
that's
ask
fine,
you a question.
but we need to understand that when you say then there's no genocide in Gaza, that is based on your definition. So let's just agree on the definition.
How many people said that Russia's war in Chechnya in 2000 killed 100,000 people was genocide? How many?
Some academics
Zero.
consider hold on. If you look at genocides, well, that wasn't in the 21st century, was it? What year was that in? That was
2000.
in the 90s.
2000.
Oh, was it? No, wait.
Grozny was in 2000
Okay.
earlier.
So if we go to Wikipedia right now, because I did look, and look at genocides of the 21st century, that's listed as one of them. Now, I do agree that there wasn't a mass movement in the West to stop that from happening. So the average person isn't even aware of that mass killing of civilians, but there are academics that refer to that as genocide.
I think the real problems with the definition, real problems with that. But let me ask you this. How many German hostages were the Auschwitz Jews holding under the concentration camp?
So real quick, because Moked brings up a point that I actually agree with. He says, Adar, that's retarded. These people don't care about the legal definition. They use it for propagandistic purposes. I agree. Most people who use it they're even defining it more broadly than legal. So
they alleged it a week after October 7th. I mean, it's outrageous.
Hold on. You can't say they and talk about it in the entire pro-Palestine movement. Some people did. The number of people who call it genocide has consistently increased in the past 2 years. So it's not zero.
Okay, but large.
But just to make sense of this, so there's Daniel's definition of genocide, and this is the definition that many other Jews have, because our frame of reference for genocide is the Holocaust, and that is the deliberate extermination of a population. And hold on, it's not just Jews. Many people do consider it, when they think genocide, this is what they think. There's the legal definition, which interprets it more broadly, the academic version even more broadly, and then there's the colloquial version of it, which is even more broadly. So I think we do need to acknowledge that currently genocide, there's a broad spectrum of how it's being defined, and it creates confusion.
But I think it really is an insult to the Armenians. It really is an insult to Jews and other victims of real genocide to equate a hostage. This is a really quintessentially a hostage situation. I know you can say that Israelis don't care about the hostages, though I listened to the Times of Israel, 8,000 different Israeli podcasts. I listen to them talk every week, and I'll tell you, Adar, you know what they're talking about every week? They're not talking about, boy, we only killed 100 Palestinian Gazans this week. Those numbers are rookie numbers. We got to get that up to 700. They're talking about, how do we end the war? How do we destroy Hamas? How do we get the hostages back? They're saying we're tired of this. Okay? I mean, there are definitely
but we're not talking about Israel.
People who want to move all the people out. But anyways,
no, but wait. But we're not talking about Israeli public opinion. We're talking about the political establishment.
Okay.
But
this is such an insult to the Armenians and the Jews. To how many Turkish hostages were the Armenians holding? Did the Armenians attack Turkey and take all these? Did the Auschwitz Jews hold hostages under the camps? How many deals did they get to refuse?
Why? Hold on. This entire argument is based on attributing the actions of Hamas to the entire population. Let's say that there were a number of radical Jews who took Germans hostage and held them throughout the whole Holocaust. Would that in any way shape? No, again, this is a hypothetical. Let's say that happened. Would that in any way, shape, or form justify the Holocaust? No, that's not even a relevant.
But that's not what happened on October 7th. It wasn't just Hamas that came into Israel, and you know that.
Yeah, it was Hamas. It was Hamas and around 2,000 civilians.
Regular Gazans.
Yeah. What percent of the population is that?
Mm-hmm.
Like point. Okay. So what's the argument?
I'm saying it wasn't just Hamas. It was
that's fine. But we could say we are at war. We could hold a position that we are at war with Hamas and we are committing genocide against the Palestinian population. Those are not contradictory claims. I don't think because Hamas, I don't think because Hamas and Gazans hate us, therefore you could justify doing anything you want to them. If you want to make the case that what Israel is doing is different than the Holocaust, that is a very easily defensible case to make. And I would say people who are saying that this is a Holocaust, they're trying to draw a strong parallel between what's happening in Gaza and the Holocaust. And they're doing that because it's triggering and to be offensive. But genocide does not mean the Holocaust. It has a much broader term.
Even to Armenians, to the actual real ones, other than the Holocaust, it's so insulting. Do you think the Armenians, let's say they did take some Turk people hostage, let's say, and Turkey said, okay, listen, we'll stop, but you got to give back the hostages. You think they would have done it? Would the Auschwitz Jews have cut a deal to stop the gas chambers, or would they have negotiated for 18 months?
But Daniel, you're pointing to a difference, and I agree there's a difference, but that doesn't absolve Israel of the responsibility. All you're pointing to is the fact that Hamas doesn't care about their own people. I agree.
Absolve. I'm not saying absolve. If you want to say that Israel has done war crimes, okay, that's different. That's a totally different conversation. I'm saying this is not. It's really simple.
Yeah, but
it's a genocide. Okay, then why don't you give back the hostages? Do you want to live?
So wait. So Hamas will say, we don't care if you continue to kill our people. We took the hostages to negotiate the return, and we will give them back if you release prisoners and agree to end the bloodshed. Because it's also it's not. It's a false framing to say return the hostages in this ends. If they return the hostages tomorrow, Hamas will still stay in power and Israel will still stay in Gaza. Our demand is not release the hostages in this ends. It's we will not stop fighting until Hamas leaves power. But again, I don't see the relevance of this argument, nor do I think you're debating the right person, because I tell you that I'm super okay with them using the term genocide because I think it does. If you look at the definition and if you look at a growing consensus amongst not only human rights organizations, but academics and international lawyers who deal with this, there's a growing consensus that it is genocide. I don't
yet none of them asked Egypt to open the border.
But again, that doesn't mean if it's a genocide or not. That's not how a genocide is determined.
One definition of genocide, okay, and this might not be official, but it's really simple. A fifth grader could understand it, okay? If it's a true genocide, and you say there's a genocide happening to the Palestinians in Gaza, and if you actually believe that, then you must believe that everyone in that territory is in danger of being killed by the army you say is doing a genocide. Clear cut, you must actually believe that. And if you actually believe that, you must demand Egypt to open the border. And they never do that.
Daniel, you're telling people who are there's a logical fallacy where you use the same word with two different definitions. I don't remember what it's called. It's an association fallacy. What you're essentially saying is, if you say there's a genocide, people are saying that, then you believe that there's a deliberate attempt to exterminate every single Palestinian. You're using genocide in two different ways. Hold on. People are saying they're a genocide. Many of them are not defining it the way you're defining it. So you can't. That's not a coherent argument. I'm sorry.
But okay, so you disagree. So you don't think one measure of actually believing there's a genocide is that you believe the population in the territory you say is being genocided is at risk. Everyone there is at risk of, in some time that you don't know, of being killed. You don't think that's one definition of actually believing there's a genocide going on?
No, I mean, I think you're going to need to assess this on a case-by-case basis. You need to, like, when people say genocide, they mean different things. But I also don't understand who you're trying to argue, because my position is I am okay with people calling it a genocide. A, because there's a growing consensus amongst people who understand the term better than me who are calling it a genocide. B, I want us to have harsh language for harsh actions. I generally don't describe it as a genocide because I don't care for the debate on terminology, and I don't want to turn off Jews and Israelis who are very triggered by that term. So you should take up this argument with
Why
people.
do you say you support people using it? Wait, you say you do?
I am very okay with people describing what's happening in Gaza a genocide, because I think we need to use very harsh language to describe harsh actions. And what Israel's doing amounts to one of the worst atrocities of the 21st century. It's morally indefensible. And if people want to use
Okay.
harsh and triggering language to garner public support against what Israel's doing, I'm not going to object to that. But if you take issue with people calling this a genocide and are not calling for Egypt to open up their borders, go argue with those
Okay.
people.
Well, let me
Not
just.
you're
Okay.
asking me to defend people who I don't even know.
I'll
And just
move. I'll move in
yeah,
a second.
just real quick, because I do want to respond to a question that I think is relevant. ITS says most Gazans supported Hamas before October 7th. That, sure, supporting Hamas does not mean you lose your inalienable right to life and that you can be genocided. Most Israelis support what's happening in
Yeah.
Gaza.
Right.
Many in the pro-Palestine camp say, look, most Israelis support what's happening, and they believe there's no innocence in Israel, and they use a similar justification. In fact, most people in Gaza supported October 7th, but if you look at those polls, those same polls show that 90% of those responding to the polls believe that no war crimes were committed on October 7th, because that's how their media and government is presenting this to their
Right.
people.
Right.
Wait, I think there's one more thing. Mokiet says that they're the governing, Hamas is the governing body in Gaza. Yeah, for sure. I just don't see how that's relevant.
So I'll move off this genocide thing in 1 second, but I just want to, just so see if we're at all on the same page. Let's say this hypothetically. I say to you that the Jews of England, and let's say I have relatives there, they're Jewish. I say they are being currently genocided by the English government. Okay. And then you say to me, okay, do you want humanitarian assistance to the Jews of England? We got these UN trucks and people to help take care of them. And actually, the UK government says they'll let them in. And I said to you, no. What would that suggest? Would that suggest maybe I don't believe there's a genocide, actually?
I would say, like I already told you, you should ask people who hold that position and not me. I'm not sure.
I'm saying like one's actions. If I tell you my house is on fire right now, I'm in grave danger, and then I watch Star Wars for 5 hours and I don't move. Do you see how my actions are contradicting my claims?
Yes. And I already explained why I think people are saying this.
Okay.
People are okay to sacrifice Palestinians in order for Gaza to not be entirely ruled by Israel for eternity. When people say genocide, a lot of them don't mean the same thing you mean. And also, I think they don't want to focus the attention on blaming Egypt. They'd rather focus the attention on blaming Israel. There's many reasons, but is your whole point that there's hypocrisy or double standards in the pro-Palestine movement?
It's well
sure.
beyond double standards.
I mean, that's fine.
They don't believe it.
No. I think they believe it. I think they're just interpreting it differently. Just real quick. So, comment. Mokiet says, stop trolling Adar. You already agreed that they use it for propagandistic purposes. Correct. Why do you think I'm going to be triggered that people are using propagandistic language to try and raise awareness of the mass killing of civilians? Hold on. I don't have any objection to that, Mokied. And then you ask how using harsh language has helped the Palestinians. Well, this harsh language is helping create a movement in the West that is pressuring governments their governments to do something about what Israel's doing. Has it been highly effective in the short term? No, but we have seen Western governments pressure Israel, and that it has increased Israel's consideration. If Western governments were entirely turning a blind eye, Gaza would be worse. I think that's fair to say. So yes, the anti-Israel movement, or the pro-Palestine movement, using propagandistic language, has successfully pressured governments in a way that I think is noticeable. Has it pressured governments in a way that has stopped the bloodshed? Not yet, but this is their valiant effort to stop the bloodshed. You're not going to find me complaining about that. And Mokid, I'll tell you another thing, and to many other people, the fact that you guys are more triggered about people using the term genocide than you are about Israel mass slaughtering civilians is telling. So how about look in the mirror and check your priorities and stop telling people what terms to use, and tell your government to stop killing a higher rate of women and children than any other violent conflict since the Rwanda genocide. A bit of self-reflection goes a long way.
All right, can I respond to that?
Yeah.
One, if their goal is to stop the war, reduce suffering on Palestinians, you could make a very good argument that a much more effective thing would be to say, hey, let's pressure Qatar. Maybe let's put all the Hamas leaders in Qatar in shitty jail cells where they have to shit, go from a 5-star hotel to living in a piece of shit jail cell in Qatar. Maybe they'd pressure Hamas to cut a deal a little more. That's one route you could go.
Wait, hold on. Now, I actually, when I try to look for alternatives to October 7th, or to our response to October 7th, I think actually Israel working with the international community to pressure Qatar could have been effective. It's much harder to do that when there's the mass killing of civilians. So Israel is we had the sympathy of the world for a few days after October 7th. I was live streaming during the October 7th attacks, and a viewer came on and just said, I think for the first time in history, we finally have the sympathy of the world. And I told him within a week that sympathy will be gone because of our response. He didn't buy it at the time. I think now very clearly we see that. But I think what you're talking about is actually a solution we should have attempted. It's just much harder when you have daily videos of dead children that actually has an impact. And just one more comment, because I think these comments are relevant. So Michael's saying that I present myself as a propaganda fighter. Yes, I care deeply about truth, but terminology, words don't have any objective meaning. Words, the meaning of words are built on consensus, and we all use language somewhat hyperbolically in order to get our point across. So virtually every movement in history does a little something with words for their goals. The same way initially Zionism considered itself, we called ourselves a colonialist movement. We called ourselves colonizers. We shifted, and now we call ourselves an indigenous movement. Is that propaganda? Sure, but that's okay. We all do it. So I'm not.
But the fundamental, you want the war to stop, like the very simple, like I said, Occam's razor thing is this. Okay, you want to end the war? Give up the hostages. And that's something Hamas has to do, not Israel can't force them to do.
That's not true. That's not Israel's demand. Israel's demand is saying Hamas needs to step down from power, release the hostages, and step down from power. And even then, they're not agreeing to a unilateral withdrawal, because then you have a power vacuum, and then the Islamic Jihad will take over. So that's not true. There's literally there's nothing. Hamas tomorrow can release the hostages and step down from power, and Israel would still be in Gaza.
Wait a second. Wait. When Biden was president, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If Hamas had released, said, we're so sorry, here's all the hostages back. Biden was already stalling on giving Israel these heavy bombs and stuff. There was all this controversy. There are all these anti-Israel people in his administration. You don't think that if Israel just kept bombing Gaza nonstop after getting back all the hostages, that uh, the Democrats and Biden would have said, "Oh, we're done giving you bombs." Are you kidding me?
No, I don't think. I think because there's a very compelling argument that leaving Hamas in power is unjust, and Israel has a right to continue to fight until Hamas is not in power. And then once Hamas is out of power, Israel has a very strong justification to stay in Gaza, so there's not a power vacuum. So no, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay, so I disagree. You think that the motives they have, the fact that they started saying Israel is guilty of genocide, immediately after October 7th.
Who's they? Who's they?
Okay, sorry. No, that's a fair question. Okay, lots and lots and lots of the anti-Israel movement.
Some people, and that number has consistently increased the past 2 years as a result of the facts on the ground.
A lot of people. Francesca Albanese.
Yeah, no. There's been some, but it has not been the masses like it is today. The masses have been convinced over time.
No, their genocide allegations became, I think, the majority of that movement within 2 months.
Well, within 2 months, we already killed more Palestinians. Within 3 weeks after October 7th, Israel killed more Palestinians than more Palestinian civilians than Palestinians have killed Jews in 100 years.
Okay, but that's not the definition of genocide, is it?
Okay, well, again, so you want to get into a debate on terminology. That's not the debate to have with me.
I think for some of them, like a real bleeding heart, like Peter Beinart, okay? I think if he uses that term, and he's been on my show, I should say I host a podcast called Public Research. Check it out.
Also we'll put a link below. I didn't add it, but send me a link. We'll
check it out. And I love to interview anti-Zionists and everybody. Anyways, I believe if Peter Beinart used genocide, it's because he really sees suffering and there's no dark motive. But I think, there was a thing where these Nazis did some rally and they said they were holding some sign. It was like genocide. That's what Jewish values are all about. There is a very, very, very dark motive of Holocaust. We have seen such constant Holocaust inversion. And this is one thing I get upset about is this constant focus, people freaking out about free Palestine from the river to sea. I think that stuff is way overblown. What should be focused on, which is much more alarming and very widespread, especially like among young people on the left, is this belief that Zionists are the new Nazis. Hassan Piker believes that, promotes that, Taylor Lorenz, etc. Yeah. Because that turns most Jews it justifies violence against them. It's dehumanizing. They literally want to justify it to remove most Jews from public life, ban them from conferences, don't hire them, can't be my roommate. I think it is very dark, and you see it constantly. They love to say this. Oh, look at the Jews. Isn't it so sad? They got genocide by the Nazis, and then they became what the Nazis were. And does that not disgust you, Adar?
I think that anybody using language that is demonizing and dehumanizing towards collectives of people is problematic. I think we should focus our efforts on changing systems and institutions and not on blaming collectives. So yes, I strongly disagree with that approach. Yeah.
I mean, but that doesn't scare you a little bit, the fact that that's becoming a mainstream view, that most Jews in the U.S. should be, literally, Hassan Piker says it, he actually said, if anybody expresses any positive sentiment towards Israel, they should literally be treated like neo-Nazis. And this is the biggest political streamer in America. I
think that's concerning, but I also think that there's a lot of let's describe anti-Semitism as a fire that is burned for thousands of years. There are certain things that act as fuel to that fire, and many of these things are out of our control. So, for example, one of the fuels to the fire that is anti-Semitism is our disproportionate power and influence. That's not something we can. What the solution to that is for us to just be less successful. So I don't think that's even relevant for us to do. I think we have a right to be successful. If one of the, and this kind of addressing right-wing anti-Semitism, where it comes from. If one of the critique is that we're more likely to bring in and hire our own, that's something within our means. We could say, you know what? I see that us being so disproportionately successful and us prioritizing our own fuels anti-Semitism, so I'm going to lead by example and hire a diverse group of people. I think that's something that we could do. I'm not even saying I'm not even sure we're not doing that. I do think a lot of Jewish bosses have like build diverse teams of like trans and blacks and stuff like that. So I don't think you have, and again, we could look at the data on this, but I'm just trying to give examples of some things fuel anti-Semitism that we can change, others we can't or just shouldn't change. Today, one of the greatest fuels to anti-Semitism is Israel's actions and the fact that the majority of the world's Jews are actively in support of these actions. So I don't like what Hassan is saying, but I also, when I look at my people and my government, I say if we want to fight anti-Semitism, we could sit around and complain about it and just try to deplatform these people,
Right,
which
right.
I think deplatforming them only fuels it further. Or I say, what can we actually do to change it? Okay, so that's what I'm looking. And no, Michael Newman, it's not victim blaming. Now,
No, I agree with you.
hold on. I want to say something. I rail on the woke movement all the time. The Jewish activist movement, the ones that are fighting Israel and the whole Hasbara community, have deployed some of the most woke tactics imaginable. That they think that any amount of self-reflection and trying to understand the causes of anti-Semitism, they call it victim blaming. There's this lack of self-reflection. There's trying to silence anybody that disagrees. There's taking the term anti-Semitism and expanding it, making it so broad that everybody's an anti-Semite these days. Literally,
I don't see that, but I see what you're saying.
I think a lot of this even predates the proliferation of woke ideology. I would even go on to say, if you take the main names, the biggest names in Hasbara and the biggest names fighting anti-Semitism, their contribution is net negative. They have contributed to anti-Semitism more than they've done anything about it. And a lot of their activism, they say they're fighting anti-Semitism, but it's more just to build a following of people who already agree with them. The state of Hasbara is in shambles. It's ineffective and it's for the most part cringe. And when people online, their experience with Jews are just all these people who are actively supporting the destruction of Gaza and the mass killing of civilians.
Okay.
And then I'm just saying that like that has an effect on people. Wait. One more thing. If for my fellow Jews watching this, if you're struggling to accept this concept, I just want to give a different way of looking at this. Wouldn't you agree that when you see very few Palestinians or very few Muslims coming out to condemn Islamic extremism and Islamic terrorism, that fuels Islamophobia? And then when you see Muslims stand against it or Palestinians stand against terror, that acts as a force against Islamophobia and anti-Palestinianism. It's the same exact thing for us Jews. So if you could recognize how that works in Islam, it'll be easier for you to recognize how that works within Jews.
Can I respond?
Yeah, respond, and then
Okay.
we're gonna start doing Q&A.
Okay, great. There's a bunch of things. I'm glad you brought this up because this is a good area we should close on because I wanted to ask you about this. When you say you just something very slippery, but when you said like what they look at Jews supporting this mass slaughter of civilians. Okay. So you're categorizing that as anybody who's basically like supported the IDF going into Gaza?
Well, the majority of the world's Jews, at the very least, the majority of the ones, I imagine there's some polling on this, but the majority of the world's Jews, and at the very least, the ones that are actively supporting it with their online presence, are lending cover and justification for what Israel is currently doing. Yes.
So if you're a Jew and you don't bash the IDF and the Israel's war effort to destroy Hamas and get this hostages back, you're supporting mass killing of civilians, and that's your claim?
If you are supporting what Israel's doing in Gaza, you are supporting the mass killing of civilians. Yes.
Okay. So I'm glad you brought this up, because I have to ask about that, because people say this. And here's my position. I haven't seen a video of the IDF, going up to a playground of children and just wiping them all out with a machine gun and laughing. I know. And so people will say there's a bombing, and they'll say it's a. One of the problems with the pro-Palestine people is when Israel did the hostage rescue of Noah Argamani, they called that the blah 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 massacre. Mm-hmm. And they literally will never say, oh, there was a bombing and it killed 2 Hamas and 7 civilians. They'll never say it ever kills Hamas. So I don't know, or when they constantly lie, like this child, and they'll show like a little child was just brutally stabbed to death by the IDF in the West Bank. And then the mm-hmm. video comes out, and it's like a 17-year-old trying to stab the IDF guy, and he gets shot. So I don't trust them. But this mass slaughter thing, so let's take an example of this. Like, how do I judge a bombing? And you would know better than me. Like, I think Israel should probably bomb way less. I really do believe that. But I don't know what's the intelligence. I don't know who was hit. I don't know what's the truth on how many people was hit. How do you know all of this stuff?
So, I mean, the reason I know it is it took immense amount of research, and I understand why most Jews don't have this level of knowledge. There's very strong and even institutionalized pro-Israel propaganda that most Jews rely on as their source of information for what's happening. The same way most Gazans think no war crimes were committed on October 7th because they rely on a propagandized what the fuck is that word? Propagandized version of what's happening, right? So it's not even about blame, but the same way very few Gazans came out to condemn Hamas, or at least publicly came out to condemn Hamas, that fuels anti-Palestinian
No. Yeah, let's be very specific. Let's take the last bombing, and you tell me exactly what was going on there. I bet you can.
No, I can't tell you exactly what's going on because I don't know what intelligence Israel's relying on. But you don't. If the burden of proof you need to call a country for committing war crimes out is what that country is explicitly telling you, then you have a very hard burden to pass.
Okay, give me examples of the IDF mass slaughtering civilians.
Let me give you an example. So, so much of what we know from Gaza comes from IDF whistleblowers, right? That's some of the best source of information we have, and a lot of this is just corroborated with what we're seeing on the ground. Okay, so first of all, we've seen the systematic destruction of the Gazan healthcare system. There's been hundreds of attacks on healthcare facilities. At the start of October 7th, there were 36 hospitals in Gaza that were operational. Today, there's 13. At a time when you have a record number of sick and injured in Gaza, you have the highest need for a functioning healthcare system in the history of Gaza. You have a drastic, intentional, and systematic reduction in the healthcare system's capacity. That is indefensible, in my opinion. Second, we know from an IDF whistleblower that there's a protocol called Where is Daddy, where Israel would simply blow up the homes of Hamas militants at night when they're at home with their entire family. We also have evidence of them doing this to members of Hamas's political bureau. So imagine somebody from Hamas's political bureau, which is involved in, having Gaza function on
like Hania?
No.
Okay.
I'm not talking about Hania. At home with their family, and Israel doesn't do a precision attack waiting for them to leave their home. While they're sleeping at night with their entire family, they destroy the entire building they're living in, kill their whole family and other families that might be in their building. Over 1,500 families in Gaza have been wiped off the face of the earth. We have their names, we have their ID numbers, we know who they are. We have a whistleblower report telling us that it was permissible to kill 20 civilians. This was at least in the weeks after October 7th. In the weeks after October 7th, it was permissible to kill 20 civilians in order to get one combatant. This is a level of proportionality that is unseen in another conflict in the 21st century. And it was also permissible to kill up to triple-digit civilians for a high-ranking commander. We got reports that when we would get intel that there was a commander in a tunnel, and we didn't know for sure they were in that tunnel, but we thought we had pretty good intel that they're in the tunnel. It's hard to know exactly where they are in the tunnel, so we would just destroy the entire block.
Okay.
I mean, hold on. These are crazy levels of proportionality.
Okay, let me ask about that. So I want to be very specific. I didn't want to do any general thing, but let's talk about that and let me just say, I'm not going to say the IDF has done no war crimes. And in fact, if I could speak to the IDF and Netanyahu right now, I would have, interrogated them. I would have grilled them. I would literally go with them and say, I want you to explain every single strike. Because I don't think it really does that much good as far as any of the goals. But anyways, in your list of examples of mass slaughter.
There's more. I have a lot more.
I know, but just the ones you mentioned, you're including killing the head of Hamas, Mohammed Sinwar, under a tunnel under the European hospital. That was mass slaughter of civilians?
No.
Okay, but that was a hospital, right?
Okay, but I didn't use that as an example.
You said destroying hospitals.
No. That's not what I said. First of all, we often hear about militarization of hospital and militarization of civilian infrastructure, yet the evidence Israel's presented of this is pretty minimal. We currently have 2 videos showing that there are hospitals in the tunnels in the vicinity of hospitals, next to Al-Shifa and next to European Hospital. Next to European Hospital, it might be under. We don't know because the video Israel released both for Al-Shifa and European Hospital were both edited. So the public cannot determine where that tunnel is relative to the hospital. But this was only demonstrated for 2 hospitals. You only have 13 out of 36 are currently operational. Israel has not provided any single evidence of the mass militarization of hospital infrastructure. This is a claim that the pro-Israel camp makes that is not backed by actual evidence we've seen. This just shows how deep the propaganda runs. And I know people watching this are like, what do you mean? We have evidence. Bring it. Pull it up. Let's see. Somebody, I challenge.
So you dispute the Mohammed Sinwar European hospital?
I actually think that is the best example we have of a high-ranking commander being in the vicinity of a hospital. It could have been under. It could have been adjacent to. But that does not justify the fact that you now have the majority, 2/3 of the hospitals in Gaza are not operational.
Okay.
And and it's not that we destroyed them through airstrikes. They don't have medical equipment. They don't have clean water. They don't have personnel. We've evacuated these areas, and they're just not in use. There's many reasons why they're not in use. But if we believe that there's militarization of hospitals, which again is not based on the evidence that's been provided, then what we do is we take control of the hospital. inhibit its ability to operate. That is a deliberate choice.
I'm not saying they're all militarized, but let me give you an example of how I hear these general claims. Like I heard
Wait, I do want to start getting to Q&A, and there's a lot. So
okay,
guys,
but
we will prioritize.
I gotta ask you one question.
Okay, ask me this, and then we're going to get to Q&A.
Okay, well, I'll just say on that one thing, I wanted a very specific example of slaughtering civilians. But anyways, the thing I really want to ask is because I think it demonstrates that you maybe have rose-colored glasses on about the anti-Israel movement and how good their motives are. I don't want to be too rude, but a Jew that can't see that Daryl Cooper is an anti-Semite, how do you not understand that he's an anti-Semite?
So I'm almost done with his podcast, Fear and Loathing in a New Jerusalem, and more than anybody I've ever listened to on the conflict, he describes the conflict in a way that fosters empathy for both Jews and Palestinians. He makes such a compelling case to what the motivation behind Zionism was, why we were doing it. He said, and he very clearly says, I really want people to understand that when the Zionists do something like this, they're not coming from a place of evil or bad. They're doing this from a place of thinking it's best for their survival. He's shown great capacity for empathy for Jews. In addition to that, he also put out a post defending accusations against the Talmud. These are generally not signs of anti-Semites. What we have seen are some tweets of him playing around with Holocaust or World War II revisionism, as well as sympathy towards what you would call National Socialism. So to me, it's just, I'm a little bit confused by some of his actions, but when I listen to the way he talks about Jews, I don't hear an anti-Semite. And I think perhaps one of the reasons I'm charitable towards him is because I see in him something that I myself have and I myself am often criticized for. So when I look at conflicts and people, I very rarely feel hate towards them. I understand that had I been in their shoes, I would see the world as they do. And I think he makes that case in a very compelling way. So I think I'm sympathetic to his approach. Do I agree with all his comments? No. He's also like he's a Christian Trump supporter. Like, there's certainly many ideological differences between us. And I also do think that it's very, given the fact that I do think he probably harbors some anti-Semitic sentiment, for sure. So I'm not even denying that. But I think if I reflect on myself, I have prejudices towards many groups. I'm not free of prejudice. I have prejudices. I have prejudices towards my own people. I have them towards Muslims. I have them towards blacks, whites. Maybe whites are the only people I give a free pass. Maybe I've been institutionalized by life in America. No, I'm kidding. There's not a single group that I don't hold some prejudice towards just from my life experience with them. I think how a collective acts impacts how we feel about them. So I'm sympathetic. So I actually don't like. Okay, yeah. Some people like I put a clear difference with if harboring some kind of internalized prejudice is very natural and we all have it. So I'm very sympathetic towards that existing. What I'm more likely to challenge if it's an explicit ideology. So if Daryl Cooper held an ideology that there's a problem with Jews and we need to do something about Jews and was promoting Jew hate.
Oh, really?
I would.
Have you seen his latest podcast titled "On the Jewish Problem," Adar?
Have you listened to it? No. That's a serious question. Have you listened to it?
Oh, I'm sure it's very pro-Jewish. It's very good to
wait,
normalize
hold on,
discussion of the Jewish problem.
Wait. Hold on.
Can I? Okay, go ahead.
if that podcast is anything like Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem, hold on, he is going to be extremely charitable towards Jews, but I haven't listened. So I'm not here to make the case that Daryl Cooper doesn't harbor any anti-Semitic sentiment.
Right.
I just don't think that he holds or promotes an ideology of anti-Semitism.
Is he an anti-Semite?
If you consider harboring negative sentiment towards Jews anti-Semite, then yeah. But I think but then I think most of the world's population today is anti-Semitic, and he's one of them. Sure, that's just not the form of anti-Semitism that I care. I'm not concerned about. I'll tell you what the anti-Semites that I'm concerned with. People like Nick Fuentes and Jake Shields, Dan Blitzerian, Myron Gaines. These are anti-Semites that I take issue with because they have an ideological worldview that is explicitly anti-Jewish. I accept that people have anti-Jewish sentiment the same way I accept why most of my fellow Jews have some anti-Muslim sentiment. I get it. It's natural. It makes sense. I generally don't blame humans for acting in a very human way. I'm more interested in people who hold these problematic and dangerous ideological positions. So I'm not giving anti-Semites a free pass. I just don't put Daryl Cooper in the same camp that I put people like Nick Fuentes and Jake Shields in.
Is Tucker Carlson an anti-Semite?
Yeah, I think he's becoming more and more anti-Semitic as the days go on.
Is Candace Owens?
For sure.
Okay, but Daryl Cooper, so he is...
Well, again, wait, hold on again. Are we talking about an active ideological belief that has an issue with Jews, or prejudice towards some kind of negative sentiment towards them based on experience?
He's actively promoting anti-Semitism.
No, I don't think Daryl Cooper actively promotes anti-Semitism.
So when Daryl Cooper, and let's talk about his immense empathy for Jews, this humanitarian, when he goes on Tucker Carlson,
I don't think you listen to his podcast, but
no, I know exactly what you're talking about. I put it on, and this is his way, his way of playing the game. I'm going to make a podcast. I'm going to make a podcast series. I'm going to say, you got to put yourself in the shoes of these Jews in Russia, and all my fans will be able to point to that about how empathetic it is. But at the end of the day, let me finish.
No, Daniel, hold on. Your theory is that Daryl Cooper fostered in the first episode of his podcast. Yeah, described anti-Semitism in Europe and fostered empathy for Jews as a tactic to excuse his real anti-Semitism.
If I'm let's say I'm a Nazi and I'm trying to make a podcast series that's basically going to be part of my and what's his new series, Nemesis or something. Basically, he wants to do like David Irving style historiography as a podcaster. Mm-hmm. But I want to be invited on some mainstream shows. I want my fans to be able to defend me. It would make a lot of sense to really sound so empathetic in the first episode. When my true goal, as we've seen, is when I get invited on Tucker Carlson, this huge podcast, I tell tens of millions of people that the Holocaust was actually the result of wouldn't you know it, just a darn old logistical error. We were planning for the Eastern Front, and oops, we didn't put enough zeros in the bread thing, and oops. And actually, guess what? These delightful Nazis, they were so concerned with the Jews, they had to kill them because they were afraid they could starve. So actually, the Nazis killed all those Jews in Ukraine because they really cared for them, right? He went on Tucker Carlson and he said that. He has said he wishes Hitler had won World War II multiple times. He has said that.
You're going to need to point to me where he said he wishes.
Let me get can I read you the exact ones? Okay. Yeah, okay. Sure. Quote, Martyr Maid. This may be putting it too crudely for some, but the picture on the left, which is a picture of Adolf Hitler in Paris when they took over France was
No. Wait, hold on.
There's more than one. I
I've
keep going.
seen that. I've seen that tweet. I get it. That's very edgy.
There's
it's very
more than
edgy.
that.
It's very edgy and it's distasteful. I get
There's
it. But that's
more
not...
than that. There's more than that.
No. But Daniel, wait, Daniel. I'm not. We're not going to do this, and I'll tell you why. Because it's just so uninteresting. I'm not a Daryl.
He says he's a Nazi in a tweet.
What? Okay, read the tweet.
Okay, here's the he's quote tweeting: "The American right is by any reasonable metric now openly National Socialist, Nazi." Martyr made quote tweets.
Hold on.
I'm not.
He didn't say Nazi in the tweet. He said
Why will you let me say?
Wait. You inserted the word Nazi in the tweet.
Oh, I'm a National Socialist, but that's not Nazi. Really?
You literally just inserted the word Nazi in the tweet. Okay, but
you're seriously doing the "I'm a National Socialist." He says he's a National Socialist. That doesn't mean Nazi argument.
Wait, Daniel, if you're going to read a quote, don't insert your own language.
Okay.
Just read the quote.
Okay. The quote says, "The American right is by any reasonable metric now openly National Socialist." Then Martyr made Daryl Cooper quote tweets that says, "I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve." Shall I read the tweet? I mean, he has said he wishes Hitler had won multiple times. Shall I? Here's the tweet where he's holding up a Nazi memorabilia cup, and he says, "Guten Morgen, fellas." There's even worse ones. Democracy is a disease.
I'm not.
What is so confusing?
I'm so not triggered or bothered by any of this stuff. And it's not like, hold on, I literally very clearly stated there's anti-Semites that I take issue with, like Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Jake Shields, Dan Bilzerian. I'm not giving anti-Semites a free pass. I just think Daryl Cooper's in a very different category for all these people. I think he definitely plays with some dangerous comments and ideologies. I think he harbors some negative sentiment towards Jews. But when I listen to I've listened to hours of him speaking, and he fosters empathy for Jews. He defended the Talmud. Just this week, he said a tweet saying, "I take no issue with Jews. I'm critical of Israel and their influence over government." You could say that's a dog.
David Duke said he was not anti-Semitic too.
But
he says the Holocaust was a logistical error, basically, in the East. How can you defend that?
I don't know enough about the Holocaust to know anything about. I know that we were mass killed in the Holocaust. Is it? Wait. How can you know? Wait. Can you say you can know for certain that one of the reasons why they started killing us and not, let's say, deporting us was because it was just easier to kill us? It was cheaper and easier to kill us. Does that?
You're saying?
Wait, is that a defense of Nazis?
Okay.
But Daniel, wait, no, Daniel, I'm done with this conversation because I don't care. I'm not a Daryl Cooper stan. I've listened to one of his podcasts. I thought he did some of the best work I've ever heard on Israel-Palestine, that he fosters empathy for both people. I'm open to listening to his thing on the Jewish question. My sense, based on what I've heard of him, is that he's going to also foster empathy for Jews there. I'll acknowledge
it's on
that.
An Anti-Semites podcast.
Okay, I'll listen
on the Jewish question. Okay. Yeah, well, just let me say, just to help you out, the Nazis did not mass kill Ukrainian and Belarusian Jews because they were really worried about them starving to death.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not here to
You
defend
didn't know that?
No, I've literally never studied the Holocaust. No. It's always been a part of my life because my entire mom's side of the family was killed in the Holocaust, aside from a few. So I've always just accepted it as a very serious thing that destroyed my family. But I've never done a deep dive into the history of the Holocaust. And is it plausible that some of the narrative is not quite as it is? Sure, I'm open to that. I know history is often written by the winners, and it's possible that there's some aspects of the Holocaust and of World War II that require some nuance. Does this mean that wait, does this mean that what the Nazis did isn't horrific? No, but the world is just not as black and white.
I assure you the Nazis did not kill Jews out of concern for Jews.
Okay, I'm not cool. I'm not making I'm not The
could go
fact that you
doing
think
it.
that this is an interesting or an important conversation, Daniel, it's just
Well,
not.
I mean, he's spreading this
Cool.
disgusting
I hope
It's-
that's fine. I hope to have Daryl Cooper on the show one time, and I will ask him all these questions, and you can submit questions. Okay. But I hope I was able to clearly show you that I have no problem calling out anti-Semites when I see it, and I just don't put Daryl Cooper in that category. So I'm not expressing zero concern over anti-Semitism and in the ideological form. I am.
So now he isn't an anti-Semite.
No, I told you again. If you're describing anti-Semite as somebody who has negative sentiment towards Jews, I would say Daryl Cooper has some negative sentiment towards Jews. If by anti-Semite you mean holding an ideological position that is negative towards Jews, I don't think he's in that category unless I could see something that would compel me. I do think people like Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Dan Blitzarian, and Jake Shields are in that category. So yes, I'm not blind to anti-Semitism. I think I'm just interpreting it differently than you, and I'm just not so triggered by people using edgy language. I'm not triggered by people wanting to question historical
Holocaust
events.
denial.
He's not a Holocaust denier.
He is.
Okay, you could find me a quote where he denied the Holocaust.
He says it was a logistical error. They killed Jews because they were worried about them starving.
Okay, you could show me that quote, but that's not. Hold on.
Watch his Tucker Carlson interview.
Okay, that's also not being a Holocaust denier. And again, I'm just.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I don't think so. I don't think so. But again, I don't care to defend Daryl Cooper. It's just not interesting for me.
Okay. All right.
Like the fact that you feel so strongly about convincing me that no, think about it. Like you're so passionate about convincing me that I need to dislike somebody that I just don't dislike. I just like get over it. I don't dislike him.
Sure.
And that doesn't mean I endorse everything he says. That doesn't mean that I support everything he says. That doesn't mean he doesn't have flaws. Again, to be like a Christian nationalist MAGA, I think we have very deep ideological differences. I think the way he's made kind of quotes that are sympathetic towards Hitler is problematic. And you know what? I would say if he has a goal to fuel anti-Jewish hate, then he is doing it in such a deceitful and sophisticated way. It's possible.
I just don't. If you knew somebody was posting on their Instagram pictures of them with neo-Nazi mugs,
no, I don't care. I don't give a shit about
you would be like, oh, I don't care. I mean,
no, I no.
Being edgy.
Collecting Nazi memorabilia, I would even do that if I could. What the fuck do I care about?
Oh, you would post pictures of your Hitler plaque.
If I was feeling exceptionally edgy one day, then yes, I would. Yes, but I don't try to trigger people for the sake of it. I think that's probably what he was trying to do. There's a lot of collectors of Nazi memorabilia. It's just you're not going to convince me to care about this.
Okay. Okay.
And again, I think millions of people have listened to Fear and Loathing in New Jerusalem, and nothing makes a case for. I've never heard a single person foster empathy for Jews better than Daryl Cooper. So it's hard. It'll be hard for me to be convinced.
Just says he wishes Hitler won multiple times, but
yeah, I think that's your interpretation. But again, I'm talking about Daryl. We'll try to have him on the show. Hannah says, "So sad to hear that, Mr. Weinreb. What's sad to hear? Please explain." No, I'm okay. I'm not trolling. I just know that some of my views are hard for you to accept, and you think I'm trolling, or you say that it's a result of ayahuasca. But I would say that's just probably my mind is open to an extent that you struggle with, and you can't attribute the difference in our worldview to anything aside from ayahuasca or me trolling. But I would say I could try to make an assumption about where you're coming from. I'd say, oh, you're just brainwashed and traumatized, and that's why you struggle to see the world as I do. But I'm not going to make that accusation against you because I don't know where your closed-minded views. Ayahuasca makes somebody open-minded and heals their trauma. That's true. But I only took ayahuasca for the first time a year ago. Other psychedelics I took well over a decade ago, and I would say they opened my mind to things. So I could argue that I have less trauma than people who haven't taken psychedelics. Psychedelics are now clinically proven to be one of the single best ways to heal trauma. So yeah, I'm operating from a place where I'm not fearful, I'm not traumatized, maybe to a fault. You see, AS says, what's your issue with Blitzerian and Fuentes? So that's interesting. Some people don't see any. I mean, they very clearly hate Jews and would like to solve the Jewish question by removing Jews from society.
Anybody discussing the Jewish question, you should be alarmed by.
What do you mean? I'm interested in the Jewish question. I think the fact that we have been so consistently hated is something we need to.
That's not what they're talking about.
That's what the Jewish question is.
If you were black and you saw people who like are racist doing podcasts saying, "What do we do on the Negro question?" Would you be alarmed by that?
Well,
because I would be.
Wait, hold on. If they use Negro, clearly that's like saying,
okay, the black. Let's say they just said on the black question. When
well,
they're making you a question mark.
If no, because people say the Palestinian question. I hear that framing as well. If you're saying, what do we do about the black question, and the goal of that is to understand how we could better integrate blacks into society, I don't see that as inherently racist. I don't.
Okay.
Let's just sum it up to we have very different sensitivities towards this kind of stuff. Okay.
Right.
Maybe you're a little overly sensitive, and maybe I'm not sensitive enough to these issues. Okay. Moki says, I also took psychedelics. I didn't start to abstract philosophizing every trivial point. But you're just making an accusation about what I've done and are not even explaining where and how I do that. If you give me an example, then I'm happy to address it. But it sounds like more than anything, you're just triggered that I'm saying that Israel, a country that you're biased towards and blindly supportive of, is committing one of the worst atrocities in the 21st century. So you're lashing out because you're triggered. It's pretty obvious where you're coming from. But you could hop on the stream and make the case that I'm doing what you're saying I'm doing. But I think we know where you're coming from. And or just type out an example and I'll address it. We have History Speaks here. I'm gonna share my screen with we open this up to Discord. Cool. Matthew, what's up? Actually, Matthew, I'm happy you're here because you are a historian. So
yeah,
I don't know if that's what you want to comment on, but feel free.
I haven't heard all of the. Well, okay, so I actually am in a unique position regarding the Holocaust now because I'm one of a teeny number of historians who has engaged directly with deniers, like direct refutation, not just folding my arms. And I think my view is I think that the Holocaust, if you're talking about like three main pillars, I'd say at least 5 million killed. Gas chambers were a major weapon systematically used, and there was a policy. This is established by historical evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. But does that mean that the mainstream approach to Holocaust denial is correct? Where we're just like, oh my God, how can anyone ask a question about why do we know what we know? And how can you talk to these people? Or I'm bad. I'm called a denier for literally, even though, as I say, at least 5 million, systematic use of gas chambers, policy to kill the Jews of Europe. These are all established beyond reasonable doubt, and I've written extensively as to why. But I'm called a denier for just refuting. So I think the taboo on this is ridiculous denial. So I don't. That's the only comment.
Are you defending Daryl Cooper's revisionist version of the Holocaust?
I don't know about Cooper, but Cooper's view. So no, Cooper's not correct. That there was a document. So one of the first extermination camps, Kulmhof in Poland, there was some discussion among the Nazis about how we can't feed the Jews we've ghettoized and enslaved. Let's just finish them off by some quick working means. However, let me finish. this does not explain, of course, the pan-European extermination project. But if a student or Daryl Cooper came to me and said, oh, they killed the Jews because they couldn't feed them, there was not an ideological element, I wouldn't say, oh my God, you're a witch. I would say, no, this isn't true, and here's why.
He's not asking you a question. He's telling millions of people that it was a logistical error.
Well, what do you mean error? It doesn't make any sense. They're killing people deliberately. How is it an error?
He says that
they killed them because they didn't have enough food.
He says they made a logistical error when they went into the East, and oops, they had to kill all these Jews because they couldn't feed them.
Are you sure he's not talking about and he'd be wrong about this too, but some historians have argued this to their discredit. Are you sure he's not arguing about the hunger plan applied to Soviet POWs? Because like some historians like John McMeekin argue that the Nazis didn't have like a racial motive in killing. They deliberately, let me finish, they deliberately starved to death millions of Soviet POWs. They just didn't feed them. And some historians have argued that there's a dispute, and I think the evidence is much better than the second point, but there's a dispute. Some historians, Sean McMeekin recently, to my irritation, argued that, they just didn't have enough food. They didn't plan for this record number of POWs logistically. And other historians, I think this is a much better argument, have argued this was deliberate genocide, essentially based on grounded in a theory that Slavic peoples of the Soviet Union were racially inferior. So are you sure he wasn't talking about the starvation of Soviet POWs?
No, he wasn't. I'm surprised you haven't heard. There's been a very well-publicized, well-written about his spreading of Holocaust denial on the Tucker Carlson. Can I ask Matthew a question, though?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, Matthew, you claim there's a genocide in Gaza, right?
Yeah, he said yeah.
Okay. Do you call on the Egyptian government to immediately open its border to Gaza to any Gazans that want to leave and escape what you say is a genocide?
Yeah.
You do. Why is it so few people who claim it's a genocide make that demand?
Well, I'd have to get data on who does or not. I think if you know someone who is suffering in Gaza in a tent, like I have a friend whose weight is at now a very dangerous level. She has anemia. If you care about someone there, you want to get them out. And countries that don't want to be complicit in ethnic cleansing and don't, frankly, want the security problem of a bunch of men on their hands, in my view, it's more important to protect these people from the genocide. So I think that letting them into Egypt.
I have researched it. I looked into the Twitter feeds of Emma Vigeland, Matt Leck, Omar Bartov.
It's illogically. Look, can I make one quick?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a logically consistent position to say, fuck, I'm selfish. So I don't favor letting in people of a different culture who might be radicalized, especially the young men, but I still think a genocide's going on. So it's not logically inconsistent. In the Second World War, let me make another point. In the Second World War, there was a lot of anti-Semitism in the West, not anything like Nazi-level anti-Semitism, but there also in the Anglosphere, there wasn't sympathy for what Hitler was doing to Jews. Very, very, very few Americans or British thought it was right, but they also didn't think it was. They were anti-Semitic and leery of immigration, so they didn't want the Jews to come en masse. So it doesn't mean that they didn't think there was a genocide.
But Omar Bartov, Matt Leck, Emma Vigeland, these people I researched live in America. The fact that they aren't calling for Egypt to open its border with Gaza isn't because they're xenophobic Egyptians. So how do you explain it when they're constantly saying there's a genocide?
All right, Daniel, we've already spent...
Explain it.
Wait, hold on, Daniel, listen. We've spent like 30 minutes on this topic, and in general...
Why won't you let him answer it? Explain it.
Hold on, because we've literally spent like 30 minutes on this topic. And again, you are so much more triggered by what you perceive as an inconsistency in people calling it a genocide than you are in actual genocide. And if you don't want to call it a genocide, than the actual mass killing of civilians.
I wanted to listen, you've been very generous on we weren't able to really complete that discussion on massacre. Maybe we can do it some other time, because I wanted you to give me very specific examples, but this has been very long, so that's okay.
I presented and give you multiple reasons. It's just
you gave me some general stuff.
Yeah, because I literally can't. I can't speak for every individual. What, like, I need to be.
The name of this fellow again? I'm sorry.
What's
her name? I'm sorry.
Daniel.
Daniel. So I think, Daniel, really, it comes down to, what do you think the most plausible motive is for this historic rate in terms of the 21st century? There's been nothing like this percentage of people violently killed in the war zone. What's the reason for it? Is it because the IDF is trying to destroy Hamas, or is it because they're trying to cause suffering to get people to flee? I think the latter is much more plausible. Whether we're talking, and if you look at the individual policies in the ground, and if you look at the statements of intent, these all look to me much more plausibly like an effort at ethnic cleansing than an effort to annihilate Hamas's organization. Because if you want to destroy Hamas, you do it like David Petraeus destroyed the insurgents before the United States withdrew, probably too early. Even though the war was unjust, they withdrew too early because ISIS came. But the way the insurgents were cut down to size during the surge is you conquer all the territory. You conquer all the territory. You basically bait the insurgents to come out and fight you by occupying it. They're going to be innocent people killed, but you don't. But far fewer than if you bomb individually every home where you find one Hamas junior militant and kill all multi-generational families systematically, or block all imports from coming in and block all insulin shots from coming in, or have these free fire zones where you can shoot prepubescent children, or that's sanctioned. So it just seems like the policies, which are not destroying Hamas as an organization, but are causing this unprecedented level of civilian death, are more aimed at ethnic cleansing, and have frankly achieved that too, by hook or by crook. 200,000 Gazans or so have gotten out. People are suffering so much; they are finding ways to get out. Sometimes in tragic ways I don't even want to get into, which I've heard about. Sometimes through bribes. People they're finding a way to get out. And if Egypt does open the doors, which I think they should, Israel will succeed. 90% people will leave. So it just seems to me more logically aimed. And also you have the murderous statements of intent from the leadership. It just seems as a whole much more logical way to view this is not as an effort to destroy Hamas and rescue the hostages, but to ethnically cleanse the strip. And there is, yeah.
I have lots of problems. As I was saying to Adar, I wish Israel had brought all the women, children, elderly into a camp in Israel proper to protect them, early on. But I don't think, if you're trying to make a case for genocide, the fact that Israel did not choose the, clear, hold, build, or whatever the Petraeus counterinsurgency method, I don't think that proves anything. Also, the no-go zones.
They're not making any progress. So they're not making any progress destroying the organization, and many of the policies they're employing are making the organization stronger. And here's an example: the starvation, and it's gotten to be very extreme. It's getting worse, by the way. It got better in last year. And I was saying, people in the pro-Palestine side got mad at me, but I said last spring, I think the starvation strategy has ended. I think food's getting in, and I turned out to be correct on that. However, now, because of the 2.5 full starvation blockade month, and now this completely incompetent or malicious, however you look at it, effort by the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, the maldistribution of food has left. There's higher rates of malnutrition than there have been before. More and more people are starving. I have a close friend whose weight has fallen down to, I'm not going to say how low, but in the double digits. I mean, the situation is horrific, and it's growing Hamas because they have food in their tunnels. So the policies seem much more logically designed to attack civilians and cause suffering and make them run away to destroy Hamas organization, which is, by the way, growing.
Did you say that? I don't think it's indisputable fact that you said there's been no progress in destroying Hamas. Did you say that?
It hasn't been. they've destroyed a lot of their leaders and depleted some of their better munitions. Their munitions are shit anyway. I mean, they don't have any tanks, or they would like lose to a 17th, not 17th, but they'd lose to a good 19th century military. I mean, they don't have tanks, artillery, or planes. People talk about this like the Wehrmacht. It's ludicrous. But in terms of their manpower, assessments from the United States at the beginning of the year was that their manpower was about the same as it was at the beginning of the war. And this is an organization that uses small arms primarily. They don't have some great arsenal of armaments that you can deplete in a war of attrition. You know, they're going to be a problem for you so long as there's tens of thousands of them in Gaza, right?
I would just say Dave is dead, Daif is dead, Sinwar is dead, his brother's dead, most of the top leadership is dead. They don't control the Rafah crossing. I would say it's a pretty bizarre statement to say that Hamas has not been weakened.
Well, okay, weakened is a different issue, but the question is, why is the war continuing? So when Israel killed the leadership, when Israel took a large buffer zone, at that point, there was really no
hostages.
Weekend, right?
Hostages.
So they could get the hostages back by ending the war.
Okay. Yeah, you want to go into the fine print on that, though?
No, we already went into the fine print on this, and you know that's true, bro. We're not doing this to the hostages.
My point is, but just my general perspective is that there is not at this point, and hasn't been for some time, a logical reason to continue the war except to try to promote an ethnic cleansing. And the Israeli leadership has talked about this. Netanyahu specifically said, "We're destroying homes so that they won't be able to return to them." Right? Netanyahu said they talked specifically when they resumed the war about how they connected the war to this the Trump plan for voluntary immigration. So they're connecting the war to what they call voluntary immigration. It just seems pretty obvious that a war aim is ethnic cleansing. They're not going to go out and say, "Yeah, it's ethnic cleansing. Yeah, crime against humanity." But they're basically admitting it.
Why do you think Israel is in Gaza right now? Is it because Hamas took hostages and has been holding them, or do you think it was something else?
Oh, well, I think if you're asking whether October 7th was necessary to create the political support internationally and even domestically for this project, definitely. That's just obviously true. But if you're asking, I don't want to shy away from that part of the question because that's correct. But if you're asking why they're there now, I think the main goal is to make Gaza uninhabitable, to promote an ethnic cleansing and cause suffering and death to the civilian population to promote an ethnic cleansing. I don't think they're trying to kill everybody there. They're clearly not. But they've killed a higher percentage than anyone has in the 21st century. Like maybe 4 or 5% violently killed in 20 months. It's ludicrous.
I don't think they want that's not a primary thing.
Why would you adopt as a military a policy of, if we find someone with a Hamas affiliation, whether they're a junior militant or a civilian employee of the government, which isn't even legal target, we're going to systematically bomb homes and kill entire multi-generational families. That to me is a
should Hamas, Matthew, should Hamas release the hostages?
Yeah. You shouldn't hold the hostages. It's a terrible war crime.
But you think it wouldn't matter if they free them?
They should release. If they release the hostages, I think Israel would want to continue the war, but I think it would make it more politically difficult for them to do so in terms of the international backlash. So I think it could help, but I think they would want. If you ask me, would they want to continue the war? I think the answer is yes.
Cool. We're gonna move on because Daniel, a lot of this is repeated from.
Okay. You're mad at me. I'm sorry, Adar.
No.
I apologize.
No. I'm not mad at you. Maybe there's.
I just have one quick question for the guests. It's a
sure.
question. So I'm somebody who analyzed and opposed the war from the beginning, but I didn't call it genocide until the very end of 2024. So I analyzed this carefully. I initially was skeptical of the claim. I came to the conclusion. Is your contention that it seems like a basically ad hominem argument, like it's that people are insincere? Is your contention that anyone who says it's genocide must be insincere, delusional, or simply that in point of fact, a bunch of activists who say this are?
No. I think hostage rescue is not genocide. I think I've looked, there is no example in history of any claimed genocide that matches this in terms of the supposedly genocide group kidnapping, holding hostages, refusing. I mean, it would be it's like saying if it's like saying the Armenians had like Turkish hostages and they just kept refusing deals.
It still would have been a genocide against Armenians the same way had
But that
Jews
wasn't the case.
But it doesn't matter.
Hostage rescue is not genocide, in my opinion.
Are you familiar with I understand it's not.
No, we've already spoken about this. It's just so.
Okay, I'm gonna make one quick point though.
Okay.
The Rwandan genocide, of course, occurs against the Tutsis predominantly in April 1994. However, before that, in 1990, the Rwandan Patriotic Front invaded Rwanda from Uganda. It was led by the Tutsis. So there are many. The Nazi Holocaust, where it's just purely ideological, and there's no Jewish army attacking the Germans, is a fairly unrepresentative case.
But were they holding hostages?
A lot of that's occurred during. Well, no, but they committed atrocities and massacres. So the point is, both sides can be.
No, it's very different. They didn't. Did they take hostages? Refuse many deals?
That's that salient point. The point is that there was violence and atrocities on both sides.
Well, I think it's very important that they didn't take hostages and then refuse many deals to end the conflict. Yeah,
Daniel, we already spoke about this.
Okay, it's okay.
No, but just real quick, being able to point to a difference between one genocide to another doesn't mean that
huge difference.
No, that's fine, but that doesn't by default negate the fact that it's a genocide. You need to argue that what they're doing is not intentionally destroying a group in whole or in part. The fact that Hamas holds hostages is not relevant to that question. So you could have a legitimate war aim to defeat Hamas, as well as a legitimate war aim to ethnically cleanse Gaza, and your way of doing so is by making Gaza unlivable and life for Gazans unbearable so that they voluntarily leave. These are perfectly compatible goals. So to say that they're holding hostages, it's not even relevant. It's just not.
If the Auschwitz Jews were holding German kids under the concentration camps and they kept refusing deals to end the gas chambers, saying, no, we won't give up the kids, that seems like a very important detail. It's not like some minor difference.
The Bosnian genocide, I mean,
wait, hold on. But I just let me answer that real quick because if some amount, and I already said this, so I don't know why we're repeating it, but if some amount of Jews kidnapped and were holding hostage German civilians and they refused to let them go, it would still be a Holocaust. The attempt to exterminate Jews would still be a Holocaust. You're bringing up something that is irrelevant.
I'm simply pointing out how insulting it is to Armenians, to Jews, to dare to compare them to these despicable Hamas bastards who have refused so many deals to hold these Israelis for nothing. To compare those scumbags to Auschwitz Jews is like spitting in the Auschwitz Jews' faces.
Okay, whatever. We're moving on because Matthew, if you guys want to arrange a different thing, I'm happy to do another stream where you guys have this conversation. But we've had this conversation already. Yeah. All good. You could stick around, but we're just we're moving on. And Daniel, I'm not mad at you. Maybe
no, it's okay.
No, maybe there's been a slight frustration because, and I'll tell you why. I want these. If I'm spending my time doing live streams, I very much want interesting conversations and interesting content for the viewers, and I also want to be spending my time having conversations that I'm personally interested in. So I'm happy to entertain any idea, any conversation, any thought for some amount of time. But at a certain point, it's just it's not the best use of my time, and I feel like we owe the viewers.
No, I was just answering Matthew. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I know. And then I just want to explain
Yeah.
why I've been shutting down the
I
continuation.
totally
of the
understand.
conversation.
Sorry.
I also want the viewers to have a meaningful viewing experience, and I think that generally, while I'm willing to engage on any point, I do think there's a lot of people who have a very selective outrage, and they're furious with how people are describing Gaza, but they're not furious about what's happening in Gaza. I'll entertain that discussion, but it's just like,
no, I think that's a fair
Yeah.
point. I
Okay.
want to say we've gone on for a long time, but I wish if another time, I'd love to get into that issue of the claims of massacres. But I'm not dismissing it. That's a fair point.
But I'm happy if there's something if there's something that you want to go deeper on in regards to Gaza. I'm very happy to do it. It's just you want me to keep like defending what every single person who's calling it a genocide, what their intention is?
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying
ask them.
Let's do some other time. Maybe I would love to go and just focus on your claims about slaughtering and massacring in Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, that's the topic I've been focusing on most
Okay.
as of late on this channel. But I'm happy to keep doing it because I think we need to raise awareness. But anyways, we're gonna do more Q&A. You're welcome to stick around, Daniel, and chime in on things. But there's just a lot of questions we haven't addressed. Michael Newman says we can care about both. It's a straw man. No, my guy. It's definitely not a straw man. You could care about both, and some people do. But most of the people who are outraged by the use of the term genocide, most of them, and I don't know you, Michael, so I'm not making a claim about yourself, but most people are not outraged about what's happening in Gaza. They're just looking to attack anybody in any way, shape, or form who's speaking out about it, whether it's calling them anti-Semitic, whether it's not liking the language they use, whether it's accusing them of a double standard, whether it's engaging in cheap propaganda to try to minimize the actual toll that it's taken on human life. That's what many people are doing. And these people, for the most part, don't care. So I can't speak to you, Michael, as an individual, but I'm speaking to many in the movement.
I'll just say, if I saw a video of IDF killing 100 children in like a gymnasium, I would be outraged.
You're right, but the vast majority, the vast majority of those killed have been killed in airstrikes. So it's not done. And I think there's something how I think both sides try to define the rules of war in a way where they can do no wrong and where the other side is always wrong. And part of the when the powerful does it, and this is, colonizers have done this for a long time. It's focusing on how we have a more sophisticated means of killing. They come in and execute people in cold blood and they film it. That's barbaric. But when we drop a high-powered bomb with a sophisticated pilot that has an education, and we just shred it, and incinerate a family, that's okay. That's civil. That's part of our framing, that one is more civil than the other. They're both utterly barbaric, and they're both something we shouldn't accept as okay. So the war crimes in Gaza are grave, and we will get into them because I see some questions that are related to that. So Moki, do you ask a question and I want to address it? So first of all, I do want to say one more thing because Moki, you've been a viewer for a long time, so sometimes when I call you out, don't think that I don't appreciate you and your commentary. And I think you sometimes ask good questions, and you've at times provided legitimate pushback to things I've said. So I want to acknowledge that. But when you go, it's triggering that you keep using the word trigger on someone that disagrees with you. But you need to understand, so far in this conversation, you've asked questions that I've engaged with, but on multiple occasions, you simply have accused what I'm saying being a result of me using ayahuasca and then using an emoji of committing suicide. So how do you want me to engage with you seriously when that's your level of engagement? I'm just matching your energy. So if you want to make an argument and counter something I said, if you want to join the stream and make the case or submit a question, I'm happy to engage with that. But what a lot of what you're saying is just attributing my views to life experience or whatever, or something else. So it's just not. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna, for the most part, match your energy here.
What, Adar? What was your insight from ayahuasca? I'm just curious.
Honestly, it didn't. It wasn't so profound
Okay.
for me. It didn't affect me so much. I've had
Right.
much more profound experiences from mushrooms, for example,
Right.
psychedelic
Oh, I
mushrooms.
love. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, you like mushrooms?
Yeah, yeah. It's better than acid. Yeah.
I actually like it more than acid as well. Yeah. Let's see what else. Da-da-da. So Mokia, no, so to address, you actually put up a critique. You said, I cracked the ayahuasca joke when you started talking about some words have different meanings because it was already established that we talk about colloquial meaning. No. I explained that words don't have objective meaning when somebody asked, you're okay with them using the word in a propagandistic way. Well, yeah, because words don't have an objective meaning, if people want to use it colloquially as just a very, let's just call it a mass collection of war crimes and crimes against humanity, and the collective agrees that that's how it should be used, that becomes one of the definitions of genocide. There's no arbiter of what a definition is. It's created by consensus. This, and that's not even something contested. I mean, this is literally how words work. We see definitions change over time, and often, and we do see definitions broadened sometimes for political purposes. I think that the racial justice movement expanded on racism. I think the Jewish activist movement has broadened anti-Semitism. We see it happen. And
I think you're wrong on that.
I mean, you know, anti-Semitism used to be, there's a quote by somebody, and I actually heard the person who, this is a quote by a Holocaust survivor that's people have accused of anti-Semitism himself, but I'm not defending the guy because I don't know him, but the quote was, an anti-Semite used to be somebody who doesn't like Jews. Today, an anti-Semite is someone who Jews don't like. I get it. The fact that, hold on, the fact that we can come and say that there's been a mass killing of civilians in Gaza and then people accuse you of blood libel, that is weaponizing anti-Semitism to defend Israel. We can talk about the mass killing of civilians and we should not be accused of blood libel. So yeah, that's a very clear example of it. And then I also think the IRA definition of anti-Semitism is very broad. It's very broad, and there's a lot of subjective up for interpretation. But again, if I'm not going to tell fellow Jews that that's not what anti-Semitism means, they have a right to define it as such. I could push back and say, I think when you define it so broadly, people stop taking accusations of anti-Semitism seriously. So I would rather have it be defined a little bit more narrowly.
It's just, you seem to be suggesting there's not currently being a pretty significant surge of anti-Semitism, which I think is pretty clear.
No, wait, bro, come on. I think anti-Semitism has blown up in the past year, and the two main factors in the past few years, the two main factors, one is more left-wing anti-Semitism, the other is right-wing anti-Semitism. A lot of the right-wing anti-Semitism is a result of Twitter, just replatforming them and allowing them to spread a lot of these JQ conspiracies. I think that's contributed to it. And the other is, again, just Israel's actions and the fact that most Jews support Israel's actions. That also fuels anti-Semitism. So anti-Semitism, I would say, is, and again, I don't know how to compare it to historic levels, but it's certainly at an all-time high in my lifetime, and I think in many generations. I would say the majority of people in the Western world and in the Middle East harbor anti-Semitic sentiment. I acknowledge that. I just don't think the way that we're addressing it and talking about it is actually solving it. I think the majority of, and I said this already, but the majority of the way how Jewish activists talk about Israel and defend Israel, and how the Jewish activists try to talk about anti-Semitism, is net negative and contributes to it more than it fights it. Shlomo, we're going to bring you on stage.
I know Shlomo. Hey, Shlomo.
All right, Shlomo. So, wait, what happened? Oh shit! Sorry guys, I just ended the stage by mistake. Shlomo, raise your hand again. I'll bring you on. You know Shlomo, cool.
Yeah, from Twitter Spaces. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Shlomo, I'm bringing you on.
Dar, I saw a thumbnail of yours that it was funny. It was you looking sad and said, "AI just took my job." Or I'm sorry about that, by the way. What job?
No, that was me being
Oh.
that was me. I'm happy to.
The
I'm happy
thumbnail
to.
made me laugh. I loved it.
Yeah, I'm happy to explain that.
Yeah.
We'll give Shlomo the floor. I'm going to make myself a beverage,
Yeah, go
and
for it.
Shlomo, I'm hearing you and listening, so you won't see me on screen, but the floor is yours.
Hi, Shlomo.
Hello, good evening, welcome. I can't currently see you the way the setup's going. I'm just seeing the Discord. I'm not seeing.
Oh yeah,
the stream.
yeah. Let me share. I share the back end because I don't have a better setup now. But there we go. You can see now, right?
Yeah. Okay. So so I can bring you up and I can sort of see you. Daniel, do you like to call yourself?
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah. I didn't understand that guy Matthew, and there are questions. I think we agree. There are questions I'd like to have asked him whenever there's this debate about quote unquote genocide in Gaza. There's a number of points. If there is no genocide in Gaza, and people are arguing it's genocide in Gaza, it looks like defamation. And that's part and parcel, rather than, I hate using the word blood libel, but a lot of political anti-Semitism is built upon defamatory falsehoods. And if you remove all those defamatory falsehoods, what I call nonsense on stilts, there's nothing that actually motivates political anti-Semitism. So the question is the claim of genocide in Gaza a falsehood, and is it therefore defamatory? The two arguments I would give back to someone like Matthew or whoever, an historian, is what framework are you using to analyze whether a genocide is occurring? We're not talking about colloquial uses of the word, and we're talking not just legal definitions of the term as according to the convention. And no one seems to be able to answer that. I've been analyzing all these so-called genocide scholars, some Jewish, some not, who've been claiming that there's a genocide in Gaza. And they don't, even though they're historians, and Matthew said he was a historian, they don't seem to have the relevant skills, qualifications to evaluate an ongoing genocide. Now, as an historian, as someone who's connected in the field, they can certainly recruit the relevant people to do that, whether it's a data analyst, a legal scholar, someone who can work through propaganda and counter-propaganda in order to do the equivalent of what historians do, which is verify the veracity of ancient documents to find out what really went on at that time to the best of their abilities on a probabilistic basis. None of the Gaza scholars, so-called Gaza scholars, seem to have the requisite skills. So the one question I would have asked Matthew and others is, what framework are you using? There is a framework, and it's actually in the UN. That's number one. Number two, one of the key elements of the framework and key elements of all the arguments is the idea of targeting of civilians. And on this basis, I have some documents somewhere, but not in front of me, but off the top of my head. What you need to do is analyze, it's a situation where there's both a military and a civilian population that's reportedly under attack and allegedly a genocide is going on. The two elements there is you just don't look at the combatant to civilian ratio, which is questionable in a number of means in terms of proportionality. But in terms of evaluating a genocide, what you expect to see is indiscriminate attacks against the whole population. And you can delineate that doing one step further than the civilian to combatant ratio. You look at the percentage or the frequency of members of the general population and the frequency of members of the militants or combatants, and you compare the ratio. So in most genocides, the ratio is close to 1. In other words, if 10% of the population has been killed and 10% of the military has been killed, it's indiscriminate. But if it's, say, 50% of the military is being killed and, say, 1% of the general population is being killed. The ratio is 1 to 50. And there is no genocide in the history of urban warfare or anything equivalent that's above a ratio of 5 to 1. Yet in Israel, even being conservative, using the Hamas health ministry numbers, the ratio is 15 to 1. It's such an outlier. It's a very strong
wait.
that it's not targeted.
Wait.
That's it. That's my point, and I'm finished.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think we probably have, there's 15 to 1, meaning what?
50. So approximately 1% of the civilian population.
No.
And approximately 50% of combatants.
Okay, so your numbers are completely wrong. And this just happens to be, first of all, I appreciate you coming on. It's our first time engaging, but in terms of the numbers, there's so much misinformation about what's happening in Gaza. And this is the area that I've researched the most extensively. I've put out probably the most retweeted debunking of all the claims Andrew Fox and Eisenberg put out. They refused to engage with me on these topics. They just blocked me. They are intentionally misleading the public. Currently, we have around 4 to 5% of the civilian population in Gaza has been killed, not 1%, 4 to 5%. In terms of how many combatants that have been killed, this we actually don't know because we don't have any verifiable data we can check. So if you want to get into like a deep dive into the data, what's verifiable, what's not, I'm happy to do so. But we're not talking 50 to 1.
Adar, let me just give you some numbers though as well. So what percent of Polish Jews alive in before World War II were alive in 1946? The answer is 9% were alive. Now do the same thing with Gazans alive on October 6th.
No. But wait, hold on, Daniel.
97% are still alive.
Daniel, we already went over this.
Yeah. Well,
it doesn't need to be the Holocaust in order for it to be genocide.
Right.
So,
but they're not even close.
Okay, but that's fine. It doesn't need to be close. If we want to assess, is there a genocide in Gaza? We don't need to bring up the Holocaust anymore. We just don't. That's not how you assess it. If people want to say what Israel's doing is like the Holocaust, it's very relevant to bring up the Holocaust and show that that's just not a good way to describe it. But that's not how we're going to determine if it's genocide. Okay, so
So Adar, I question your numbers, and I'm going off. I haven't done the analysis for a few months, but when I did it a few months ago, it was based on the Hamas health rate. It was very conservative assumptions. And at that time, and the conservative assumption of what the Israeli military objection is to say we have no idea how many militants have died, is also, you've got to have some reasonable assumption. And as far as I can tell, it's about 50% of the militants. Now you might say it's 40%, but however you play those numbers, the ratio is so far an outlier compared to any other urban warfare situation.
So wait, if you want to say that 50% of the militants have been killed, and 5, so that's fine. If you want to say it's 10 to 1,
I don't know where you get your 5% from. Where do you get your 5%? What number is that equivalent to? From a 2.2 million population, that's quite a high number.
Yeah, we're closing in on the 100,000 dead civilians, quite plausibly.
Okay, well, when I did the numbers, it was about 45,000 claims, and there was about half of them meant to be militants.
No, exactly. So this is the problem. So let me. I'm happy to break this down because I see you're here to engage in good faith, and you're not just trying to do propaganda. I'm very happy to dive deep into this. So let's first talk about the verifiable data we have when it comes to Gaza. You have the Gaza Media Office that makes claims. They've made the claim that 70-something% are women and children. This should be taken with a grain of salt. There's no basis for this. When it comes to the Gaza Ministry of Health, they release a fatality list every, and as of late, it's been every month, but it used to be every few months. And this list provides the name and ID number of all those killed. Now, this is actually an unprecedented level of reporting in real time. Nobody has given us this level of reporting in real time. Now, more so than it being unprecedented in the way they report, it's unprecedented that we have a situation where Israel, where one party has access to the Palestinian population registry, right? So one party has access to the population registry of the party it's currently in conflict with. So all these names and ID numbers, Israel can verify that these are legitimate people, and at the very least. Some want to claim, okay, how do we know that they're actually dead? So if the claim is that there's many thousands of people, so you need many thousands for it to be statistically significant, many thousands of people running around Gaza that are on the list, I would say that we would need to see some evidence of that. This list isn't only a list that Israel themselves could verify, it's open for public scrutiny. It's been under immense public scrutiny, and nobody has found any fraud in this list. People have found a small margin of error, which is to be expected, but you literally have a list of currently 59,000 names and ID numbers that's open for public review that Israel has access to. Israel themselves don't deny these numbers, and a whistleblower told Hamakor, which is an Israeli newspaper, that the IDF themselves rely on the Ministry of Health data. They're also historically reliable. So the basis for understanding the death toll, the civilian death toll in Gaza, should be the Ministry of Health fatality list. Now,
agree, that's the numbers I used.
Okay, yeah, no, but now, so it's not enough to look at the numbers. We need to look at the actual demographics, and this is why we'll see that these 1-to-1 civilian to combatant ratio claims have zero basis, and I actually think this will be written about in the history of this conflict and of propaganda. The fact that anybody even took the 1-to-1 claim seriously is going to be an example of such deep-rooted propaganda. And let me do a screen share real quick to show you a chart I made with the actual numbers. Okay. So we have this here. Now, wait, hold on. How do I show this to the viewers as well? Okay, I'm going to remove this from the screen. Hold on one second.
I can't see it. I'm checking on your Twitter as well.
No, I haven't. So you wait, hold on. You should be able to see it on the live stream, but do you not see it in Discord now? I just shared it on Discord. Can you see that? Shlomo, are you with us? You're muted.
I was just trying to mute my other tab so I can. Hello? Yes, I'm trying to mute my other tab so I don't get an echo.
Okay, all good.
You hear me?
Yeah. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Great. And Mokid, I know he didn't say 1-to-1, but his analysis is similar to how people get to 1-to-1. It's Shlomo, it would be fair to say that your analysis was close to 1-to-1, right? When you did the review.
When I was giving some off the seat of the pants, it's closest to 1.5 than 1.1.
Okay, yeah. So first of all, just to clear up a misconception, this is something that people like John Spencer dishonestly spread, or I think at the time he probably thought it was true, but he never issued a correction, that the average civilian to combatant ratio in urban warfare is 9-to-1. It's not. It's actually closer to 2-to-1, based on a review of all urban warfare of the past few decades.
Yeah, I agree totally with that.
Okay.
This is why I don't use those numbers. I agree that those numbers have been overstated. The contrast has been overstated. I've looked at the muscle figures and various others, and it's up to 3-to-1. It's different to the UN numbers. So I totally agree.
Okay, cool.
That the distinction between the two has been overstated.
Great. So we're in agreement there. And this is, I do take issue with people who spread this propaganda and in the service of continued killing of civilians.
Well, Adam, like you, I've double cross-checked and realized the reality.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So I appreciate you for that.
When you hear something on Spaces, I always cross-reference it. I've learned never to requote anything I hear on Spaces. I go and double check. So yeah, that's why I'm not looking at the raw combatant to civilian ratio numbers.
Okay, great.
Percentage of population versus the percentage of combatants.
Yeah, and that's actually, I haven't heard other people do that analysis. I think there's something interesting about that, but I just want us to establish an agreement on the numbers. So when we
okay, but before we go there, I will find there's actually another guy on Twitter that I found, and I actually got him to speak to John Spencer. There's a whole debate. I need to go and find that guy because he hasn't been around for a while. Because he's done a thorough analysis of it. I've got some other people who analysed the health ministry numbers on it, put everything into a spreadsheet, did the analysis, but I haven't seen your chart before.
Oh, well, are you talking about Gabriel Epstein?
No, oh God, I'll have to double check. It could be
Okay.
Leslie. Leslie, it was a woman.
Oh,
Moscovich was-
Leslie Young. Okay, whatever.
No, no, not Leslie.
You could bring it up, but just so you know, I have many. You know, I live stream every week, and anyone's invited on to talk about any topics, and I have people, you know, challenge me to debates on different things, and I'm down for any discussion or debate. That's why Daniel and I are here, and it's been great. I think we've had an awesome conversation. The one topic I have not found a single person willing to come publicly defend is the death toll, and I think the reason for this is that when you actually look, in order to come and defend it publicly, people generally do like a deep dive into it, and once you do a deep dive, you see that the counterclaims don't really hold to public scrutiny. But so I'll get into it. Okay, so here's the chart. If we take every single person killed, confirmed killed, because there's people who have been killed that are not on this list, and we'll get into that. But so we have the chart. On the right, it's women. On the left, it's men. We have this red line here. This red line is everything over the red line is excess male deaths. Okay. So we want to establish excess male deaths because that allows us to establish a baseline of civilians. There's no reasonable reason why civilian females are killed at a higher rate than civilian males. So you establish a baseline by creating the red line that shows, the red line gives you like an equal chart of male to female deaths. Now, you have everything over the red line. The light blue is in ages that are very, very unlikely to be combatants, over 45 and under 15. And I even think that there's not all too many combatants that are 15 and 16, but I'm being charitable with how I did this analysis. And I'll get into why I don't think there's many combatants of that age. But so the dark blue, the darker blue, over the red line is the excess potential combatants. Now, what's this yellow line? Well, what we can see is actually there's an excess male deaths of virtually all ages, all the way from 0-year-olds to 80-year-olds. Civilian men are dying at a higher rate than women. Now, how do we explain this? Well, this is actually consistent with all war. Civilian men die at a higher rate. They die at a higher rate for a few reasons. They have different behaviors, so they're more likely to leave their house and get food, water, and aid. They're more likely to work as first responders and in different positions that put them at risk, and they're more likely to be confused for combatants. Now, the way we explain the 0-year-olds, that's because there's actually 5% more baby boys than baby girls. I actually didn't know this until analyzing this. In the whole world, there's 5% more baby boys than baby girls. So they're displaying some of the excess here. But then we see, as young as the age of 10, you see a large jump in 10-year-old boys, 11-year-old boys, 12-year-old boys being killed. So we can't just look at the excess over the red line. We need to take into account that males of all ages are being killed at a higher rate. So the yellow line is meant to correct for that excess. Now, when we take the average excess killed of all ages, boys are being killed at around 50% higher rate. If we look at the excess of all ages, aside from military ages. So this yellow line is around 50% over. The line isn't exactly the percentage. This is just a representation. We'll get into the exact numbers. But if we put the yellow line 50% over the red line, we're at an excess of only 17%, meaning that of all the deaths that have been confirmed, it's only reasonable to assume that a minimum has 17% have been combatants. But even this is being charitable, because the same reason that males are going to be killed at a higher rate, their risk is increasing. Civilian males that are military age are going to have a higher risk of death than 10-year-olds and 70-year-olds. Why? Because they are, out of all the ages, most likely to be taking these risks, like leaving their home to get food, water, and aid. They're most likely to work as first responders, and they're most likely to be confused for being combatants. So 17% is being extremely charitable. Of these confirmed deaths, it's much more plausibly between 90 to 99% civilians. Now, this does not mean that 90 to 99% of those killed have been civilians, because I think it's very plausible that combatants are just not being reported on the list. And I think there's two main reasons for this. One, it's possible a lot of them are being killed in tunnels and they're not reported deaths. They just haven't been confirmed. And I think also it's plausible that Hamas is requesting that they don't report, the Ministry of Health doesn't report on militant casualties, as to not give Israel intel as to who they killed. So this chart does not give us the civilian to combatant ratio. What it does give us is a minimal estimate of civilians killed. I would say so again, 90, let's just go with the number 90. I think it's probably higher just based on the fact that civilian of military ages are going to be killed at a higher rate. But let's just say 90% of this list are civilians. That gives us a minimum estimate of how many civilians have been killed. What we have not yet accounted for is those that are not accounted for, those who are still buried under rubble, those who have not been reported dead. We do know that there's been a collapse of the healthcare system. There's people who are being killed and not being brought to hospitals and not being reported dead. So we do know that this is a minimum and that there's many deaths, and we don't know how many, but there's many deaths that haven't been added. In addition to that, this list is not reporting indirect deaths, those killed from malnutrition, disease, cold, things that are a result of Israel's aggression. And the reason we know this is generally those deaths are going to be the highest amongst very young, like 0 and 1 year olds, and very old. So we don't see a spike in the data in those ages. So that gives us a hint that indirect deaths are not being added. But also through collecting open source data, I was able to find like 25 names of people killed from indirect deaths, babies dead from cold or malnutrition. None of their names were on the list. So this is a minimum number killed. We don't know how much percent higher it actually is, so it's speculative. But we could know that civilian death toll, so 90% of this list, this says 50,000, but then the most recent list is 59,000. If we account for indirect deaths and we account for those yet missing, we're very plausibly closing in on the 100K mark. That's, and this isn't me being hyperbolic. I'm not. I have no intention to try to exaggerate. This is really just my a good faith and honest effort to try to establish what I think the civilian death toll is. Now we could try to assess what the combatant death toll is. Here the challenge is. Well, first I want to ask, do you have any questions or thoughts on this so far? I know there's a lot of there's things here that might be tricky, but
I hear you. I hear your reasoning. I need to see your actual research, look at your statistical analysis.
Sure, yeah.
Fitted that line.
I'd
like to take your numbers and do an equivalent analysis based on the frequency ratio, because it still looks higher on the seat of the pants than any recorded genocide.
Oh no. So I'm actually
at this point in time. I need further numbers.
Yeah. I'm actually we'll get into that because I think that's an interesting conversation. I just wanted to be able to establish just a little bit more understanding of the civilian death toll. And send me over your email. There was a new list released yesterday with 59,000 names and ID numbers. Ratios are almost identical to this older list. So give me your email, and then I'm gonna. And I'll send that to you.
Just send it to me on the Discord server.
Okay, I could do that.
Hey, before I go, can I just say thank you?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the discussion, Adar. I appreciate it. I would, like to probably invite you on my own podcast sometime, maybe, so we can get deeper into the granular issues of how the war's been conducted. For the record, I do think probably Israel has been too brutal. And I really think there were a lot of, as we discussed, a lot of ways that would have been smarter, that would have killed less civilians to conduct the war. Anyways, I appreciate it. I appreciate you for being an honest interlocutor. And,
Daniel, I'm not sure what your handle is on X. Could you just message it me on this Discord if you're on the Discord?
Yeah, it's Lake Daniel 11 on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah, so Daniel, I really appreciate you you coming on and doing this. I'm happy to do your
Yeah.
show next, and I'd like you to join our Discord community as well,
Yeah.
because we are having conversations every single night, almost every single day and night, hours of conversations. It's an awesome group of Israelis, Palestinians, and voices around the world. So
Yeah.
I think you'd make a valuable contribution. So I'm going to send you a link.
Great.
And Daniel, please send me a link to your show,
I
so I'll add it to the description here, so anybody viewing can
Yeah,
find you.
so just for the audience, it's called Public Research with Daniel Schwartz. I've had on Peter Beinart, a lot of Israelis. We cover Israel a lot. Yeah, I Discord, their UX always gets me, but I would be very interested. Thank you so much, and have a good night or a good day to
Daniel,
everybody.
I just followed you, Daniel. If you could follow me
Thank
back.
you. Yes, I
like
think I do, but okay. Well, have a great night, Adar, and everybody else. I'll see you
Thanks
guys
so
later.
much, Daniel. We'll be in
Bye.
touch. Cool. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, Adar, thank you very much for explaining your logic. I'd like very much to see your actual research.
Yeah, I'm
And
gonna.
then find the other people I know from data analysis on the health ministry and have an informed conversation with you sometime in the future.
Sure. Yeah, we could move on to the actual ratio. I do want to tell you why I'm skeptical, though, of Israel's claim of 20,000 combatants killed. So there's a few reasons. First of all, we really just need to take their word for it, and I think that both Israel and Hamas have an incentive to lie to their benefit. So any claim made that's not verified, we should be taken with a grain of salt. That's one. Hold on, I just shared the death toll list so you could review it on your own. So that's one. I think it should just be taken with a grain of salt. Two, we have multiple whistleblowers, IDF whistleblowers, who have told us that they're shooting people in the no-go zones, many of them unarmed, and they're just counting everybody as a combatant. Even if they're your children, they're just shooting them, they're counted as combatants. So we actually have whistleblowers telling us that this is inflated.
Well, I mean, that unfortunately is plausible. If I was a soldier and I accidentally killed a civilian, the best thing to do is claim I thought they were a combatant and get them counted that way. Whether it's done deliberately or just soldiers covering their ass, I don't know. But it's certainly plausible. That's undeniably going on, I'm sure.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And what the reason for it is a conversation that we can have, but I just want to be able to establish why I think the number is just highly exaggerated. So that's one. We do have whistleblowers saying that they're just adding civilians to the list. Two, and this is not one whistleblower, it's multiple whistleblowers. Two, a report that Israel put out said they've only retrieved 2,500 weapons, firearms from Gaza. Now, this is hard. This is not a very strong piece of evidence, but it's corroborating evidence. The reason for this is, some amount of these weapons are probably found in storages where you're finding dozens at a time. But a lot of those who have been killed in tunnels and their bodies haven't been retrieved. But I do think that if you've killed 20,000, you're likely going to have more than 2,500 firearms. And if you don't have more than 2,500 firearms, then you're acknowledging that overwhelmingly those who have been killed in tunnels. And then you're not relying on proof that you killed them. You're speculating that you killed them. And three, Israel has, Smotrich has explicitly said that we're systematically targeting their political bureau. And we have evidence of them killing members of the political bureau in their homes with their family. So if this is part of their intentional targeting, I think it's plausible they're also adding this to the list. So is it possible they killed?
I get what you're saying. I'd add two things. I think the political bureau, if they are involved in this war, are a fair target. But that's another conversation.
Do you think members of Knesset, if Hamas were to blow up the house of a member of Knesset while they were sleeping, would that be a fair target?
Fortunately, at this point in time, that's what should happen in war. What did Israel do the very first day of the war against Iran? They targeted a lot of key people, not just military, but the nuclear scientists, some of whom had military titles, some of whom did not. and these are key personnel in the war machine. So it doesn't have to be actual trained military combatants on the field.
Well,
it could be generals.
No. So a general is one thing, but a member of Knesset is a very different thing. So if you want to make a moral argument, we could debate that, but it's illegal according to international law. I'm more interested in the moral argument. I think it is completely immoral to kill a politician in their home with their family unless they are really seen to be key to the continuation of atrocities. But I also create a very high burden to
those numbers would be very low, whatever they are, compared to the numbers we're looking at here. If you take them one way or another way, it's not going to make any difference to the large numbers you're talking about here. It's not going to make a statistically significant difference.
Well, it's hard to know. We do know that, another whistleblower reported, it's not just one whistleblower, it was a collection of intelligence officers, unless we're assuming that 972 is completely making this up. But there's a Where's Daddy protocol where they're killing people in their homes at night with their family, both militants and members of the political bureau. One can argue that this is legit and okay. I think this is utterly barbaric and immoral, and I think in the not so distant future we will recognize it as such, just based on consistent moral progress we've been making. The idea that you can slaughter an entire family just to kill one person, that's not justifiable in my opinion.
Well, I'm saying that's not, I'm not a military expert or a legal advisor to these panels that are making those decisions.
Yeah. I'm not making a legal argument. I'm making a moral. I'm making a moral argument. Sorry, I got distracted by a message. But I very rarely make legal arguments. If something's very clearly illegal according to international law, then I will. Then I'll say so, but I'm more interested in morality. I think generally law evolves to match our morality, and as we continue to progress as a species, our morality evolves as well, right? Not so long ago.
Adar, did you send me the research?
Yeah, I put it in. I put it here in chat. You'll see it in chat.
Chat, okay. I have to double check where that is. Oh, up there. Got you. Yeah. And
I do see some people mentioning in Discord about my defense of Daryl Cooper. So I just want to make something clear. I'm not defending his historical claims. I just don't know enough about that. I just don't put him in the same category of anti-Semite as people like Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, and Dan Blitzerian. I think he has a very different approach to things, and the podcast of his I listened to, he fostered empathy for Jews in a way that I haven't heard anybody else do. So it's hard for me to put him in that category of just an ideological anti-Semite. I think he harbors some anti-Semitic sentiment, but I think that's probably most people alive today. I'm more concerned not with people who have negative sentiment towards Jews, but people who hold an ideological position that is trying to spread Jew hatred or remove Jews from society. So those are the type of anti-Semites I'm actually concerned about. Can I find many things to critique Daryl Cooper on? Sure. Is it possible that he's ahistorical? Sure, but I just don't have the same level of critique or concern for him that I do for some of these very blatant anti-Semites. But anyways, back to the topic we were talking about. So Al, you asked how many combatants I think have been killed. I really don't know how to estimate, but if I would throw out a number, I would say, let's say 9,000 to 14,000 range. But again, I'm speculating. It could be lower, it could be higher. That's just my intuition based on,
How many prisoners have been taken? How many people have surrendered and been captured?
I think the number was something like 7,000, but a lot of them are innocent people that are getting released shortly after. So this was as of a few months ago. There were like 7,000 arrests, but a lot of them are released after a few months because they just don't have they're not charged with any crimes. And this is actually one of the things that Israel's doing that's abhorrent. We have testimony from released prisoners, and we should presume released prisoners are innocent at this point, because Israel has zero incentive to release somebody who is going to engage in hostilities. But testimonies from released prisoners from 18 different prisons in Israel, not just Deit Teman, all report severe abuse, from sleep deprivation to overcrowded conditions to beatings to just being kept in like a very light room for days at a time. A lot of them come out with like skin diseases and stuff like that. So there's a systematic abuse of prisoners we're seeing, and a lot of them we do. I don't think you should be systematically abusing even combatants, but definitely not civilians. But back to the genocide argument. So just to put my position on the record, I generally don't call what's happening in Gaza genocide. The two main reasons is the debate on terminology is just less important or interesting for me. And I know that it's very triggering for Jews and Israelis to hear that term, because our frame of reference is the Holocaust. And I think it shuts down otherwise productive conversation. But when I do see a growing consensus amongst, human rights groups, scholars, and international lawyers who understand the term genocide much better than myself, they say it's a genocide. I don't pretend to know better than them. Sure, it's possible the masses are wrong. So something about what I'm saying here is an appeal to authority and an appeal to the masses. But when I don't have a good an expertise on the definition.
Well, that's exactly what I've been doing, Adar, is looking at the claims of genocide scholars, and I've yet to find them using something like the UN Special Office for the Prevention of Genocide framework or any of the equivalent. The type of things that are required. The woman who was running it was actually technically fired. Her contract wasn't renewed because she refused to say that, to toe the line, that there was a genocide going on in Gaza. And they haven't found anyone to replace her in that office. And that's meant to be the key UN function to evaluate the prevention of genocides. There's a well-defined framework that everyone's agreed on, that none of these people I've seen are actually using. So that's a problem to me. Why can't they use that framework in order to come to some judgments?
Yeah, so I can't defend what they're saying. I did have Omer Bartov on the channel the other day, and I thought he made a compelling case, but
This is why I found you, Adar. I obviously followed you. I saw your spaces. I saw that Omar Bartov interview, part of it. I wasn't on Discord at the time, but a whole range of questions for him. I've done some spaces about that and about the New York, was it Times or Post article? And thank you. That's what got my attention on you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought, and it was interesting because the next day is when he released that controversial article, I think in The Guardian, about Israel committing genocide. So there's interesting timing with that interview. The same way, hours after I had Shel Ben Ephraim on the channel, he renounced Zionism. So there's been some interesting timings here with people making announcements right after I speak to them. Not that I'm taking any credit for it.
I ain't making any announcements. You can relax.
Damn. I wanted the trend to continue. So yeah, where were we? I think that one of the challenges.
I've got to go. This is a really interesting conversation, but I need to be better informed. I need to cross-reference with the two data scientists I know that could have something to say in the matter. Maybe get them to come onto this space. Maybe get the four of us to, maybe have someone else on your side to have a panel about this.
Oh yeah, I'd love to do that.
Material, and then we could have you say you can't get them on your space. Let's see if. I will. There's two people I need to find. One whose name I remember. One whose name I can't. I haven't spoken to.
Can you tell me the person whose name you do? Can you tell me the name of the person you do remember?
Leslie. It's because she's got a German, Russian last name. Leslie Komovich. I'm trying to.
Okay.
I can find her very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard the name, but definitely happy to talk to her. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. So are you hopping off now, or do you have a few more minutes?
She's got a Russian name, but she's Latin American. I'm trying to find her.
Leslie. Yeah, I don't know. It's all good. We could do this later.
Yeah, Leslie Kajamovitz. I think that's her, but I need to message her to confirm. I remember she's done the one who's done the work because she's got a new account, unfortunately. But anyway, I think at this point in time, I have enough information to find the people, share your research, look at their research, come to my own conclusions, and then be better informed to discuss this further.
Sure.
At this point in time, I think we've shared, we've met, we've conversed. We know we're obviously in different positions, but we can come back and progress this further when I'm better informed and present whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have changed my mind.
Happy to do that. I do want to give you, if you have a few more minutes, just some food for thought, so you could also reflect on it. Because there's one is the interpretation of data, and the other is just how I think we should think about this. So first of all, the goal of genocide is not only to hold people committing genocide accountable, but it's also prevention. And when it comes to prevention, it's very clear that we have a huge gap in our ability to prevent it. If we look at every instance of group violence that has been determined genocide by the courts, it's taken many years to determine it was genocide. When it comes to Rwanda, it took over 20 years to determine it's genocide. So right now, the way genocide is determined and proven in a court of law is very slow and doesn't allow for prevention. So I think there's a strong case to be made that there needs to be some reformation in that in order for us to actually be able to prevent genocide. Another is, I want you to think about...
This is exactly, Adar, this is exactly why the UN Special Office for the Prevention of Genocide exists. They have an analytical framework to identify in advance or during the genocide in order, as a means of recommending to the UN Security Council there's a genocide going on, to raise it to them. The same way that the International Energy, Nuclear Energy, whatever they're called, IEA, would recommend raise something to the UN Security Council should they think there's a nuclear threat. This is why this office exists. Are you not aware of this office?
No, I am. I just, again, an office that doesn't have teeth and can't stop it, it's not like, what's the point? So I think that there's actually a great effort to make it easier to determine if something's a genocide, but there's people...
Well, the problem with that office was she did not want to say there was a genocide based on the framework, and that's why she was fired. But she was trying to be objective, and that was her argument. And so you might say, well, maybe this individual person was biased or not, but there's now no one running this office. Her name's Alice Waraimu Nederitu. What a complicated name to say.
Interesting. Okay, I mean, I'll look into it more, but it's, again, my position is a moral one. So again, I don't care for the terminology. I just want us to be able to build systems and institutions that stop the mass killing of civilians. And I think actually, we Jews, we Israelis are not safer by mass killing civilians. The fact that we live in a world where we can mass kill civilians is a world where Jews are less safe. And I think that's something that I think we should reflect on. Another thing that I want to leave you with is, imagine if a country were to want to let's say Israel's goal was to ethnically cleanse Gaza. And this, Netanyahu stated he would like to relocate Gazans. There was a white paper that was shared by a member of Knesset as early as October 13th, 2023, to relocate Gazans. So imagine if the goal is to relocate Gazans, but you want to do it without forcing Gazans to leave. You want them to voluntarily leave. The single best way to do that is to make Gaza unlivable and to make life for Gaza unbearable, life for Gazans unbearable. So imagine if this was Israel's goal, but they had to achieve it while maintaining plausible deniability. A genocide committed...
Well, I understand the logic of your argument, but it's like, then we're going into speculation. I think you've given me enough material that's concrete that we can investigate, rather than go through speculative conjectures.
Well, but again, because my goal is to stop the mass killing of civilians, I'm not as interested in, with our current framework of how we define genocide, can we define, is Israel committing a genocide? I don't care about that. What I'm interested in is, how can the world stop Israel from doing what it's doing? the same way I would want the
Well,
world.
have you looked at other scenarios of mass killings of civilians in the Congo and Sudan and Yemen? Are you concerned about them?
Yeah, just I'm generally less concerned with things that aren't in my sphere. So as an Israeli who pays taxes to the Israeli government, the fact that I served in the IDF, the fact that this is my country, I am more concerned with me and my people committing one of the worst atrocities in the 21st century than I am in the Congo. And I think generally, I think Palestinian blood is very cheap. The world, by and large, accepts mass killing of civilians, of Palestinian civilians. But there's no blood cheaper than African blood, right? So there's at least a movement to stop Palestinians from being killed. When Africans are killed en masse, no one cares. And we could speculate as to why, but I would like to see us be able to stop or prevent that. I think it's easier to stop and prevent Israel from doing it because Israel is a Western nation that's funded and supported by the West. So the United States can put pressure on Israel to get them to change the way they're approaching their operation in Gaza. I think it's probably going to be much harder to stop it in the Congo, although I imagine that's possible as well. But anyways, we could leave it. We could leave it on that.
Let's move on. I've got to leave now.
Anyways, thanks for joining, Shlomo.
We'll talk more.
We'll do this again sometime.
Thank you.
I'm glad you joined the community.
Thanks. Cheers.
Okay, where do we take it from here? Does anybody else want to hop on or?
Sorry, last word. Litrot. Litrot. I
Litrot.
always say it a very English way.
Litrot. Bye, chaver, which is bye, friend. We often say bye. Lihitrot is like a more formal way to say it. It would almost be like saying farewell, I guess. Lihitrot, instead of just saying bye. But people here say bye. Bye. Nitre. See you later. What do we want to do? Does anybody want to hop on, or do we want to? I actually love this that we have two simultaneous rooms right now. That's the goal, right? We have the chill room going with like 8 people there, and we have another 6 people here. Let's go, baby. I'll leave it up to the community to see which direction we take it in. I kind of wanted to do something fun. I get all these scammers messaging me. Hold on. We're going to take this in a different direction. On Twitter, I get these scammers messaging me, and I'm always so intrigued by understanding the scam, so I will engage with them until I understand it. So I recently, hold on. There's 2 scams I want to follow through on. This one, hold on. Somebody else messaged me with the same message the other day, and I called them out. Wait, let me do a screen share. Okay, so that's screen share to Discord, and then we're going to share the screen here. Oh. We're going to do a live scam detection, okay? I think it's good to mix it up. We talk about such heavy topics. Let's mix it up a little bit. Okay, I got a message from somebody named The Good Witch, and I got a similar message the other day, so I guess I sense this. Hello. I suggest you take good care of yourself more than you do, and do not trust anyone. There's a lot of envy around you. Do something about it. Thank you. Okay. So what they're going to do is, hey, thanks for letting me know. They're gonna offer me a reading to protect me from the envy around me. So they're gonna use fear. There's someone around me that is trying to sabotage me, and then they're gonna say they could give me a psychic reading, and then they want to charge me money for it. The reason I know exactly this move is literally someone the other day did it, and I called them out on it, and they literally said that they're then gonna curse me and my family. It was pretty funny. They blocked me. I would show you the conversation. It was pretty entertaining. Now this is an interesting one. Check this one out. Off-white flame. Whenever you see an Asian woman that looks like this, okay, you get these matches on Tinder as well. They're trying to scam you as well. This like little Barbie-looking Asian women, it's always a scam. Fun convo start here. Fitness and film number, looking for chill and friends. WhatsApp me. So it's interesting that they want to take it to WhatsApp. should we WhatsApp this? I say this chick, but it's most likely, without perpetuating stereotypes too much, it's probably like some Indian dude or some Filipino dude that's just you know, trying to scam. But whoops, I just called somebody by mistake. Hold on, how can I screen share the WhatsApp? Share screen. Okay. Let's be flirty. Hey. I guess I could do better, but I don't. Okay. Got your message on Twitter. Great to connect. Heart. Yes, I did, but I live Biana. Now let's look. Again, Barbie looking, but it's not the same photo as the woman. And now the scam here is going to be that she's just trying to get to know me. Oh, sorry. This is it. She's trying to get to know me. And then eventually she's going to tell me about some. And I've been through this process, so this is what I'm assuming it is. She's going to tell me just very casually that she works in finance and she's making all this money from investments and she's not going to be pushy. She'll play the long game. She, when I say she, I mean he. But let's not assume her gender. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt. She'll try to she'll play the long game, get to know me, get me locked in, make me feel like we have a connection, and tell me about all this money she's making until I offer to invest. Like I'll ask her if I could send her money to invest it for me, and then she'll be like, sure. And then, the money's gone. But let's see if she responds. It's interesting. I guess people fall for it. If no one fell for it, then nobody would be doing this anymore. But you gotta be more diligent, And then another funny scam, you'll get these chicks reach out to you. And again, I think it's probably just somebody managing their account, but these OnlyFans girls message you being all flirty. They'll ask you where you live, and they're like, oh my God, I live nearby. Doesn't matter what city you tell them you're in, they always live nearby. And then they'll say they want to do OnlyFans. They're looking for a partner to do OnlyFans content. And, I play along. I say, sure. And, honestly, if it was a legit offer and I could stay anonymous, I'd consider it. But then they're like, okay, let's talk on my OnlyFans. I feel safer there. And then you need to pay money to continue conversating with them. They give you the hope that you'll create content with them, but you need to pay them to do that. Okay, the Good Witch messaged me back. So let's see what the Good Witch is saying. Okay, she just said you're welcome. But very soon there'll be another message trying to expand on this first message. Should we pivot the content of this channel to just do scam trolling? Oh, that's a sign from the universe, that thumbs up. I think it means that there might be a desire for more fun content to kind of break from the heavy shit. Right? Should we do some chess? Is that what we're doing? Let's see if there's a question. Alice saying you seem like you fell for it once. Have I ever fallen for a scam? No, I haven't. Look, I worked in crypto from 2018 to 2021, and there you need to be very diligent, and you deal with scammers all the time. So I was lucky enough to just be in that industry where I got to learn all the different scams, and so I haven't fallen for it. But some of them are pretty sophisticated, and sometimes I'm getting catfished, and I'm almost believing it, like I'm telling myself that it's real and there's something almost exciting about it. Like, oh, this random beautiful woman is into me. It's like, oh, it's so exciting. And I know it's not real, but sometimes I tell myself it is, just for a few moments, and it feels kind of cool. Nikia says, I'm going to miss the big reveal. Good night. Fantastic job as always. Thank you. Is Asian girls your thing? They reach out for a reason. LOL. No, I don't think I would have what they call yellow fever, but I don't really have a type. Like my type is like my physical type. We could talk about what like personality characteristics I'm into, but my physical type is just hot. You know, you got to be, if you're attractive, I'll be into you. You could be black, white, Latina, Asian. Like it's not like it's like, oh, I only like blonde girls. I'm physically attracted to attractive women, right? Are there some looks that I'm more into than others? Yeah, I would say so, but not to the point where I could only date somebody from who looks a certain way. Imagination scene is saying I should reverse scam somebody. So I sometimes I try, but they never fall for it. I try to do it. Like I told one girl that I'll send her 2 Bitcoin to invest, but I need to just see that she's legit. So she would need to send me $100 so I could just trust her, but she didn't do it. Oh yeah, and to finish the thread, Pedro left, but I don't know why it's always the scam is Asian girls. I think that it just might be a scam that comes out of Asia, somewhere in Asia. And for whatever reason, that's the profiles they're choosing, but they always look the same. And maybe they think that like there's a higher level of trust that an Asian girl works in finance. Like it's like, oh, Asian girl working in finance. I don't know. I don't know where it comes from, but this scam is almost entirely Asian girls. Yeah. Oh, did I get another message from no. Come on, Good Witch. I wanna see what you're offering. Check out James Veitch and Joe Lycat. Why, who's that? I guess in the meantime, we'll play some chess. You know, last time I've only played chess on stream once before, and it actually got 2 viewers to reach out to me that they play. Now I play them. So if anybody likes chess and wants to hit me up on chess.com. So this guy's from India. Is it racist that there's certain countries that I get more triggered when I lose to them? It's probably some internalized bigotry of low expectations that I think people from some countries shouldn't beat me. That's kind of what I was thinking, why I was a little bit charitable towards Daryl Cooper, that I'm not triggered by people who have prejudice. I just think it's very, very normal to have prejudice, and I recognize prejudice within myself. I think it's super normal. Like we shouldn't hate on people for being prejudiced. I think it's more so, do you act on it? So I'm fine in having prejudice as long as I don't have as long as I don't treat people unkindly, right? So if I have prejudice have some internal sentiment towards people of a group, but I still treat them with dignity and respect, why why is that a problem, you know? So it's more so the ideological hate, the, you know, Jews are bad, black people are bad. Like that's what I take issue with. Interesting. What do I do here? Coming in very aggressive. Is it red or black? I think maybe that. So yeah, it's fine, guys. Don't feel guilty for your internalized prejudice. Like we're all human. So maybe I made the wrong move last turn. Who knows some Indian words that we can hit them with? Anyone's got a good little It's cool. It's interesting to see the change in viewership depending on what activity we're doing, right? We could see who's actually interested in shooting the shit while playing chess as opposed to the heavy Israel-Palestine topics. I guess this. This guy has an interesting play style. Some people's play styles is hard to is just harder for me. I could threaten the queen. And now he's going to move the queen here. And I could threaten the queen, or he puts the queen there. Yep, okay. But I could, no, I can't threaten the queen again. Chess is actually quite addicting, you know? But I think it's one of the healthier addictions just because it's it keeps you sharp. Okay, if I threaten here, I'm covered there on 2 parts. Huh. He could take there, I could take there, and okay. Yep, I think that was a blunder. Oh no, I fucked up. I blundered. Damn. It's minor. Now we're gonna do that. I think he's probably gonna castle now. Is this the right move? I don't know. That's a sketchy move. Imagination scene. You don't know how to play chess, but you know some bad words in Indian. I don't want to be a dick. I do like talking to like Arab players. You know, my flag now is the international flag. It used to be Israel, but it just was annoying because all the Arab players would refuse to play me. And also, I just don't, I don't take pride in the flag, and it's very hard for me to take pride in the flag when we're doing what we're doing. So, but I do like the conversations with them. Yeah, like this is an annoying game. This guy's play style is just so, it's hard for me. I don't know why. I'm struggling with this guy. What if I do that? It's an interesting move. Let's see. Like he's causing me to play unconventional. But now, okay, whatever. I want to threaten his queen. I want to put some pressure on this guy. And then by the time this game's over, hopefully our Twitter scammer. Okay, now we're going to do that. Pressuring the queen. Let's see where he runs away to. If he runs away, he could run there. No, he can't run there. He would need to go to this white piece here. It's his only move. Oh, no, he could back up. Okay, so he needs to go here. Or here or here. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, that's fucked up. That's a blunder, huh? Now he's going to take my horse. Okay, guys, I don't know if I'm going to win this one. Damn. He's up by +3. Not looking good, crew. Not looking good. People, you guys can submit questions. I'm happy to multitask and answer questions while I'm playing. If anything, it'll make me feel better about my loss that I was multitasking. Okay, what if we do that? Threaten him again and then move the pawn up. Interesting. He's going to move. The smart move would be to move. Well, no, maybe not. Okay. So now I'm putting some pressure on this guy. See how he does under pressure. Putting pressure back, but that was a mistake because now I could take his pawn and I put him in check. Great. Yeah, I think he's going to move his castle here. That's the probably best move to threaten my queen. Imagination Senior saying, the names you told me is James Vitch and Joe Lysette. They're comedians that have done email bits. What do you mean email bits? Like connected to scammers? Yeah, you see, I knew he was going to threaten me. So now I want to... I could trade queens. No, but I'm down by 2, so I definitely don't want to trade queens yet. I need my queen. Maybe that. Okay, let's see. So his queen is in danger right now. Actually, I may have wait, if he goes there, I threaten I actually think I took his queen. Let's see if I calculated this. It's sometimes hard to calculate. But yeah, now I go there. Yeah, I took his queen. Ha ha ha, motherfucker. Unless I'm missing something. Oh, I'm so dumb. Well, that was an easy escape route. Okay. It's the problem when you play late at night. You're just not as sharp. I actually need to move off this square right now. Boom. Put the pressure on. So let's see. Ron Deani says, but Israel now stopped Syrian army and continuation of the genocide for a while. Yeah, you're saying against the Druze. Oh, I see your Druze, or at least you have a Druze flag. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the pressure they put on Syria definitely helped stop the bloodshed, but yeah, I don't deny that. I just think they didn't need to. They could have done it in a much different way. Like they should have secured the areas where the Druze were being threatened. Okay, what do I do here? It's almost like I need to. If I go there, he goes there. Oh, actually, let's see. Yeah, no, I don't mind Israel. Look, first of all, I don't think I don't think they care about the Druze in Syria. I think it's just an excuse because they don't like what's Israel's interest in the Druze in Syria unless it's very much for the sake of like improving ties with the Golan Druze. I think that's possible, but it's not like Israel, from a national policy perspective, has any care for the Druze. Oh no, I lost. Fuck. How did I not see that? Oh, and he's had this move for a while. Oh, yeah. Okay. Game over. Well, that's a bummer. 3 blunders. Oh, that's a bad game. Last time I played, I got a 90 something. Last time I played live, 65. Okay, that's like my GPA in high school. 2 blunders, 3 mistakes. Yeah, that's not a good game. I did get a fair bit of new and excellent, but he definitely played better. Okay. All right, let's see. Emperor goes, I'm no good at chess. I've always enjoyed it, but I never learned to get good at it. Yeah, I mean, I don't study chess, so I'm like, you saw my score. That's Blitz. My score at Blitz is 1,000. I've gotten it up to 1,100. I don't know where if that's considered good or not. It's probably above average, but I'm not going to get it much higher than 1,100 if I don't actually learn openings and mid game and closings. Like that's the max that I can do with my brain, you know. If I want to improve, like that's my baseline. If I want to improve, I would need to study. Ron is saying, are you representing the Israeli government in Hamburg? I asked because I saw your post. I'm not. I wouldn't say it was a representation of the Israeli government because I wasn't sent by the Israeli government. It's an organization called Minds of Peace. They host these public negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians. The idea is to build consensus from the ground up around different solutions. And yeah, so I was in Hamburg last week. I flew out for that to represent the Israeli side. It was cool, very meaningful. We're gonna host that. We're gonna host that on YouTube. We're gonna do some similar types of content. So stay tuned for that. Yeah, Emperor, you're saying, do you enjoy Texas Hold'em? Yeah, I like cards. I like gambling as long as it's not done in a degenerate manner, because that's also addicting. Okay, there we go. The good witch got back to us. Let's see. Okay, Ron. Well, I'm glad you tuned in, but Ron, you should join our Discord community. I sent you a link. It's an awesome community of Israelis, Palestinians, and voices around the world. And if you're welcome to join regardless. We'd love to have you. But if you're Druze, even more so, I'd want to hear from your perspective and know more about your community. I live in the Galilee now, so I interact with Druze quite often. But yeah, join. I just sent a link. You're taking Discord calls. Yeah. Vosh, Hate Watcher. You can. This is on Discord right now, so you can join the call through Discord and share your thoughts for sure. Ask questions, share thoughts, whatever. Okay, let's go back to Twitter. This fucking scammer. Would you like me to consider you? Look at the framing. Would you like me to consider you for a reading consultation? Reading will clarify any issue that is bothering your mind, as it will make you discover your innermost abilities, your true purpose, gives you an insight of what the future holds, what the universe has in store. Sure. But you like how they're framing it, consider you, like they're going to now consider me. So the good witch needs to meditate on me and see if I'm a right fit for her to do a consultation. Thank you for the super chat, Emperor Ghidorah. Do you still plan to do the debunkings of the claims made by Vegan Gains? Yeah, should I do that now? You did give me $5, so I guess I'll honor your super chat and do it. Can you resend it to me and with the timestamp? I don't even know what to review. Like we're like on a triple loop now, but I'll look at it. Ron, you play chess? Cool. Add me. It's my name. You see my name? Oh, my name. Yeah, the name of my channel. Look me up on chess.com. Let's play. What's annoying about StreamYard is every time I look at my other tabs, it makes the screen here blank. Like I'm trying to keep this screen on. Is there something in the settings I could do to change this? No, it's just StreamYard's annoying like that. Yeah, maybe he did the clip where he was kind of just reviewing me calling him out. So I'm reviewing him reviewing. I guess it'll be interesting to. It might be a poor user experience. So we'll see. Oh, you know, Pizza Slice. I did not know that you're Vosh Hate Watcher. I guess it's not surprising, but I never connected the two people. Pizza Slice, I brought you on, so you're welcome to. The floor is yours. Sucks that Vegan Gains is a pussy and won't debate you. I think it's very obvious why he won't, though. It says you're suppressed. Interesting. Did you get muted? Try now. There we go.
Yeah, hello.
Awesome. What's up, man?
Hey, I just had a couple of questions about the Gaza Health Ministry because like I read a lot of your work and I do acknowledge that like it is largely reliable, but there are some and I am trying to convince some people of its reliability, but there are some things on my mind that aren't really connecting to me. So for example, I guess it's just mainly just one thing that has been on my mind is I think there has been a time when they dropped off I think about 1,000 or something people from the list, and that's because they were not verified, right?
Yep.
So my question is, if they were not verified, then why were they on the list in the first place?
Yeah, so Sky News did an investigation into this. The number wasn't 1,000. There were 3,000 and something names that were added to the list and then removed from the list. And let's even do. Let me actually break down the chart. Gabriel Epstein has done good work on this.
Yeah, I saw the chart on the Sky News. It says the demographics were basically the same. They weren't trying to increase. I understand. That's the only chart that I saw was of the demographics.
Yeah, well, first of all, that's one that the chart if the names they're removing, it didn't change the ratios in any way, which shows that they're not trying to do some fraud. But this is the chart that Gabriel put out, and he shows this is how many total names. This is new entries for each list that's been released, and this is how many entries have been removed, right? So we see that from list to list, there's 6,681 have been added, 520 were removed. From this list to list, they released, I guess it's total 2,227. Here there's more, but there's also some are being re-added. So some are being removed and then some are being re-added. Removed, re-added, removed, re-added, removed, re-added. So the first thing we just need to establish is they're going through great lengths to make the list more accurate. There's no reason why they would be removing names and even then re-adding them if this wasn't an attempt for accuracy. Now, the reason why what they stated why they removed names, and they actually showed documentation that they acknowledged that this is what they were going to do. They initially, before there was this overwhelming, before the healthcare system was overwhelmed, it was simply a matter of dead people arriving at hospitals, and then they would add that death. But once they understood that there's many deaths that are not arriving at hospitals, they allowed family members to start reporting on deaths. And what they did, before they removed the names, they actually showed that they publicly stated that they would do this. They said, names sent from families will be added to the list. Sky News showed this quote. We could try to pull it up. Do you know what quote I'm talking about? Yeah, let's pull it up. Let's be thorough. Sky News. His name's Ben. Gaza Ministry of Health. Daily Crash. What's that? ChatGPT. Sky News did an article about MOH data name removals. The author was Ben. Please find. Okay. Anyways. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Where's the stream? Hold on. Too many tabs. Cool. They said that the names that are reported through family that they're going to add to the list, but that they will need to pass a review. And that over the subsequent months, they did the review process and couldn't confirm the deaths. Now, Matthew Conkrill, History Speaks, he worked with people on the ground in Gaza and was actually able to, through open source research, take, I think it was around 1,000 of those names and determine that at least 60% they found that they were killed from airstrikes. So we know that there actually a significant amount of the names they removed were actually should be on the list. So why would they remove them? So his theory, and I think it sounds plausible, is that when they filled out the form, they just didn't, it requires a confirmation from a community council. I don't remember they require some kind of confirmation of the death, and those who submitted the form improperly, they were removing. Now, one can criticize them for this and saying they shouldn't have added them to the list. They should have first confirmed. It would have certainly increased trust in them. It was definitely a strategic mistake for them to add names and then remove them, because it just gives more grounds for people to question them. But nothing about this behavior suggests fraud. You know, it doesn't suggest them trying to inflate it. If they're trying to inflate it, they wouldn't go through the process of removing names. They'll keep all the names in there. They also said a few of the names were people who were reported dead, but they were actually arrested by Israel. Or there was one list released in April that they didn't have access to their system, so they submitted a lot of it by hand, and they added the wrong name. So they had to remove the wrong person, and then they re-added the right person just because they couldn't look them up in the population registry. So this was the Ministry of Health's explanation. But again, I think they made a mistake for doing it like that. I think if they want to go through the process of confirming names, then don't add them, just wait. So it was a mistake to do it that way, but nothing about that behavior suggests trying to inflate it or should make you feel like there's fraud there. But yeah, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so what you're basically saying is that even though they were not verified, they were very honest. I think you're saying like about the fact that they were not verified, and they just added them in, and like we both agree that they shouldn't have done that. Is that right?
Not if they could do two things. They could say we're going to just give families the benefit of the doubt and say if a family reports on a death, then we're just going to assume that they're telling the truth. Sure, there'll be a margin of error, but it won't be significant, and they should just add them. That's one approach. I think that's fine to do, because you're not going to see massive fraud. You're not going to see a massive number of families falsely reporting deaths. But if they were already going to go through the review process and remove names, then they just shouldn't have added them and then removed them. So they should have done one or the other, just add them and not remove them, or waited to add them. But I get it. They want to try to provide real-time data, and then they're going through it and trying to make that data more accurate. So then they'll remove names. I just think it was a dumb strategic mistake.
So, do they also? I think you said that they provide like details on like how certain people who were reported as dead, like how they died, right? Do they do that or no?
How they died? I haven't seen that. I know that they're only reporting violent deaths.
Okay,
So it's only if they were died by the IDF.
I see.
Yeah. Where'd you see that they were reporting the actual?
Oh no, I wasn't saying that. I was just asking if they were doing that.
Oh, no, they're not. It's just we know that it's IDF deaths. That's what we know.
Okay. And it's because they said that like the way that they review is that they look out for like bullet shots and whatnot, right? Is that how they do it?
Well, they just see if it's a violent death. So if it's like shrapnel, explosion, building collapse, bullet. Now, what some people have liked to claim, and people claim this without evidence, right? The people who are doing the analyses in quotations, casting doubt, they're not actually looking into it. They're just making claims. They're saying, oh, Hamas is killing people and they're adding it to the list. Now, I think it's probably plausible that, let's say Hamas kills somebody, they show up to a hospital, the doctor doesn't know. They know that most likely most people are being killed by the IDF, so they just attribute it to an IDF death when in fact it was a Hamas death. That being said, I did find a bunch of names of people who were executed by Hamas, and none of them were on the list. I did hear somebody found that there was one 17-year-old that was killed by Hamas that was found on the list, but I was able to produce, I think it was 10 or 15 different names of people that we know through media reports that Hamas executed, and none of them were there. So it doesn't seem like there's a significant number of people that Hamas killed added to the list. And also, just let's say every single person Hamas killed in Gaza since October 7th was added to the list. That's, what do you have, a few hundred people? Like, that's still negligible. So that's a distraction in my opinion. I don't think there's anything there.
Yeah. So as of okay, this is probably a dumb question, but as of right now, do we know like how many of like on the list that are verified, or like you're basically saying they're constantly just reviewing it, and like usually the amount that ends up like being dropped off the list, like not verified, is like usually insignificant?
I mean, we don't know, but let me look at Gabriel's thing again. Yeah, so right now, as of the last month, they added more people than they removed. So I think we're probably at the stage where they're going to start re-adding more people than they're removing, just because they have enough time to confirm this. So here, let me share this real quick on my screen. We can see that between the last list, there were 3,862 removed entries, and in the last list, it dropped to 3,851. So
I see.
Yeah, so it's now the number of removed entries is decreasing because there's more being re-added. So it seems like we're probably seeing the turning point in regards to that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool.
So this Gabriel Epstein guy, would you like because like for me personally, I don't really have time to just do like primary research. Like I would ideally like to read someone like reliable and just take their word for it. Like, would you say that the Gabriel Epstein guy, like, should I just take whatever he says?
Yeah, Gabriel Epstein has done by far the most thorough review of this. in terms of looking at every single. Yeah. No, he's in a league of his own. Credit where credit's due. I will say, and we all have our biases, but there is one thing in his analysis that, if you read his thread, he's very fair. He's very fair. We could read it real quick, right? He goes, the Hamas-run Ministry of Health released its 11th list of the dead since the Israel-Hamas war began, containing 58,380 entries and covering up to July 15th in analysis. It's good to see that actually this is getting views, so he's starting to blow up. Cool. I'm proud of Gabriel. Sourcing, he shows the source. I could send you guys this list as well. As with all the MOH lists, the July list does not distinguish between civilians and combatants and attributes all listed deaths uniformly to Israeli action, nor does it include the dates of deaths, none of the lists have, or collection methodology, with which most iterations have. Okay, nothing there. The new list contains 58,380 reported deaths, 99.96% of which have complete information. See my previous analysis for more on why completeness is the only one of several relevant metrics, including validity and accuracy, to use when assessing the MOH list. So it used to be far more incomplete. This was how much incomplete data they initially had, and over time they've been able to fill out the data, right? So we're seeing the list become more complete over time, meaning no missing names and ID numbers. The list has largely stabilized, with few removed, 17, or re-added, 28. Right, so now we're seeing more re-added than removed. Entries between June 15th and July 15th. Overall, 4,274 entries have been removed since June 2024, and 10% have been re-added. See the link graphics. Okay. Of the 53,000 entries, 45% are men, 16% are women, 30% are children, 77.4 are elderly. Maybe we'll skim through this. The share of men reportedly killed in the MOH list has steadily climbed and was initially understated. This is clear in MOH list orange and is the accompanying MOH dashboard, which breaks down deaths of men 18 to 45 out by. So he's saying that over time the percentage has increased. This is true because at the beginning it was just very heavy bombardment, and as they've sent in ground troops, you're able to get a higher level of accuracy fighting combatants and stuff, right? But it's not like it's increased. Like, look at these numbers, right? It's since July 2024, so in the past year, it's increased from 36% to 39%. So I don't want to make an accusation about Gabriel here because I don't know his intention, but this is not a significant increase. We're talking about a 3% increase in the share of men in the past year. That's not significant, but the chart makes it seem like it's significant. So I would say that it's possible the way he's presenting this is connected to his ideological, just his perspective on it, that I think he did explicitly say he's supportive of Israel's operation in Gaza. This was as of months ago. I don't know if he still is, but this lacks a little bit of context because it gives the impression here this looks like there's a 50% increase, but it's only going up from 28. Okay, so this is fair from here. But in the past year, it's a 3% increase. It's pretty negligible. And this, I also take a little issue with how he presents this. The demographics demonstrate a much higher share of adult men, 18 to 59, and older teenage boys relative to their share. That's true, but when you actually look at like excess male deaths on all ages, the excess males is not really that high. I made a chart that shows when you correct for excess all ages. I'll send you the chart. I showed it earlier, so I don't want to pull it up again. But when you really try to understand the plausible number of combatants in this data, it's like 10%. You're not going to get that impression from reading this. So I think he
Can
needs.
I add something?
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah, I heard once that he said that he think the amount of like combatants like on the list is like about maybe 10%.
I would
And I
say
just want to
I would
know-
say 10% to like low single-digit percent. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Like, so here is how I understand it. So from my understanding, I think it was like, I don't remember exactly the breakdown, but basically, if you determine like what percent of when you take a look at the percentage of people who are of military age that died, and you assume that men and women die at the same rate, like you end up with like 25% of like, I don't know how to explain.
Yeah. Look. I made a
Pretty
chart.
much.
I made a chart. I'll do this very brief because I already presented on the stream.
Okay.
Okay, you see this? Everything above the red line is excess male deaths, but the darker blue is excess male deaths in military age. But we do need to account that excess males are dying of all ages. So above the yellow line is going to be the excess males when you correct for excess male combatants when you account for all excess male deaths. But the reason why, and everything above the yellow line is only 17% of the total deaths. But males are dying at a higher rate of all ages because they're confused for being combatants. They're taking more risks, then they work in high risk positions like first responders. But all these risks are going to be greater if you're a civilian of military age. So this yellow line is actually lower than it should be. And this is all speculative. We don't know how much higher the yellow line. What's up?
So the yellow line, that's 17%, right?
Above the yellow line is 17%. Above the red line is, I think, probably around 25%. So that's maybe what you were looking at. But we need to correct for excess males, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so like you're saying that above the red line is basically speculative.
No,
Because
above the yellow line is speculative. Above the red line is really taking the average excess of all male ages that are not combatants, and then using that average to correct above the red line. So everything above the yellow line is speculative. Where the yellow line should be, I put it low, but it should be higher. I was very charitable. It should be higher to the point where we're talking 90 to 99%. But again, combatants are most likely not being added to the list either at all or at the same rate, right?
Yeah. So like, yeah, you do have to take into consideration that men, like, they die at a higher rate, like in this conflict, because as he said, like there are some battalions that just kill men on sight, and a lot of like Hamas members, they do have policies where they don't take their bodies to the hospital to be counted. So,
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
So I'm
if,
not
like it wouldn't.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me personally. Like if like as you said, maybe like the amount of combatants on the list are like in the single digits. Like yeah. So I just wanted to confirm like how you thought about it, because I never heard you like explain why you thought about it that way.
Why combatants aren't being added?
No, like why you thought it was like 90%. So that's like, I just wanted to confirm that. Like,
Oh yeah. Does it make sense now?
Yeah. Like
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not being hyperbolic. Like, I'm not exaggerating. 90 to 99% is a very reasonable estimate when we just look at the data.
yeah.
And I haven't. There's not been a single person who's been able to reasonably counter this. And what I will go on to say, you know, I'm not a data analyst. I don't even have a university degree. Now, I'm not saying this to discredit myself, because I'm here open to public scrutiny. I've put in analyses. I invite anybody to challenge me on this. The reason I'm bringing this up is it's a relatively simple analysis. It doesn't require expertise. It doesn't require being a genius. And the fact that I'm one of the only people who have done this and put this out, it kind of bothers me, you know. Like I wish I didn't. I wish I wasn't one of like the leading and maybe I'm tooting my own horn too much, but I wish I wasn't one of the leading experts on this, because this is pretty basic bullshit that I wish our institutions and the media would do. This should be part of basic knowledge. Like, if I could do this, the media could do it, institutions could do it. This shouldn't be debated at this point. The fact that there's still a prevailing narrative in the pro-Israel camp that there's 1-to-1 civilian combatant ratio, and like all that is just a failure of our media and institutions, and it's it's problematic. But yeah, anyways, I want to move to a different topic just because I've
Sure.
cut. But yeah, is there anything else you wanna bring up?
Wait. So do you want to talk about a different thing, or you just want to move
Yeah,
on
yeah,
to,
yeah.
like,
I'm gonna do
101?
a review of a video review of the vegan gains. Yeah, but if you have another question about this, happy to do it. But yeah, just one thing, because I started looking through Gabriel's thing. I think Gabriel does excellent work. He should be trusted. But as I pointed out, I do think some of the framing is not going to give the full impression of what's going on. And yeah, if you guys here, let me drop a link to his profile, because he's definitely like, I'm giving some critique, but I think by and large he does good work and should be, he's definitely should be followed. Just taking into account that I showed two what I would consider just be flaws in the framing, or things in the framing that could mislead somebody. But definitely follow him, and you could definitely trust his analysis. He's doing some of the best work on this. And he actually, when it comes to data analysis and spreadsheets and all that, he's like actually a pro. Like, I don't know if he studied this, but he's really really good at that. So yeah.
Okay, so I don't try to take too much of your time, so this will be, I guess, like the last thing that I'll talk about, if you're interested in it. But like, I've talked about this concept with like a lot of people, and I haven't like really gotten good pushback about it. But I think you can make like a legal argument, like in international law, as to why solution to the conflict should be a one-state solution. I'm not sure like if that's something you want to talk about right now, or you just want to move on to like perhaps like talk about it at a different date.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about it. You're saying like there's a legal argument that should be one state?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. I'm less interested in that. Like, I could get behind one state, but we need a solution that will put Jews at grave risk, is both unjust and likely to be agreed upon by Jews. So if it's one state, it needs to be a state that has systems and institutions in place that can protect Jews living on the land. So I don't care about international laws as I care about it being just and moral.
Sure.
So I'm fine with one state, but like one secular democratic state, it could work. It just needs you need a constitution and institutions that can ensure the safety of the Jews living there. And obviously there's things that we need to require for Palestinians: safety, equality, justice, right? But that's not a concern for Palestinians in one state. Jews have a real concern with one state, that their safety will be jeopardized. Yeah.
Yeah, I if you're not interested in the legal side of it, that's completely fine. Like, I also acknowledge that I also personally uphold practicality better, more so than
right
legal arguments.
Mm-hmm.
I just figured if you were interested to hear it, but if not, that's completely
fine. How long is the legal argument?
Oh, it's gonna be very short, maybe a minute or two.
Yeah, go for it.
So there's this concept of international law, I'll just post it in the chat. It's called I'll just abbreviate it to UPG. Okay. So essentially what this
that's what Natasha Hosta for but she does that's a bad interpretation from what I've understood.
Yeah, but I think I don't think she understands the implication of what she's saying, because a lot of the people who do use this argument, what they're basically doing is justifying the settlements in the West Bank. What they're essentially doing is that they're saying, well, first of all, I'll just give a quick explanation of what this concept means. Just basically says that the emerging power from like a colonial administrative boundary basically inherits those boundaries. So, for example, like it's basically agreed upon that the only like really emerging power to like declare independence after the British left was Israel. So like Israel just automatically inherits all of the land, but that basically means that they need to give citizenship and like equal rights to all the Palestinians, including the ones in the West Bank. So a lot of what people on the pro-Israel side they do is they use it to justify like the occupation. They say, well, the settlements are actually legal because of this concept, like the entire land is ours. And if that's the case, then you also have to give the Palestinians citizenship. You can't just say like, oh, like on one hand the land is ours, and that's why the settlements are legal. But on the other hand, you say like, we don't need to give you guys some citizenship because like the land is not actually ours. You can't have it both ways, right?
Okay,
So I
interesting.
don't think, like Natasha, she says that, but I don't think she understands the implication that she's advocating for a one-state solution.
Right.
Right?
That-
She's basically just using it to justify the settlements, but she wants to have it both ways. Where on one hand she says, well, the land is ours, so that's why we were building settlements, but it's actually not ours, and we're not giving citizenship or like authority for it.
Right.
So a lot of people on the pro-Israel side, like they disingenuously use this concept without actually understanding what it means. So that's why, like, I thought I wanted to bring it up. But what you can also say, so that like the strongest in terms of like the legal side of things, the strongest argument that you can make is that like it should be a one-state solution because like this concept UPJ was applied all throughout the Middle East. So for example, in Syria, when the Brits, when the French ruled like Syrian like borders, then like the Syrians they inherited those borders. That's how it was done in the Middle East, in Africa, in Latin America. And you should like it, and this case in Israel and Palestine shouldn't be an exception. But if we are saying that it should be an exception, what you're basically saying is that when the Brits left, okay, the land was essentially like it didn't belong to anyone, and like there's a term for this. I'll post it in chat in 1 second. Hold on. The land was basically called like terra nullius, like something like that. And essentially, what this means is that anyone like who just annexes the land, like gets to keep it. Like countries nowadays, they can't like unilaterally annex territories if they belong to a different country. But if no one is claiming the territory, then you can unilaterally annex it, right? So essentially what I'm basically saying is that if you're saying that the concept of UPJ is not applying, you're basically saying that the land was up for grabs for anyone. And so after the 1948 war, when Jordan annexed the West Bank, that is technically a legal annexation, right? Like because it didn't belong to anyone. We're basically saying that the land didn't. So like in that case, Jordan was legally allowed to just annex East Jerusalem and like the entire West Bank. So like from the Palestinian perspective, like they can say, well, okay, if you guys don't want to accept a one-state solution, if you're rejecting the idea of UPJ, well, what you're essentially saying is that the entire West Bank, including East Jerusalem, including like the Kotel, like that belongs to Jordan, and the Jordan like they also renounced the territories of the West Bank to the Palestinians in 1988. So technically, the entire West Bank belongs to the Palestinians. Like, and if the Palestinians are offered anything less than the entirety of the West Bank, that would just be rewarding illegal Israeli settlements.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I appreciate that analysis. What I would say one of the major flaws in it is just that UPJ is not the right interpretation. Like from what I've understood, and again, this isn't my domain, but the critique I've seen of Natasha's interpretation of UPJ is that you can't retroactively apply it in that way, and it's just a very bad interpretation of international law. So what your argument is good. You're saying if you're making the UPJ argument, well, then you need to make everybody citizens. But UPJ is just not a good argument to begin with, you know. So that's what I would say the flaw is. But I think you provide a very good counter. It's like if you do want to appeal to UPJ, fine, one state for everybody. So yeah, I think you made a compelling case. I do want to have a conversation with Natasha. I just doubt she would ever speak to me, but we could try.
Yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Piece of Slice. I appreciate you giving the time. And I'm gonna keep streaming. But if you have any other thoughts or questions, you're welcome to chime in.
It sounds good. Have a good day.
Awesome, man. Talk soon. So we did get a response now from the scammer, the Good Witch. So I said, sure, let's do a reading. And then she goes, let's go for a full reading, right? So she said, would you like me to consider you? I said, sure. So she considered me, and then she goes, full life reading. Oh, that's a surprise. She wants to do the full life reading. That's going to clarify all the issues that is bothering your mind and tell you what the universe has in store for you. Sure. Heart, how much can you afford for a full life reading before proceed? You must pay for the readings, but it's what you can afford. Before I pay, I'd like to know, one, how you found me, and two, how you know someone in my life is envying me. Should we pay just to see what it's all about? It's funny, I commented on Andrew Tate's thing. At this point, is there anyone I didn't rape? Fucking ridiculous, because Lauren Southern's accusing him of rape now, and then I go, well, yeah, I imagine even a serial rapist like yourself hasn't raped everyone. Okay. He's a real piece of shit, huh? Few people in this world that are bigger pieces of shit than Andrew Tate. Or maybe not few people in this world, few public figures in this world are bigger pieces of shit than Andrew Tate. Anywho, while we're waiting for the scammer to get back to me, Emperor Ghidorah. By the way, what is Emperor Ghidorah? What's the background to that? And let's do, let's review Vegan Gains. Thanks for sending this. 35 to 38. And then he comes back at 47. Oh, damn. So he does, that's long. Okay, whatever. We'll do it. $35.13. What? Where'd it go? $35.13. Oh, I see myself. So Emperor Ghidorah, the only reason he knows about me is because of you, I'm guessing, because you keep asking him to talk to me. And who's Vince Potato? Why is this Vince Potato and not him? Like, how could Vince Potato just upload his shit? Seems like copyright infringement, no?
Conor McGregor with.
Can everyone see this? Yes, okay.
Was never that good.
Adar wine.
I agree with him. Well, Conor McGregor at featherweight in his prime was very good, but it's true that he didn't stick around long enough to be considered one of the best. But that's a side note. For those who don't know, I'm actually a very big MMA fan. I just don't talk about it much because I don't like to endorse violence, even if it's sport. I think it contributes to a culture of violence. But yeah, I'm definitely a fan. I even put some money on the fights to make it more exciting. But let's do it.
Sent you an email asking for a debate. I think deep down, you know you would get bodied by Adar if you come at him with your Israeli genocide propaganda. You're a pussy. Go to 104 and 45 seconds.
Oh, damn. Ghidorah, was that you? That's fucking brutal. Okay, I appreciate the endorsement.
I never received an email from this guy.
Yeah, I definitely emailed him, but it's okay. It might have gone to spam or something.
Did I email him? I can't even remember.
No, he didn't email me.
Ratio is the best in modern warfare. It absolutely is not. This is just propaganda. It's the civilian.
So this might be a little annoying to watch. So this is me. Right now, I'm reviewing him responding to me, responding to him, responding to me. That's some Inception level shit, and it's probably pretty annoying, but there's a very big loop of reviews here. Okay.
combatant ratio, we can't know. We don't really have any way of knowing, but it's probably around somewhere 8-1, 9-1. You want to be charitable, you could say 7 or 6-1.
That would still be very good. Pretty sure that would still rank above average.
Okay, so I mean, look, let me start by saying this about Vegan Gains. I've been familiar with his content. I don't really watch any streamers, but I've been familiar with his content for years now. I really appreciated his debunkings on veganism, and what I think is troubling about this is he built a following by debunking people spreading misinformation, and he's always taken a very like analytical approach and data-centered approach to these debunkings, and he's very well read on veganism, but his level of knowledge on Israel-Palestine is similar to the same people he's debunking. This is not his area of expertise in any way, shape, or form. But which is fine. You can't be an expert at everything, but at least acknowledge that you don't know what you're talking about. He's acting just like the same people that he built his name debunking.
People think of that as normal or okay. It's just not. And
Oh yeah. So I didn't even respond.
Even if we go by the figures that he's
Okay. There's a misconception. I don't even want to say common misconception anymore because people have understood it's bullshit. John Spencer promoted this. It's based on a misinterpretation from a study from the 90s. People think that modern warfare or urban combat warfare is 9-1. There's no basis for this. In fact, I will challenge anybody to find me a conflict that had 9-1. And if the average is 9-1, that means some will be higher to 9-1. You're not going to find me any that are 9-1. You won't find me one that's 8-1, not even 7-1. So it's not true that 8-1, 9-1 would be good and below the average. The average is around 2-1. And this is based on a study that Michael Spagat put out from London University, where the data is available. You know, there's open source data anybody can review, where he took all the urban warfare from the past few decades, and it's around 2-1, 2 civilians for every combatant, and it might even be 1.5-1 because there's some amount of deaths that we don't know if they're combatants or civilians. So anywhere from 1.5-1 to 2-1, that's the average. Anybody claiming that it's something else, I mean, put out an analysis, show some proof, join me for a live stream, make the case, but there's no basis for that. And that's why people aren't saying 9-1 anymore. John Spencer's not saying 9-1 anymore. John Spencer never went on the record to correct his misinformation, but he stopped making this claim because he knows it's not true.
proposing, that is still quite good. That's
So this is him. So he said it's still quite good, and now we're hearing him saying it's quite good in the other video. So there's something a little annoying about this, but let's continue.
that's better than most other countries have done.
yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. This is run-of-the-mill propaganda. 9-1 is a myth that's been debunked. It's around 1.5 to 2-1.
So again, I guess I debunked this. I didn't even remember that I debunked this. So okay, we're doing like a double debunking.
One is urban warfare, the average of urban warfare, Gaza. And I think
I don't know if he's making a mistake with how it's calculated. If you have more civilians in an area, but you have very few militants, the chances of you killing a civilian goes up. If there's many militants, but very few civilians, your chances of killing a combatant goes up massively, and your chance of killing a civilian goes down. So it's calculated by considering the actual proportion of civilians and militants in a given area.
I mean, that's just complete bullshit. That's literally just a claim that has zero basis. That is not how civilian to combatant ratio is calculated. What is true is if you have a lot of civilians and not a lot of combatants in an area, then you're going to have a higher civilian to combatant ratio. So one can challenge the claim, right? Israel's operation in Gaza almost certainly is going to have the highest civilian to combatant ratio in the 21st century. And in fact, you're not even going to find something like this in the 20th century unless you look at actual genocides. But so you could use that as a counter. You could say, okay, well, the reason why it's so high is because there's a lot of civilians and not many combatants. But that consideration, that's an argument to defend Israel against the high civilian to combatant ratio. It doesn't actually affect the calculation. But, and while I think it's important to talk about there being a lot of civilians and not many combatants, but this speaks to the brutality of Israel's operation. When Hamas is hiding comfortably under tunnels, and you did not do proper evacuations out of Gaza, and you're using a record number of high-powered explosives per square kilometer on a densely populated city, that's indefensible, it's immoral, and accounts for a grave war crime. So yes, what you're saying is true. There's a lot of civilians in a densely populated area while Hamas is hiding in tunnels. That's why what Israel's doing is so fucking barbaric. So I do agree with you, but the moral implications of this, I just don't see how you could defend this. And somebody who is, I imagine, like, his veganism comes from an ethical standpoint. So how can you be so okay with the mass slaughter of civilians with very little to show in terms of military gain? How could you be okay with such a just careless mass slaughter of civilians? To me, it seems like an incoherent worldview. And I wonder where this bias of his comes from. Like, normally people are just this blindly supportive of Israel. It's either, you're Jewish or Israeli and you have that bias. That makes sense. Or you just really don't like Muslims. So you're just going to be more supportive. You don't care about the facts on the ground. You just want Israel to win no matter what. Or you're like some evangelical, right? But I don't know much about vegan gains. Like, does he fall into any of these categories? And if not, maybe one of the viewers has some insight as to where this blind support to cringe levels comes from. Like, bro, you could like make the case that Israel has a right to exist. You can make the case that Israel needs to defeat Hamas. Like, all this are defensible cases, but you don't need to just spread very blatant misinformation to support Israel.
So if you're just going to go by a raw figure of this many militants was killed, this many civilians was killed, then you could have like urban warfare where 99% of civilians were evacuated. And then you'll have like something ridiculous, like basically a perfect ratio of militants to civilians killed, which would be whatever to 0. And then if you compare that to Israel, where they're not able to evacuate civilians, and there's a very high proportion of civilians to militants, and you just look at the raw number, then it's going to be completely skewed. So I think he's making that mistake where he's not actually taking into consideration the proportion of militants to civilians in a given area.
Yeah. So again, I mean, that consideration does not affect how you calculate civilian to combatant ratio. It could affect the moral implications. But again, Israel has flattened Gaza with the civilian population stuck inside, while the combatants you're claiming that you're targeting have where to hide. That's not a defensible war strategy. It's just not.
Grey Knight donated $2. My bad. I meant to say he'll make Atlantic City they offer the donation though, Grey Knight.
You were eating vegan. I'll enjoy. Respect.
Thanks for the.
So is this okay? And you said it continues at some point. 47 to 1 hour. Okay. What was he doing for the past 47? What was he doing for the next 8 minutes? Just shooting the shit.
Movie with Greta Thunberg as in case you
Civilian casualties. Civilian. So
Gaza at the
pretty. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. The edibles are kicking in.
my range is
Okay, we'll give him an excuse if he's on edibles. I don't stream on edibles because it makes me much more slow.
a little different today. I'd say Gaza at the very minimum is 4-1, all the way up to 9-1. I think probably 7 to 8, 6 to 8 maybe is like a good.
So this stream was a long. No, this was
good guess, but I brought in the range because we really can't know.
So, by the way, if we go by his figure, 6 to 1 or 8 to 1 militant to civilian casualty ratio, that is nowhere near approaching genocide. So he would not be able to use the genocide argument. You can't.
First of all, those who watch this know that I don't generally make the genocide argument. I care less for debates on terminology. And it's just not the best use of my time. So I'm not making the genocide argument. I'm making the argument that is morally indefensible and amounts to one of the greatest atrocities of the 21st century. But genocide is not dependent on ratio. Yeah, you could use it if it's a really low civilian to command ratio, then it's not, you could use that, but you can't say 6 to 1, 7 to 1 is proof that it's not genocide. That's not how genocide is determined. I mean, it's just an irrelevant argument in determining if it's genocide. You need to see if there's been an intent to destroy the population in whole or in part. I think there's a strong case to be made that Israel has had that intention to destroy the population in whole or in part. The systematic destruction of civilian infrastructure, levels of proportionality unlike which we've seen in the 21st century, massive swaths of Gaza being kill zones where they shoot anybody on sight. And when they publicly state that their goal is to ethnically cleanse Gaza, you can see a clear incentive to making Gaza unlivable and life for Gazans unbearable, so they voluntarily relocate. Some can say that this is too liberal an interpretation of genocide. That's fine. Again, I don't care for the terminology, but I think that there is still a strong case to be made that there is an intent to destroy the population in whole or in part.
And look at comparable genocides, nowhere fucking close, like orders of magnitude. So he can't claim Israel's committing a genocide. All he's left with is Israel could do a bit better with reducing civilian casualties.
No, I mean, that's not all I'm left with. I'm left with they could do a whole lot better. You want to use the word orders of magnitude, I think they could do orders of magnitude better. And they can engage in a way that doesn't amount to one of the single worst atrocities of the 21st century. Now, comparable genocides, there's very few things that have been determined genocide in the court of law because they have a narrow definition and it's hard to prove intent. But if we do look at examples of instances of group violences that academics have determined to be genocide in the 21st century, Gaza is actually worse than a lot of them. When we look at the rate in which women and children have been killed in Gaza, it's the highest rate out of any instance of violence since the Rwanda genocide. More than 1 in 50 children in Gaza have been killed so far. And again, Rwanda was much worse, but it's not like you have examples of other war that come close to what's happening in Gaza.
So that's all he's left with. He literally admitted his position, the militant civilian casualty ratio is about 6 to 8 to 1.
In case you ever wanted to see an animated movie.
Doubt it. Thank
One is
Nation Dodo.
saying 9 to 1 is 8 to 1 is better than most. I challenge all of you to find me a
Yeah, so it's funny to see that my repeat arguments now and in the last time I reviewed this.
single conflict that has an 8 to 1 civilian to combatant ratio. You could find genocides that have that. You're not finding it. You're not.
I don't think you can even find genocides that have it. Yeah, no, you wouldn't. I don't think he understands how it's calculated.
Finding conflict.
I definitely understand how it's calculated, my guy. You're not understanding how it's calculated, but provide a source, prove me wrong. I've been wrong before, and when I'm proven wrong, I'll acknowledge it, but there's a very clear way we determine civilian to combatant ratio, and it has nothing to do with what you're describing right now.
If you look at America in the Vietnam War,
You reminded me of when Seth Rogen called someone nuts for thanking the cops for catching a thief who broke into their car and got their
I've never really felt violated any of the crimes I regularly do. Seth, was that that's better than Vietnam.
It's not better than Vietnam.
That's better than the Iraq War.
It's not better than the Iraq War.
No, it's not. Actually, Vietnam I haven't researched. Not better than.
But yeah, so this is actually what inspired me to research Vietnam. Vietnam is like 3-1 or something. It's just not worlds apart. And maybe I'm even exaggerating it. Vietnam might even be less. We'll do a quick LLM search, which doesn't have 100% accuracy, but what is the civilian to combatant ratio in Vietnam? Hard to pin down precisely because of the nature of the conflict. Total death 2.4 to 4 million. Civilian death, If we take 2 million civilian deaths and 1.4 million combatant death, yeah, so 1.4 to 1. So I even over exaggerated it. For every combatant killed, about 1.4 civilians killed. It's just he just doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm sorry. And to be so confident with such false claims and false claims about like actual people dying, this is not something to take lightly and just, you know, be wrong about. Where's my tab? Oh.
In the Iraq War. Iraq War is probably around 5-1. That's 5-1, but that's if you include.
I can't remember if that was 5-1.
He can't remember. I don't know if he ever looked into this. I remember what I said here. I mean, I obviously know my arguments. It's 5-1 if you include indirect deaths. Normally, they don't include indirect deaths in civilian to combatant ratio, but something like, we don't know for sure, but something like half the deaths are from the collapse of the healthcare system. So it's closer to like Iraq's like 2-1, 3-1.
Not finding an exact number.
That's convenient. Okay, give us an estimate.
Challenge Israel-Palestine. Such a smug, arrogant prick and needs to get knocked down a peg on this Israel. He's 7 minutes.
Give me a sec.
Look at this guy's screen name. That's wild.
37 minutes anti-Semitism begins. PLS challenge him to a debate. He's such a smug, arrogant prick and needs to get knocked down a peg on this Israel-Palestine stuff.
Okay, somebody's telling him to knock me down.
I'd have to look at that.
He has to look at that. Okay, why? You can't come up with a number? It's he looked at a number and it just doesn't fit what he wants it to be. So now he needs to look at it. Okay.
I'm pretty goddamn sure the Iraq War wasn't 5-1.
It was less.
I think
it was less.
I think he's. Give me a second.
Well, not like an orangutan wouldn't be a better infugner then.
Well, I'd say, yeah, any primate would be a better influencer than Greta. You know.
Hey, everyone. He lists others' insanity.
Red Pick wife is
Professor Dave. He does some fun content.
Palestinian, and she's just because his wife is Palestinian, and she's a huge anti-Semite.
Wait, who's he talking about?
And he does messaged him on Instagram. He
began pushing HIV denial.
I've already challenged Professor Dave to a debate. I messaged him on Instagram and he read my message. He just never replied. He doesn't debate anybody on this topic because he knows he's lying. And I think one of the reasons why he pushes this bullshit is because his wife is Palestinian and she's a.
Okay, so he seems readily available to debate, Professor Dave. I mean, granted, Professor Dave has a much larger following than me, so you could see an incentive for why he'd be more inclined to do that, but it probably also has to do with knowledge levels.
A huge anti-Semite. Thanks for the.
And yeah, that just sounds like an ad hominem. What? I mean, it's possible Dave's an anti-Semite, but like based on what?
Detonation though, N-word.
Include indirect.
Yeah, I think what this guy is doing is he's looking at the total militant deaths and the total civilian deaths and just coming up with the ratio that way.
That's literally how that's literally how you come up with the ratio. There's no other way to come up with it. This is just completely made up.
I don't think he's doing the proper calculation where you also factor in the proportion of civilians to militants.
You don't. That literally has nothing to do with the calculation. Nothing. Again, that has something to do with maybe the moral calculation, but not the actual raw numbers calculation.
Deaths. Most civilian combatant ratios do not include indirect deaths. They include
You would have to.
deaths. In Iraq, 100.
You would have to. Like, what the fuck does he mean by that? Like, so in his hypothetical, if I don't know, example would be United States goes to war with X country, or Israel goes to war with X country. Let's say the war is justified. Israel or the United States, whatever example, doesn't matter, you want to use. The war is justified, so you should attack the other side. And then let's say you bomb a military base, and that's all you bomb. You just bomb the military base. So let's say members of that military base were doing some sort of humanitarian charity work, when they weren't at the base. And that results in certain people not getting enough food to eat or clothing when it gets cold or something like that. He would consider those deaths in the fucking casualty figures because they're indirect, like something stupid like that.
Okay, he misunderstood my position. You definitely need to include indirect deaths to do casualty figures. You generally, if you look at how civilian to combatant ratio is generally calculated, indirect deaths are often excluded. So my analysis, which is based on verifiable data, anywhere between 4-to-1 to 9-to-1, is not including indirect deaths, nor is most of the civilian to combatant ratios. But in Iraq, the way we get to 5-to-1 is by including indirect deaths, right? That's how people calculated that one. So it's true that you do calculate indirect deaths for total fatalities. It's very relevant. That's currently not being counted in Gaza. So right now we have 59,000 confirmed deaths. This is not including indirect deaths. We don't have any data on that yet. There's been one analysis that put it at around 8,000, which seems like a pretty good methodology. I won't get into that now, but you could see I interviewed Mike Spagat, who put that out, and how he reached the conclusion of 8,000 indirect deaths. But again, it's generally not used for civilian to combatant ratio, so that's why I'm putting that as a caveat when mentioning Iraq. If you remove indirect deaths, Iraq is like something like 3-to-1 or 2-to-1.
Like, this is absolutely ridiculous then.
Thousands died from collapse of the healthcare system. If you include them, you're at around 5-to-1, not 8-to-1. And 5-to-1 is unprecedented. That doesn't include indirect deaths. I mean, that's just complete.
So, by the way, in Iraq, I actually was friends with some people who served in fucking Iraq. They were able to mass evacuate civilians. So why in the fuck would he, like again, this is the only way any of this makes any fucking sense if he's not factoring in the actual proportion of civilians to militants in a given area. Because again, in Iraq, they were able to evacuate civilians. Gaza, they're able to evacuate people within Gaza, but they're not able to actually leave Gaza. So again, if he's just looking at total, like just the raw civilian to militant deaths, he's gonna come up with just wacky calculations.
So I'm not going to repeat my argument. I've addressed this, but that is irrelevant for calculating it, and the moral consideration, I think the fact that there haven't been evacuations is why what Israel's doing is so barbaric.
Bullshit. That may even be better than Afghanistan. So,
Oh, it's not.
Okay.
Oh my God, he has no idea what he's talking about. I can understand why he wouldn't debate me.
what they did for October 7th. What do you mean wouldn't debate him?
But when you look at
I've never received an email from this guy, or saw it anyway. Does he have an email?
My email's there. Okay, let's see. He's looking
Let
it
me
up.
check. Oh, Adar? Weinreb. Friday, May 23rd. Oh, okay, so he did. Wait.
I sent him, I think I titled it, I saw you called me a cuck on stream, something like that.
I don't think I ever refused to debate the guy. This is what he's saying in my email. I think I said I'm not really interested because his takes are fucking stupid. Claim that Hamas is caught.
How's that not a refusal? First of all, he didn't reply to my email, but he said, I didn't refuse. I just said, I'm not interested because his takes are stupid. I don't know. Sounds like a refusal, right?
Manipulating MOH is complete bullshit, and so is the idea that it was Hamas who broke the ceasefire. Realize, oh, geez, okay, yeah, I'm not debating. I'm not wasting my time with that horse shit, bro. Okay, this guy is like fully drunk in the Kool-Aid.
Literally every claim I make on Gaza has nothing to do with reports I read online or media. I have investigated everything on my own. What Kool-Aid have I drunk? That I'm saying that we have verifiable data from the MOH. I've put out many analyses of this, and Israel did break the ceasefire. He claimed it when we had a ceasefire a few months ago that it was Hamas that broke it. That's just institutionalized pro-war propaganda that has zero basis. What happened there was 3 phases that were signed on. During the first phase, both sides were violating it a little bit. Israel much more. Israel was still carrying out airstrikes, killing children during the ceasefire. Hamas violated it in a very minor way by releasing the names of hostages that will be released a little bit late. So Israel was violating phase 1 to a much greater extent than Hamas. And then at the end of phase 1, Israel said, we're not going to go into phase 2, but we're willing to extend phase 1, which would essentially allow them to just continue their operation in Gaza. They'd get more hostages for more prisoners, but they don't need to commit to ending their operation and then could just continue. Hamas said, no, we're not interested in this extension. We're interested in the 3 phases we both signed on. And then Israel said, nope, we're going to continue our operation. The media framed that as, the media and the Hezbollah community framed that as, Hamas rejected the continuation of phase 1. Think about how dishonest that is. And I don't think Vegan Gains is being dishonest here. I just think he really has no idea what he's talking about. Like none.
Like, wow, that guy's on Kool-Aid. I was willing to, but after reading that, yeah, I had better things to do.
Hell, King Kong would be a better media infuser than Greta.
Okay, I mean, he could
5 minutes in, already had it first.
He could come up with any excuse he wants why he's going to refuse to debate me. Drinking the Kool-Aid, it's very obvious. There's a knowledge gap here that is just, we're worlds apart. To use an analogy, let's say you have a high schooler who saw one video by some carnivore diet dude, and that high schooler comes and makes all these super confident claims about why carnivore diet is the healthiest and the only way. And then Vegan Gains wants to debate him, and he's like, no, that guy drank the Kool-Aid, I'm not going to debate him. I mean, that's the difference in knowledge, is just take the sum of all the people he's debunked on veganism, that's him on Israel-Palestine. It's sad. And I actually lost a lot of respect for the guy. To build a name for yourself on debunking misinformation, only to be such a obvious propagator of misinformation on a different topic. It's hypocritical, it's dishonest, and it lacks integrity. And you know, vegan gains, if you're watching this, I hope you do. I'll even change my offer. Let's not debate, okay? I don't even think it would be fair. And I'm not rhetorically stronger than you. I'm not smarter than you. It's just purely a knowledge gap. I have researched this extensively. The fact that I served in the IDF and live in Israel, none of that is even relevant. It's just the fact that I've done such a deep dive on this, researched it extensively. We're just worlds apart in what we know about Israel Palestine. I'm going to change my offer. I don't want to debate you. Let's just have a good faith conversation. Let's really try to establish a baseline agreement of the facts on the ground. I'm not going to come in swinging. I'm not going to try to destroy you or debunk you. If you genuinely care about truth, let's talk about it. And you know what? I'll even modify the offer even more. I'm even happy to do it offline. Let's just have a call. If you genuinely want to know more about this topic, we don't even need to record it. Let's just have a call. I'm happy to give my time to going deep on this, so we could have a better understanding. Because right now, man, you're so far from understanding reality when it comes to Israel Palestine. It's sad. It's sad. And if you know, if you strive for honesty, this is not the way to do it. It's not the way to do it. I'm sorry, my guy. Anyways, thanks Emperor Ghidorah for the super chat, and that's the review. And I probably won't do any other debunking on vegan gains. I don't have, my interest is not, you know, fighting people all day, but you know, I did my part. I'll probably release this as a separate clip because I think people do deserve to know how far he is from the truth on this. Because I think he's a trusted source, but on this, he's just not. There's no reason to trust any of his claims on this. It's so far from true. It's just sad. Anyways, damn, 5 hours. Where the fuck did the time go? How do we get 5 hours already? Okay. I guess we'll check back the Twitter scammer, and then we'll wrap this up soon. Okay, they're coming with the fucking bullshit. From an early age, I've been aware of the energy and feelings of others. The first aspect of using or based on what one feels to be true, even without conscious reasoning, the powers were so strong, it cued me to one of the services to others throughout 10 years of practice and professional study, of the ability to lead people through the paths of their lives, the ups and downs. As a spiritual person, and I've been doing this for past 10 years, the universe revealed that to me, and I have to tell you. But if you don't believe me, it's fine. But I have to tell you that the universe told me, and the universe can't get annoyed because I have revealed that to you. If you still want the readings, you can hit me up. Good day. Oh, I guess that it's 8 minutes apart. This is incoherent woo-woo bullshit. What are you even saying? The universe revealed me to you. So the universe revealed my Twitter profile. So you got this vision that my Twitter profile, that you should message me because somebody around me is envying me. Sure. Well, that's a fucking compelling argument. Okay, awesome. I'm willing to pay $1. Can we proceed? ITST says, Adar, you say flattened Gaza while Hart says 70% is destroyed, but most of the destruction is in the no-go zone. I mean, bro, when I say we flattened Gaza, I'm not saying 100% of the buildings have been destroyed. And it's not even 70% destroyed. It's 80% damaged or destroyed. But we've done a level of infrastructural damage on which we've seen in any conflict in history, the systematic destruction of neighborhood after neighborhood, when we've actually had very little evidence of these infrastructures being used for military purposes. We know that there's tunnels that are primarily used for military purposes, but the extent to which civilian infrastructure is being used is highly exaggerated. And we know this for two reasons. One, Israel just has not provided evidence to significant usage of this infrastructure. Two, any infrastructure that's underground is going to be safer than above ground. Why would Hamas put military infrastructure above ground when they have a massive tunnel city underground? Why would they put themselves at a disadvantage? And three, if they're using mass amounts of civilian infrastructure that's currently being utilized by civilians and Israel's attacking that infrastructure, this is going to create there's going to be a cost in backlash from their population. They're going to be much quicker to turn on them for doing that. So, like, you need to think. Do you think parents would say, "Oh yeah, that's fine. Just store your weapons here. Oh yeah, that's fine. Launch attacks from here." No, there's going to be much more backlash. So there's a lot of incentives to put it underground. And again, if Israel says that they're utilizing civilian infrastructure to the extent that you can systematically flatten Gaza, show us the evidence. What we do know in terms of utilization of civilian infrastructure is that the tunnels have exits, some of them exits in civilian buildings. And we do know that once buildings are evacuated, Hamas then uses them militarily. But these are evacuated buildings, not buildings that are being used. But you could see three reasons why they would want to systematically flatten Gaza. One, there's a case to be made that it's easier to enter Gaza and not be attacked from high vantage points if it's flat, right? So you're essentially saying, I don't know which building they want to use, so let's just flatten all the buildings so they can't have any elevated advantage. Two, if your goal is to ethnically cleanse Gaza, you want to make it unlivable. And three, you could say it's a deterrent, and we'll enact such a cost to the civilian population that they'll consider ever doing something like that again. ITS is saying you just don't watch the IDF videos on the website. There are many of that. No, I'm looking at the available evidence. You could send me which website are you talking about? Send it to me. And I'm not saying there's no utilization of civilian infrastructure. It's just way overblown. Like they say they're using schools and mosques and this and that. That's show me the evidence. There's two examples of weapons found in schools. Again, this is just based on IDF reports. They didn't show us the GoPros that many units have. They didn't show us videos of them finding these weapons in schools. They're just making claims. But both these schools were in areas that were evacuated. So that's using infrastructure once it's evacuated of civilians. And hospitals, all we have for hospitals is 2 edited videos showing that there's tunnels either under or adjacent to, but it's plausible that all the healthcare facilities have tunnels leading to them because that's how they bring militants to their tunnels, to the hospitals. That's not the same as militarization. And again, they've only done that for 2 hospitals, Al-Shifa and European Hospital. They have not done it to justify the dismantling of 26 or 23 hospitals in Gaza. So it's not there, but ITS, show me the evidence. I'm happy to publicly review this. It's just not, there's no basis to that claim. Now, it is true that they're systematically destroying no-go zones, but a no-go zone doesn't have a 100% evacuation rate. There's some have like 50%, some have 70%, but there's still hundreds of thousands of people throughout these no-go zones. And there's a few reasons they're staying. One, first of all, you could send it. I read Hebrew, that's fine. First of all, some of them just want to defy the IDF. They're saying, no, I'm not going to let you kick me out of my home. So what, you can then take all my stuff so you could loot my home and then burn it down. And that's what Israel's doing, right? There's a policy that IDF is staying in a home. We know there's mass looting. I mean, IDF soldiers are uploading their videos of the mass looting, and then they have a policy to burn the home down afterwards. Now, and why do they burn it down? They say, oh, so we don't leave something accidentally, so Hamas will then find it. So that's how little regard they're having for civilians, that they'll burn down a home with all of the belongings that they didn't steal just because they don't want to take 30 minutes to look through the home to see that they haven't left anything. So some are just defying the orders, and you could say you shouldn't defy the orders, but does that mean you deserve to die? I don't think so. That's one. Two, Israel's calling for evacuations. You then have these evacuation routes that are sometimes being attacked. People are claiming Hamas is attacking them, but that doesn't make a difference. The evacuation routes are not safe. Israel is mass arresting military-aged men on these evacuation routes, many of them innocent. Some people have old parents or young children, and it's hard to, now walk kilometers and then live in a tent where you don't have running water, you don't have access to food. These humanitarian zones are packed. They're living in squalor. They don't have They don't have a sewage system. They don't have clean water. Disease there is rampant. So people are saying, look, I'll stay in my home and take the risks. And again, you could argue that they should be leaving their homes. But the fact that you don't have 100% evacuation is not an excuse to flatten those areas, especially when you know that you have hundreds of thousands of people, of civilians in those areas. Anyways, ITS, if you want to send in the next few minutes, let's do it. If not, I'm going to wrap this up. Let's see what they say. Okay, they agreed to my $1 offer. Yeah, hold on. I'm about to set the altar. Jeez Louise. Okay, I guess. I mean, if they're okay with a $1 donation, you need to expect that they're this is just someone in the Far East that a dollar is meaningful. I'd be down to pay $1 as long as I don't need to put credit card information on some sketchy site. If they're just saying PayPal me, I'd PayPal $1 just for the experience. Not that I at all care for the reading. It's the accuracy of that reading is equivalent to me telling ChatGPT to just give me a reading. Dover Tzal in Hebrew. Okay. Did I just spell? Okay. Am I looking at idf.il, Daf Habayit, Atats? Dude, I don't know what I'm meant to look at here, but do you want to send me, you don't want to send me a link on Discord or something? Dover Tzal doesn't bring me to some, something. Okay, set the altar, you witch. Let's do it. This other scammer, where's this other scammer? Hey, whoops. Hey, whoops. Hey, I messaged you on WhatsApp. Let's see what this scammer wants from me. Okay, the Good Witch is ready to proceed. Can we proceed now? Let's do it. Oh, I wasn't sharing my screen. Let's get to the bottom of this scam. Somebody just tagged me saying, okay, so Alex, I imagine you're watching this stream. Right, you responded to this on the stream, Hyder. Appreciate your work. I know it's a bit outside of the Overton window you work in. I don't know. I don't think I have an Overton window. I'm down to talk about anything. Although I guess there's some topics that maybe the world's not ready to talk about, but this stuff's fine. But Hamas was entirely irrational in undertaking October 7th. And then you sent me this link. Let's see. So I don't think that they were entirely irrational. I think they were wrong, and it was inviting in the mass slaughter of their own people. But it depends what their it depends what their goals are, right? So if their goal is to shift public opinion against Israel, right? They know they can't defeat Israel militarily, not in the short term, but one of the ways, the best way they could weaken Israel is to turn the world against Israel, so that sometime in the not so distant future, the US is no longer supportive of Israel. The best way for them to do that is October 7th. It's to do something so horrific that Israel responds the way they're responding, and that could help them achieve their political goals of liberating the land. So I don't think it's irrational. I just think it's anti-human. I would even say you could describe this as an evil action, but I think a lot of evil actions are actually quite rational. It all depends what your goal is. So I hope that answers your question, Alex. Okay, let's see. I'm about to place the spiritual cards down right now. Huh. Well, this is interesting because this might not be them, right? This could just be a generic photo. We could search for it, but if this is them, then it's definitely a woman, and this looks like a modern home. But this very well may be generic, right? What am I sharing now? Okay, cool. Yeah, look, wait. Yeah, look how generic this is. Look at this photo. And then this is just an Etsy. This is literally off Etsy. Unless this is the same person selling on Etsy, but that's highly implausible. Accurate 30-day psychic prediction reading. And, designed by Sia Psychedelic Psychic Spells. I mean, well, I'll tell you why this is bullshit. I mean, we know it's bullshit, but this could be the same person, but this person is presenting it as they're about to set down the cards as if this is them right now. But this is the same exact photo. Interesting reading. Apparently I have work to do. The reading. Okay, so this is a person who sells reading for 17 shekels, which is like $4, $4.3 or something. CS Psychic Spells. I mean, this could technically be the same person. But I mean, probably not, right? Although for this price, it's a similar price, right? Agreeing to $1 and then selling it for $4. But they're still being deceptive to make it seem like this was filmed right now, that they're about to set down the cards. And they didn't ask me for money yet, right? So they're getting me hooked, about to set down the cards. Oh well, wait, you need to pay me. Let's see what they say. We'll hit them with a yay. Whoa, is the Twitter feed this lagged that only now am I... That's interesting. That's like a few minute delay. That's crazy. No, that's not what I'm looking at. No, that's not what I'm looking at. Oh, wait. No, there's not a delay. Okay, that's interesting. I sent on Discord in the name Harel. Oh, damn. ITS, you're Harel. Wow. I didn't know that. Okay, cool. I now realize I didn't get back to you. But, let's see. What do you want me to look at here, though? There's dozens of videos, many pages. Is this what's on my screen right now? Wow. No, that's not what I'm looking. Okay. I'm getting so confused now. It's late. Okay, there we go. What do you want me to look at? Like, we're meant to see evidence of the mass utilization of civilian infrastructure. Is there a keyword you want me to look up? If anything, I would actually say this is the best proof that there's not mass utilization of civilian infrastructure. And using civilian infrastructure that's evacuated. Wait. Sorry, I got distracted. Using abandoned civilian infrastructure is not the militarization of civilian infrastructure. That's not human shields. Also, a member of Hamas being at home with their family is also not militarization of civilian infrastructure. That's like saying you're blowing up IDF soldiers' homes when they're home with their family and saying, oh, you see, they're utilizing civilian infrastructure. No. You need to show that it's militarized, that it's being used for military purposes. This has just not been demonstrated. Does it mean it's not happening at all? No, but it's not happening at the scale that it's being suggested. Look at where they did Hamas on the first page. Okay. This one. Cool. Is it this one? This is the video? Oh, here it is. RPG. Yeah, dude, this is militants walking through rubble. That's not yeah, obviously. There's nothing. This isn't militarization of civilian infrastructure. There's no civilians here now. They're literally walking through rubble where there might be civilians buried underneath, but I'm not sure what this proves, right? And that's the thing. We have drones. We're literally not seeing massive evidence of attacks being launched from areas where there's civilians present. We're just not. I would say probably rockets. Like you've had rockets shot from areas, but not from like a school or a hospital. That's just bullshit. But a lot of the rockets actually seem to come from behind trees and stuff. By the way, farmland and trees. But I'm sure rockets are shot from areas where there's civilians. But like this doesn't. How does this justify saying we're flattening all of Gaza? Where do you want them to operate from? They pop out of their tunnel, they launch an attack, and they go back in their tunnel. I'm not sure I understand. I'm not sure I understand. Emperor saying, I sent you the timestamp of vegan gains on Discord. I understand if you don't want to watch it. What do you mean? Is there another video? Wait, Ghidorah, first of all, I'm not seeing tagged again, but I see you just posted that. I just reviewed. Have you been gone? If you just came back, I already did the vegan gains debunking. Go back like 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. Well, I guess it probably started 30 minutes ago. But yeah, if that's what you're referring to, Emperor, I did it. Thanks for bringing that up. All right, let's see if the good witch is ready to take my money. Interesting. PayPal, Zelle. Oh, here's another photo. Let's see where this photo comes from. Wait, what's this? Sorry. I want to remember what the photo looks like. Cards with the 2-person candle next to a white candle. Okay, I'm not finding this image. But this is the same. It's this table. Although I don't see that image. Oh, is this an original image? Okay, I'm gonna just call this person out hard. And there's probably you can make the case that what I'm gonna do is not nice, because I'm gonna make this person sad, and it's possible this person is poor and just trying to feed their family. But this is dishonest. They're using fear and creating paranoia in order to sell something. I don't even feel like typing it out. I'll send them a voice message. Do I do it now or do I wait? I'll wait for them to send the PayPal. I kind of want to see what their email is. There's a video of Hamas that they uploaded in what appears to be the humanitarian storage facility. Okay, so what does that suggest? That Hamas is eating food? We should be clear about something. If there's only enough food for some Gazans, it's going to go to Hamas. I'm not sure what that means, that they were in there. Okay. What were they doing in there? Were they launching an attack from there, or were they taking food? They're going to save the food for themselves. David Pendre says, Brian Cox was more impressive the other day than I expected. Interesting. So I was actually underwhelmed. I don't want to talk shit about him because I appreciate him coming on, and he was honest in many ways, where I'd bring up something and he'd be like, yeah, that's a good point. Like, I definitely appreciated it, but it was just very abstract. I brought up many things that Israel's doing that seemed like clear violations, and he didn't really address any of it. He just stayed in like very abstract, that we need to determine this and that. But it's like, okay, systematic destruction of hospitals. How do you justify that? Where's Daddy Protocol? How do you justify that? These no-go zones. How do you justify that? So I wasn't compelled at all. I'll be honest with you. But I'm interested in hearing from you, Dave, what you found to be impressed, unless you just appreciated his cordial approach, that he's knowledgeable about international law, and that he was able to acknowledge good points. So I would agree. But in terms of him making a compelling case that Israel's abiding by international law, I didn't feel that way at all. And that's similar to feedback I got from others. And I didn't get to speak nearly enough. Like, I had a lot of questions I wanted to ask him, but the time ran out so quickly. Like, for example, he's all about international law, but he doesn't think the ICC is legit. I think he tweeted something like that the courts are like biased or whatever. It's like, okay, so you talk about international law being important. You have a court that's meant to interpret international law. They issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. Do you think he should go to court? And if not, then who enforces international law? If no one enforces it, what's the point of talking about it? I didn't get to ask him that, but I still have a lot of questions for him. So maybe we'll have him back. I appreciate talking to him. I'm not like talking shit, but I just didn't find a compelling argument that Israel's abiding by international law. They put a booby trap there. A lot was his demeanor and calmness. Okay, so I agree with you. Yeah. If you're just judging him based, and he seems like a genuinely nice person, right? I'm not. Yeah, I agree. I just thought in terms of like how he presented international law, I didn't find compelling, but his demeanor and calmness, yeah. I think a lot of people were actually impressed by the conversation because they thought him and I would fight, and a lot of people actually shared it who don't agree with me and said this is worth watching. A lot of people commented the cordiality of it, so I agree with that. Okay, so ITS, you're saying they put a booby trap in the humanitarian zone. So, I mean, send me that, but I don't even know what that suggests. Okay, that the humanitarian food storage is booby trapped. So meaning if the IDF goes into, why would the IDF go in there? And Hamas wearing women's clothing. I actually like, whether they're wearing women's clothing, a lot of them don't wear, a lot of them aren't wearing uniforms. So that's a war crime for sure. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the fact that we've systematically destroyed Gaza is not supported by them using all this for civilian, for militarization. So the other day, we literally killed a group of children that were waiting for water or something, like a water refill zone. And Israel acknowledged that they misfired and they were trying to get Islamic Jihad operatives nearby. But they're not saying that Islamic Jihad were launching an attack from near this area. I want to see, that's what I want to see evidence of. Show me Islamic Jihad operating from this area. What might have happened is we have intel that a member of Islamic Jihad is at his home or with his family that happens to be near these children, and we're just going to blow them up. Like we're trying to get him, and if we kill the children, oh well. That's what they're doing. But that's something very serious to do. Like to say, oh, well, we see they're existing. They're literally existing. Like they go back to their family home, so we could blow up the family home. I just want you to ask yourself, would this be legitimate if they were doing it to the IDF? Imagine if Hamas had a policy that they identified where the IDF would live and they would blow them up with their families. Is that a legitimate strategy? And is that militarization of civilian infrastructure? It's not legitimate and it's not militarization. We need to demonstrate, and it has not been demonstrated at all, that they're militarizing, meaning launching attacks on Israel from areas that are populated. I've yet to see this demonstrated, and maybe 1-2 instances, but that's the exception that proves the rule. Dave says, also made me think perhaps IDF does know things they can't share that justify their actions better. I imagine they do know things they can't share, but I mean, to me, it's so obvious that this will be remembered as a moral abomination, and everyone's going to pretend that they were always against this. Well, some will deny it for eternity, the same way every atrocity is justified and denied by those committing it. But it's so obvious that when we look back on this, it will be remembered as absolutely horrific, an abundance of war crimes. Many will always consider it to be a genocide. And it's going to be a dark stain on Israel and on the Jewish people. And I say this, again, I'm not always right, but I say this with such high degree of confidence. I can't even tell you how confident I am in this claim. There's just the evidence for systematic war crimes, like both from individual soldiers that the IDF refuses to hold accountable, and as a matter of policy, is so obvious and so abundant, it's not even a question at this point. It's just not. Let's see, okay. The rent play, Let me know you send the tips, send screenshot, send through family and friends. Why would I send through family and friends if this is a service? Huh? You fucking scammer. Okay, let's leave. Maybe I'll try to be compassionate with my message. I'm gonna send the good witch right now. Or should I be a dick? I don't know. We'll find. I'm gonna flow with it. Listen, I'm not gonna send you money, and I just want to share a reflection with you. You're not honest. You didn't have a vision that you need to message me. You just have a process where you message random Twitter accounts, okay? And then you use fear by telling me somebody in my life envies me. You literally are trying to cause paranoia in people that you randomly message in order to get them to pay you money. I can't even begin to express what a disgraceful way of life this is. And look, I get it. I bet you need money. Maybe you're trying to feed your family. But is this really who you want to be? That you want to be lying to people and creating paranoia in them so they pay you? Like, you're better than that. Would your parents be proud of you if this is how they knew you were spending your time? Seriously. Reflect on this. I know you're capable of more. And if you want, if you're really broke and trying to feed your family, be honest about it. Let's talk. I'll try to find you work, okay? But stop lying to people. Stop manipulating people. It's just not cool. That was pretty compassionate, right? Thanks, Dave, saying I'm reassuringly confident, which doesn't mean I'm right, okay? But I'm staking my reputation on this. Definitely, yeah. And I thought, like, David, I presented. Tell me, like, when I presented what I'm seeing in Gaza, tell me what you think there wasn't compelling. Like, is that not when we understand the mindset of Israelis, the fact that there's no accountability, and just the war crimes we have clear evidence of, how can we just get all abstract about based on what Israel's saying and doctrine this, doctrine that? Like, how does that in any way explain what I said? I'd be interested in hearing, because I think maybe there's a valuable feedback for me there.
Well, this is some pretty wild footage here.
Okay, let's see this crazy Gaza ambush.
Where Hamas conducts a close-range ambush against Israeli forces, one of them running out on top of the armored personnel carrier and throwing an explosive charge through the open hatch, which would lead to the death of 7 Israeli soldiers. Now, we're going to run through that clip in its entirety. It was all filmed and released by Hamas just earlier today. But I want to set the stage. Israel has already begun an investigation, kind of laying out what happened here. So from their perspective, military correspondent Doran Kadosh, again, some background before we get into the actual clip of this ambush taking place. He says the 7 soldiers killed were part of the Israeli 605th Engineering Battalion. He says, first off, the incident occurred during an operation by the 188th Brigade in Khan Yunis.
My brother was in that unit, I think. Okay.
Amid a combat event in which a fighter jet was called in to drop a bomb on a target that was very close to Israeli forces. That's going to be important. He says shortly before the incident, as part of the fighting, an explosive device was detonated and an RPG was fired at another unit from the same battalion, resulting in 2 casualties, 1 serious and 1 light. The battalion was in the midst of an intense 24-hour combat mission, during which the Air Force was also providing close air support for attacking enemy combatants. And this is where it gets into what the soldiers were doing in the vehicle. He says, according to operational safety procedures, when a fighter jet drops a bomb near friendly forces, soldiers are required to enter armored vehicles to protect against shrapnel or structural debris resulting from the airstrike. This is a familiar protocol that is carried out fairly routinely in the Gaza Strip. So the 7 soldiers, in this case, entered the Puma armored personnel carrier as required for a short time in preparation for the airstrike. And with that, let's go ahead and play the footage here as released by Hamas just earlier today. For starters, you can see just the rubble in Khan Yunis. More and more of the city is starting to look like this, and it can be a challenge to pick up individuals moving through that. We see clearly Hamas had a line of sight of these vehicles. It's not clear if this ambush was all designed or if Hamas at this point took advantage of the opportunity to try to do what they could. Now, from Hamas's side, they did put out a...
So, Harel, this video is 14 minutes, so what part of this do you want me to actually watch? Skip to 2:45. Okay, thank you. I'm already there. Okay. Let's see.
Is dressed as a woman. Joe, here's a mention right here that the fighter is dressed as a woman. Joe of FDD, Foundation for Defense of Democracies, we've had on the channel a couple times to share his insight. So Hamas dressed like a woman, clearly dressed as a civilian, surveying the scene. A lot of these areas have been evacuated at this point, so there's not set to be any civilians at all. And you can see, just based off the footage, like where would the civilians be at baseline. There are still quite a few tunnel networks all across the strip. We'll get into that here in the second half of the video as Israel continues to dismantle those, but that's likely how Hamas came to this specific engagement point.
Okay, so you're saying this is proof. Okay, I mean, this is not something that I'm denying. So yeah, you can't dress as a woman. What is pretty obvious is Hamas is a fraction of the power Israel has. As History Speaks said, a 20th century military could easily defeat Hamas. Well, maybe not easily defeat them with their tunnels, but in terms of the weapons they have, they don't have tanks, they don't have air force, they don't have navy, they have guns. So they're trying to get every advantage they can get. So dressing, building tunnels, dressing in women's clothing, that's how they're operating. Now, I'm not saying they should do this. What this does is create greater suspicion for all people and is increasing the amount of civilians that Israel is killing because there's a higher level of suspicion. But this isn't what I was talking about. It's we're killing people in their homes while they're sleeping with their family. We've systematically destroyed Gaza, and we have not seen evidence of the militarization of civilian infrastructure that's in use. Let's look at this other one.
So this looks an awful lot like Hamas carried out an ambush inside of an aid warehouse in the Gaza Strip, which we'll watch the clip start to finish, let you be the judge. But if that's what actually happened, it's a problem for more reasons than one. We've also got a new clip that just came out yesterday from Hamas showing what they say is their targeting and elimination of undercover Israeli soldiers in the Gaza Strip. But it looks more and more like these might have actually been members of Abu Shabaab, which, if true, would be pretty notable because this is the first public confirmation of Hamas going after other Palestinian groups since the war began. Now, depending who you talk to, Abu Shabaab is either good or bad. We'll run through that as well. And then we'll wrap up with some new IDF footage talking about the ongoing military operation that is Gideon's Chariots throughout the Gaza Strip. Now, starting with this footage that just came out yesterday, or came out recently from Hamas. This one is titled Gates of Hell Ambush, ambush number 2 specifically. And there's a couple different clips here. This first one we actually played a few weeks ago where it shows Hamas fighters in a home kind of luring in Israeli soldiers. And once they come in, we start to see.
All right, but that home was evacuated, right? That's not a home that has civilians in it. I don't know who this guy is, but I'd be interested in having a conversation with him because he seems to be very much a promoter of these bad tactics when I just don't think that's what's happening.
IEDs placed throughout that facility, a tactic we've seen throughout the Gaza Strip. And you'll see the use of backup cameras from vehicles used here to identify when the Israeli soldiers enter the facility right there. Nothing new. We've seen that for quite a while. But again, that clip came out a few weeks ago. Hamas is suggesting here this ambush number 2 is kind of a part of that overall operation. Not sure, maybe. But nonetheless, this is the key component here, showing a map in the Rafah area of where this is taking place. East Rafah, I believe. And then turning to the actual operation, they lay out some details here. And according to Hamas, so translated here, the complex ambush began by targeting the ground floor of a house where a number of occupation soldiers were entrenched. Using several anti-fortification and anti-armor shells, the soldiers were then engaged with appropriate weapons. The Hamas fighters retreated to the tunnel's opening and lured the occupation soldiers into a trap with a number of explosive devices. As soon as the soldiers arrived at the ambush trap, the devices were detonated, killing and wounding them. Our fighters monitored the landing of a helicopter for evacuation. Now, a quick note there, when you see the absolute destruction of so much of the Gaza Strip, this is one of the reasons that Israel points to. Is they say, hey, every time we go into a building, there's multiple IEDs and tunnels. So you have to ask yourself, from a military perspective, if you have 10 buildings in front of you, and how many of those need to be rigged with explosives and go off and your soldiers go inside before you say, just level the rest or level the next 10 or level the remainder of the block. We can't even afford to send people in. I can assure you, if the commander sent soldiers into the first 10 and every one of those 10 buildings blew up and killed the soldiers, he wouldn't be in command anymore. So there's a decision to be made there. Now, there's a line to walk. Like, you should not level 10 buildings because the first one had one mine outside of it. If 1 out of 20 is rigged, probably not a good reason to level an entire block.
Okay, I appreciate him being honest about this, but also look how he's trying to explain their tactics. Hamas doing these ambushes is one of the single best ways that they can actually attack the IDF. Do you expect them to not try to do ambushes? Why wouldn't they do ambushes? The IDF right now in Gaza, that's the IDF in their territory. That's us invading their territory. They're defending it by any means possible. So often each side decides the rules of war so they could do no wrong, and while everything the other side does is wrong. What do you expect for them to stand in an open field and say, come fight us, and then Israel will just kill them all with an airstrike? They're going to take any advantage they could get to literally, they're protecting their territory against Israel advancement. But I appreciate him being honest.
But
I actually
what we're
like
getting more and
discussing
more from Israel is just the sheer volume of IEDs and booby traps set up throughout the Gaza Strip has necessitated the wholesale destruction of some locations, especially in the south in and around Rafah. Now, turning to this clip, you can see the Hamas fighters here monitor from inside of the warehouse. All right, and this is where I say, I think it looks like an aid warehouse, and you'll see more here in a second, just because what other large facilities like this are still standing with pallets of what looks like supplies stacked up side by side? I guess a question to be raised there is, why is nobody around it? It seems like this is a place people would want to be. But if this is one of the locations, there you go, look at that. That looks like aid, right? Like water bottles or something. I don't know. I technically, I mean, maybe it could be construction supplies, right? You can't tell for sure. But this is the location that Hamas is staging the ambush out of. Now, one of the reasons for the people not being
this has, look at all these bullet holes. This has obviously been attacked many times. This has been hit by an airstrike. So this is already a combat zone. This isn't just like some place that's been protected.
Not a lot of Gazan civilians gathered around what could be an aid location, is because a lot of areas throughout Gaza in recent weeks, the IDF has issued evacuation warnings before they move troops in. So if that was the case, God, I'm telling you that, again, it could be anything. It looks an awful lot like some of the aid packages that have been sent in by the IDF in recent weeks, but the civilians might not be there because they've been evacuated prior to, again, IDF moving people out of a lot of these locations before moving in as of late. So again, this tactic of Hamas carrying out the attack RPGs and AKs, attacking Israeli soldiers at close range, and then withdrawing. And that's a key component here when it comes to how does the IDF effectively deal with this. And we're going to see their tactic in use. So again, we've got one of these cameras. I'm going to pause it real quick. We've got the drone flies in. This is how Israel's been clearing these buildings. A drone goes in looking for Hamas fighters and or explosive charges. There's only so much you can see from a drone, but sometimes it might be very, very clear that there's a bunch of, say, landmines stacked in a doorway. Next up, you send in a dog to sniff around, see if they can identify any explosives or booby traps, and then the soldiers come in. So this is a method of trying to preserve the life of the Israeli soldiers, and we're going to watch this play out here. But again, keep in the back of your mind, this is one of the reasons that Israel is going in and destroying building after building, because even after they follow this protocol, you see that Hamas is watching, they detonate this building. But let's go ahead and give it a watch. So drone comes in, searches around. Again, limited amount of things you can actually see with the drone. Then the dog comes in, sniffs around. In this case, based off of the location of the camera up above, kind of makes you wonder if the explosive charges are maybe a little higher. Maybe the design here is to bring the building down on top of the soldiers. Dogs are great. They can do a really good job sniffing out explosives, but they're limited, right? If there's charges up on the second floor here, I'm not sure the dog would necessarily hit on that while running through the first floor of the facility here. and then comes the clearance team. IDF soldiers here with that little marker there on the side. 6, 7, a fair amount moving in here. 8. It's not clear again where Hamas has the explosive charge set up. You can see this, even this squad, you got 10 people roughly. That's a squad. They've got 2 dogs and at least 1 drone. It shows how front and center the clearance of these buildings is and how they're looking for these IEDs. And there you go. Hamas detonating the charge. Did not see any statistics from the IDF related to this specific event in terms of total number of soldiers killed or wounded. But nonetheless, start to finish, that kind of gives you an idea of Hamas tactics in the Gaza Strip right now. They are not trying to attack IDF forces. They're trying to lure the IDF in to locations that they have pre-rigged with explosive charges. And then as soon as the IDF gets in there to clear the facility, assuming they move in on foot, they detonate the building.
Yeah, okay. I mean, sure, this is one of the best ways they can literally fight the IDF. Like, I'm not. Do I wish they just surrendered and left Gaza? Sure, but I mean, they're not gonna. They're gonna fight the IDF. This is a very legitimate way for them to do that. They cannot match their military rights, so they're trying to get any advantage they could get. So luring them in and ambushing them. But that was not like a building that was safe from attack. You saw that building was already hit by some explosive. There were bullets all over the roof, and that wasn't very obviously an aid warehouse. So I'm sorry, Harel. That's just not. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what's that meant to convince me of? Oh, they're booby trapping buildings. Okay. What do you want them to do? I get it. We want them to surrender. Cool, and they want us to just leave the land. They want us to stop in Gaza. That's just not a reasonable request. The difference, and why let's say being more charitable to them, they are doing things to get some advantage to balance the playing field against the IDF. They're not. That in itself is not killing civilians. Luring them in and putting explosives in a warehouse is not them killing civilians. Israel's lack of abiding by international law and engaging in these aggressive tactics is mass killing civilians. Now, obviously, I don't want IDF soldiers to die. These are my fellow Israelis. It's very easy to just be cold and callous towards soldiers, but no, they have families. They have mothers and fathers and children. I don't want them to die. But I'm not going to sit here and complain that Hamas is using luring tactics to gain some small advantage over the IDF. I don't know what, I think we need to have realistic expectations of people. David says, I'm easily swayed by the last person I hear, sadly. Well, you know what? That requires a very high level of introspection and self-reflection. So you deserve credit for that. Vosh, hey, Watcher says, I'm watching Reactive Vegan Gaze. It's funny how he keeps thinking that you're saying 8-to-1 casualty ratio when you're saying fatality ratio, not casualty. Very honest, very dishonest. Yeah, a lot of people confuse casualty for fatality. They don't realize that casualty means injured as well. Did you know what Brian was accusing Haaretz of being misled or lying? Well, he was implying that we can't trust them because it's Haaretz, but we've had a few whistleblower reports, one from Hamakor, a few from 972, a few from Haaretz, and one from B'Tselem, I believe. These are all left-wing publications. They all have bias, but the allegation that they're fabricating whistleblower reports, that's a serious allegation, and there's no proof that they've ever done anything like that. And granted, it would be hard to prove, but being biased is not the same as actually fabricating a whistleblower report. No, ITS. You're saying that they're fighting from places that should be considered civilian aid house. That place was evacuated. There's not civilians living in there. We don't know that it's a civilian aid house. The IDF already attacked it. The video shows that the building was hit with heavy explosives. You see bullet fire all throughout the roof. You're essentially acknowledging Israel committing a war crime. If you're saying that place, if you're saying Hamas cannot use that as an ambush, why did Israel attack it? The video very clearly shows that was attacked on multiple occasions. You're creating rules of war that they're not allowed to fight back. Let's see if our little Twitter friend, I sent them the thing. Send me through friends and family. Did you listen to my message? Okay. I think it might be time to wrap this up. 6 hours. Is this the longest stream I've ever done? It might be. I'll give an opportunity for one more super chat if anybody wants to close this with a super chat. A nice little, maybe a nice little reward for the 6-hour stream, and then we will wrap it up. No pressure. I'm not dependent on this to survive, but as I am doing more live streams, I'm going to start monetizing it more and more. I actually started creating, I created I'll launch it next week, an online shop. I called it Peace Apparel, selling like shirts and stuff. It's not ready yet. I could show you guys what it looks like. But we're going to take like different slogans that we make that are connected to the conflict. From the river to the sea, all the people will be free. Stuff like that. Could be like a phone case. The graphic's not good enough. It's just me playing with it. Actually, this is kind of cool. I'd rock that hoodie. Or we could do one that's like free Palestine and Israel from hate, like do different quotes. This is all AI generated, but what I think I'm going to do is the designs, maybe we'll have some AI generated designs, but I'm going to work with Israeli and Palestinian artists who are going to create these designs, and then we'll do some rev share. I think 50-50 rev share could be cool. Maybe that's even too generous. I need to think of the model, but it won't be an extortion share. They'll get something significant. So this is evidence of Hamas stealing aid and keeping it there in the evacuated zone. Well, no, I don't think we know what was in that warehouse. That hasn't been demonstrated. But yes, Hamas is going to store aid for themselves without a doubt. Again, what do you think that they're gonna say if there's not enough food for everybody? They're going to let their people go hungry before they eat. They're going to say, we need to eat because we're engaged in military activity. So yeah, they're going to store aid for themselves. I don't know why we should be surprised that that's happening. Again, this is just very obvious things that they would do. Everything that you're saying they're doing and saying we have video evidence of, I don't need to see video evidence of that. That's obvious. This is all, we don't need video evidence to know they're doing. It's obvious that they would do this. This is just trying to get whatever advantage they can get. Yeah, no, they're just going to start fasting. They're going to go hungry. They'll let the 2 million people eat before their 30,000 eat. No, they're eating first, very obviously. That's why not letting aid in is not a good strategy, because you're going to starve the people before you starve them. And there's also hasn't been evidence that they're selling the aid, that they're stealing it in order to sell it. That there's no evidence that they're doing that. That's a claim. But if you believe that they're stealing it in order to sell it, to monetize their business, Well, then you should just flood Gaza with so much aid that the price of aid goes down to zero, right? Destroy the market by putting in so much aid. But this idea that you can feed 2 million people while starving 30,000, there's no way to do that. The whole limiting aid thing, it just doesn't make sense. And that's also another war crime. Like, how do you defend that? Oh, we just don't want them to eat. But again, you're not going to starve them. You're going to starve the people. And the elderly and the very young are the first that are going to die. Thank you, David, for the two. Oh, we're back to the same conversation where I literally can't tell the difference between a euro and a pound. That's a euro? Fuck. I told myself that this time I'll remember. Michael Newman saying that was your proposed alternative to military action, by the way. Not letting aid in? Yes, for sure, but pound. Okay, cool. That's a pound. That's, yeah, I would say if we don't want to mass bomb Gaza, we should stop all aid from coming in, but we should start incentivize civilians to come out. And that's one way to incentivize them. You build this massive refugee camp in the Negev that has enough. The Negev has so much space, okay? So you could do this in the Negev. In fact, the majority of Israel is the Negev, right? It's empty space. You have so much room. So you don't need this putting millions of people in a tiny area where they're living in squalor. No, you build a massive tent city. Hopefully it's temporary, right? But if not, you could turn that into an actual city and absorb those people into Israel over time. We did that with Palestinian citizens of Israel. Right after 48, we had around 15% of the population after 48 was Palestinian, and now they're integrated into society to a very large degree. But yeah, you build a massive tent city where they have clean running water, an abundance of food, everything they need. Their quality of life there is better than what it is in Gaza prior to October 7th, right? You can create that in the Negev. It'll cost money, but all the money being spent now on weapons can just be repurposed for that. I'm sure you get the international community to support this. You don't let anything into Gaza, but you let the civilians out. Yeah, I would definitely support that. I'm looking for pragmatic humanist solutions. The mass destruction of Gaza while the civilians have nowhere to go and Hamas is in tunnels is utterly barbaric. There are other ways to do it. And we will look back on this and be like, obviously there's other ways to do it. There's no justification for that. There's many things like this, right? I mean, colonialism, slavery, segregation, all genocides, all these were justified by people carrying them out. They all had some rationalization why this is okay. It was legal when they were doing it. And now we very obviously, have, hindsight clarity, but we're going to have that with this as well. Emperor Ghidorah asked a good question. Do I think it's okay to only take women and children into the Negev? I mean, no, I think we should have a process where we could let out military-age men as well. So first of all, women, children, and elderly, that's like 2/3 of the population, right? Even more. And then I think you could have a system of background checks where you can, it'll be slower to let out the military-age men, but there's a way we could let them out. It's a problem. We want to get out every single civilian if we can. But if we can only get out 2/3 that are women, children, and elderly, that's definitely better than getting out close to none, right? But there is a way to get out military-age men. It'll just be a slower process. You could also, again, if it's in the Negev in a secluded enough area, it's not like it's so easy to leave there and carry out attacks on Israel proper. You could have security there. And I'm not saying this is great for Gazan civilians. This is still very sad to leave their homes again right after their grandparents got to leave their homes, and they won't be able to bring all their belongings. There's still a major injustice involved in this, and I think there's There's other solutions where you don't even need to evacuate Gaza. It's just a non-military solution to dealing with Hamas. I think we could explore that as well. But I'm trying to appeal. I'm trying to give solutions that people won't just say, yeah, that's naive, that's pacifist. We need to defeat Hamas. There's no other way than to defeat them. So I'm speaking to those people and say, fine, if that's what you want to do, then you get civilians out. Here's how you do it. It still comes with an injustice, but that's much better than the mass killing of civilians like we've been doing. A new report came out yesterday that on average, 10 children in Gaza get at least one limb amputated every day. Think about that. Gaza has the highest child amputee rate in the world. Sell shirts globally. Yeah, that'd be cool. I need to see what the shipping process looks like, but I will. Emperor says, I don't want to discriminate against men, but some militants would probably get through the background checks. Yeah. I agree, but it's like, imagine if you're in a secluded place in the Negev and there's like constant just drone surveillance and stuff, and if somebody leaves at night, you have a system in place. It's something serious to operate. But if you have your entire army, if you're not sending your ground troops in en masse, and you're not dealing with multiple fronts, you have a lot of military personnel you could go to contain this and make sure that it's not causing problems. But you could build this in a secluded part of the Negev, and get out as many people as possible. Any evidence of Hamas fighters have surrendered to the IDF? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I know they've arrested a lot of people, but I'm not sure about surrenders. That's blood libel, Adar. What is? Did I engage in blood libel? I don't know about that. What do I think about the humanitarian city plan? Well, the problem with the humanitarian city plan is that it's a very, very small area that is filled with rubble. No, you don't have sewage, you don't have running water. Like there's just a lot of problems with that, and you're trying to put like 1.5 million people in a very, very, very small area. So it's not. That's not the conditions I'm suggesting. But let's say Israel had done that before flattening Gaza, they would have systematically just taken Rafah, not just carpet bombing Gaza, but like taken Rafah. And carpet bombing has a technical term, but in the first few weeks we were just flattening full neighborhoods. But let's say you take Rafah, you don't destroy Rafah. Rafah's been leveled, but you don't need to destroy Rafah, and then you can start incentivizing people there. But it's too small of an area to reasonably do that. Like that on its own is a humanitarian crisis. Think about it. Gaza is already very densely populated, and what you want to do is take that entire population and put it in a tiny area of Rafah. So I don't think that's the best way to do it. And also to achieve that, to be able to secure Rafah, requires you sacrificing your own soldiers. So I'm actually suggesting something that is less deadly for Israel. This is more humane for Israel as well. And also, I mean, it seems like Israel's plan is to move them to Rafah so that they can then relocate them elsewhere. They really are trying to make such a horrific humanitarian crisis. It's just easier to get rid of them at that point. Life just needs to be so unbearable, and hopefully eventually people open up the gates to them. ITS is saying that surrendered. Who surrendered? Michael Newman saying 2 million people. What about 2 million people? Yeah, you're saying it's not plausible to relocate 2 million people, but it is plausible to keep them in there while you flatten Gaza. It's interesting how we're so comfortable with the mass killing of civilians, and then when there's a challenging logistical problem then suddenly it's like, oh no, it's too much. So we just need to keep them in there and kill them in mass. No, I don't buy that. It's possible. Is it easy? No, but it's possible. Okay, we heard back from our little scammer. You're saying all these things because you're not a spiritual person. If you do, you would believe that I don't have to know before the universe can reveal things about you. If you trust the verse, you could go ahead. It's not a must, but I think I've done my part. Good day. I hope you know what these mean. I've done your reading. It is up to you to believe it or not. At this point, your money can't even solve the problem. What are they threatening me here? Copy image, ChatGPT. What do these cards mean? I'm by default more spiritual than you because I understand that lying for a living is wrong. I understand that creating fear and paranoia is that spelled right? In someone in order to get money out of them is disgraceful. A spiritual person would never do that. Shame on you. Let's see what ChatGPT says. Strength depicted with a lion and cup. Traditionally, strength represents inner strength, courage, patience, and gentle control. It suggests using compassion and calm determination to handle challenges rather than brute force. The cup imagery might be stylistic choice of the deck. Okay, honestly, that's compelling. I feel like I embody that, no? Eight of Pentacles, this card symbolizes dedication, hard work, and skill development. It reflects a time of focus and an effort to master your craft and improve yourself. It encourages persistence and attention to detail. Definitely not me. I'm not good at any of those things. Together, these two suggest a message about combining inner resilience with practical effort. You may be in a phase where emotional encouragement, consistent hard work are key to success. Okay, that's fair. I would agree. Would you like me to interpret these in no, I'm done with you. Okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't show you. My screen wasn't shared. Yeah, I called them out on that. David Pendry, what's very odd? What do we got that's very odd here, my guy? All right, we're wrapping it. We're wrapping it. So ITS is saying, I saw a video of the IDF arresting 2 commanders in Hamas. Okay, so yeah, so ITS is saying there have been some. I mean, it's I mean, almost certain that you're going to have some amount of surrenders. I don't know if there's ever war or conflict where there's no surrenders. I just don't know what the rate is. Oh, the scammer sounds odd. Yeah, I had somebody 2 days ago do the same thing. I called them out hard. They then threatened to use like dark magic on me. I said, do it. Then they blocked me, and then I got another message. I don't know if it's the same person, but why would they think it would work the second time around? Who knows? Anyways, thank you all for tuning in. This was fun. It's time for bed. Damn, 2:40 a.m. Time flies when you're having fun, I guess. Sending you all love, and I'll be back. I don't know. We're going to do 2 or 3 streams next week, so stay tuned. Signing off.